Wow.
Oh! Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with that. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then doesn't
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the penultimate Super Smashing Sunday for Season 3 of the HPL EU. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and although slightly weak in the eyes today from the lack of sleep that we've had between all of the excitement from yesterday and the beginning of today, I am delighted and ecstatic to be joined by the one, the only Mr. Bepic on the casting desk for our final day of action. Bepic, how are we feeling? Are you looking forward to some top-tier performances today?
Oh, absolutely. It's all come down to day 5 right now. A couple teams have their fate within their own hands here. Obviously, Sicario's sitting a little bit pretty at the top of the table, but I think some chaos can still unfold underneath them. They get to watch from atop the mountain as all the peons of Arena battle it out underneath them. Though we do get to watch them join the arena still early on in the day. Still, Cracked, I'm feeling good. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. Counter-contradictive to the amount of sleep that I think neither of us have had in anticipation for this amazing day's worth of action we're looking forward to. We're going to see probably quite a big one knocking off later on today that could decide a little bit of a mix-up in the top of the table, might set us up for a little bit of a spicy surprise towards the end where standings might not tell the whole story as to where we might end up. That being said, we have 3 phenomenal matches that we're going to get to see on screen today. I believe there are actually 4 total matches left to play, so we're going to get a whole lot of action. We might even get to see all 4 of them. I'll be potentially corrected on that one in a second, because knowing me, guys, always manage to get something wrong before the start of the broadcast. Absolutely right. Instead of the standard 3 games, you're going to get 4 phenomenal pieces of content for you guys. And to help us out with that, let's stop the guesswork. Let's just go all the way straight through to that smashing schedule.
You should have waited to see the schedule graphic, Cracked. It was prepped and ready for you. You jumped the gun on us, but it's all right. You're excited. It's day 5. We do have a stacked schedule. All 8 teams play today, right in a row. Starting off with Pandaric versus Sicario. Another chance for Pandaric to maybe pull off an upset here. They had a shot at the start of the stream yesterday, couldn't quite pull it off, but still, opportunity for them to take down the best of the best. Then Decoded and TFG, a battle towards the bottom of the table, Crack. Those are 2 teams right there that have their fate still in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think TFG being in this league now for a couple of seasons and currently sitting in that 5th position on 5 points without really a chance on the final day to be able to bridge the gap of that 5-point differential between themselves and Ancestral. I think today's real bout, Mr. Bepic, from the TFG guys, is going to be an honourable one, right? This is fighting for the pride and the glory of the name, the respect on the name that should be expected in the streets and the corners of the arena scenes. TFG want to prove that, you know, they are not just a name that's been here for 3 seasons to sit middle of the pack, to sit towards the bottom of the table, that they are, you know, 100% competing with the rest of the guys in the pack here. Not able to change their table positioning, but with a good result into Decoded today, they could find themselves pushing their lead from the other friendly guys, which we will get to see featured in our final match of the day. Coming to that will be after the Ancestral Oil Rig match, as we mentioned. That's the one that's set to be the potential storyline breaker of the day. All right, the White Knight in shining armor that sweeps the princess off her feet underneath the villain's nose could potentially be the Ancestral. All right, so we're going to be looking at Game 3 today to be the hot topic. But that being said, me personally, Mr. Bepic, I think I'm looking forward to our closing out game of the day. 8 Sins have been on fire. The socials were even more on fire yesterday after they put an extremely dominant performance into Panderic home. Amongst some banter in the scene. Let's be honest, folks. People got at each other's heads a little bit, got a little bit at each other's throats because there's some rivalry in there. And 8 sins on the table, inside of the arena on the day, absolutely put it to sleep. So, GG's to 8 sins, but now they've got to come back and do it again against the other friendly guys, which have looked very tough.
And they deserved their shot at some banter. I mean, yesterday they were dominant. They closed out Bay 5 9-0. And if you flawless a map against anybody in HPL, you are deserving of a little bit of a cherry on top of the trash talk, let's just say that. So they definitely control their own destiny with a win over the other friendly guys. They can lock in second place, and I mean, obviously I think we were all hoping to see Oil Rig versus 8 Sins battle it out against each other on the maps for that second spot, but sometimes life does get in the way. And so 8 Sins in control of second place here. But like you said, Cracked, it's all about setting up for future success as well here, just making sure that you are developing as a roster, as a player for, of course, future HPLs.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, as we do quickly swing on into the head-to-heads, we are going to get to look at some more details at those later games as we come up to them throughout the day. So let's take the time to, wind it down a little bit. Let's get ourselves comfy in the armchair. Get your nice hot cup of cocoa ready, whatever your chosen snacker choice is, and settle in for some Pandemonium versus the Sicario sharpened sword and swiping roster that has clean swept its way through the tournament so far.
I think both these teams at this point need no introduction, but we can run down the rosters, I think. For Panderic, Gordeni, Duxies, Veras, and Snurlax with Reith as the substitute. They picked Fort here. We didn't get to see Fort at all yesterday. And to my sadness, it's one of the least picked maps all throughout HPL Season 3. It and Skybridge are tied for, I suppose, third at 12 picks overall across the entire 5-day competition, which is surprising a bit to me, considering in NA and previously it was picked a bit more.
I think it's some of the changes that have come in. We did see a patch and an update just before Season 3 of the HPL EU here, including some scenery changes, differentiation to where you can shoot through the scenery with different armor, different ammo. So there's a lot of changes that came into that Skybridge map, and with that, some adjustments to Fort 2. I think that's what's led us to being brought down that rabbit hole as such, of seeing a lot of Skybridge success and a lot of Fort failure. Me, however, Mr. Bepig, I'm right there with you, mate. I'm holding the popcorn and that big foam finger, shouting out in the stands saying, give me some more Fort. I'd love to see the action there. That being said, we can only get to see Fort once, Bepig, so the second map, sadly, we are going to have to depart the Fort. We will be finding our way onto Bowl, and the Sicario lineup are going to be, I guess, looking to testify towards that potentially being one of their strongest maps, if not every map being their strongest map. But that being said, the CS2 Pro, all the way from back in the days, Kiyoshima, is going to be on that Sicario starting roster. Luki, pronounced Luki, not Lucky, ain't feeling lucky, punk. He's loopy with a Luki about it, all right? It's Zaki, it's Furlex, the man flexing on that TRG, been doing damage all season long, and Goes, who has, in my mind, actually been the most standout player of this tournament so far, because of the improvement he has made from when he was on EPA to now how he has played with this Sicario roster, Bepig. It was absolutely unbelievable, the difference that we saw out of Goes in day 1 and day 2 with the Sicario performance, and he's gone from strength to strength.
I mean, Goes, yesterday on Bowl, we watched them play Decoded, was playing extremely aggressively, a big part of a flawless attacking side to close out that map as well after a fairly dominant defensive side for Sicario, which kind of goes without saying, but then on Skybridge helped lock down that B site. So I am interested to see how Sicario do end up playing on Fort. We didn't get to watch them play that yesterday, but still, Bowl, you're right, does seem to be their map. It makes sense that that is where they've picked, and for Panderic, they're going to have to bring their A game here.
And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Goes as a player here, but if we're looking back to this from a paper perspective, the performances from Goes from the back half of the last EPA season, where he was with Walker Blitz and company, was not the best Goes performance. There were conversations in the background. Was he really there? Was he really locked in? Was it the right environment for him? Was he committed? Were there other things he wanted to be getting on with? Well, whatever the case may be, the swap from EPA to Sicario has found a comfortable home, and it has seen him seeing success. And I wanted to sort of tip the hat to that, actually, because from a quiet to disappointing season from Ghost, as a fan myself, it's nice to see him come back and swing stronger with a different team this time around.
I mean, undefeated on the top team in HPL, which suggests that you are one of the best teams in the world if you are topping HPL EU. So Sicario have found themselves a diamond in the rough coming into this season, and it's only led to more dominance out of Sicario, who are already number one. Cracked, I mean, do you see anyone anytime soon finding a way to bring Sicario off their pedestal?
I am not expecting it inside of the EU season. I'm going to be honest with you. Sicario are just that consistently performing on the screen that it's going to take a one-off to be able to beat this side at this moment in time. I don't see a team up there that has the fortitude to be able to continue on through more than one map of knocking this team down consistently based off of proof. The only team in this environment now that has ever seen a strong victory put past Sicario was HPL EU Season 2, which was that EPA squad that took a 9-7-9-7 into Sicario. That was probably one of the best and closest EU matches we have seen to date inside of a HPL. That's the 8sins roster now that was formerly EPA, who are sitting in second place. And they, at this moment in time, Bethpick, I just want to reiterate the gap in the table between these teams right now, okay? 8sins are 5 points behind Sicario at this point in time. Both teams do have a game in hand, but arguably I think you would say that 8sins have a very tough match to play, where Sicario have theoretically one of their easiest of the competition, playing 7th place currently on the standings.
Well, looking at Panderic, I suppose, with that glamorous introduction, 7th in the standings, but still, hopefully in a position where they can put up a good fight against Sicario. It was a rough conclusion yesterday for Panderic. They put up a decent fight early on Bowl against that 8sins roster, but after that, 8sins showed why they are a top 2 team right now in HPL EU. And so now that we are switching over to game, getting started here on Fort, I think the ball is in Panderic's court to step up a little bit extra here. If they couldn't swing it against 8sins, I think history suggests they won't be able to do the same thing against Sicario. So getting started on Fort, let's see what Panderic can actually do, what they've been prepping for on their own map pick.
One of the maps that has not been favoured, though, is this Fort position as Felix finds 2. Wraith for the response with 2 of his own. Kiyoshima's going to slot one inside of there. They're not quite coming through in the same way they hit the kill feed, but the Chaos is coming nonetheless. As 3-2, the Sicario squad finds themselves 1 man up early in round number 1.
And it looks like Wraith is in for Snorlax for Fort. So Denny in a position to face check Sicario there alongside the listed substitute for Panderic, but still, 2v3, slowed down tremendously here for Panderic. They rushed in through kitchen and lobby, but found themselves a lot of bullets flown their way as Sicario locked down that A site nicely. Now the rotations have been pulled in. They're not baited whatsoever by this halting of the pace. They will move over and completely take this 3v2.
And something that's crucial right now, look at the positioning that Furlex took up after he got that initial double kill and pushed through the sinks here. He's moved out to Cult, and he has trapped the bomb and their teammate on the safe side. So even if Denny and Wraith had considered an idea of a rotation, it doesn't matter because Furlex is there saying, no, you're not allowed to now. You committed. You've now got your bed to lie in, and you have to do so. Vice is going to get planted on site. Furlex is free to swing from behind because Denny's got too many angles to cover. Furlex finds himself his 4th for the round, and after a first round 4K, Kyo's going to decide he doesn't even need to be part of the team. A little disconnect whilst he goes, watches the bomb being defused on the ground, and Sicario take the first.
Well, it's fitting that Furlex has notched a 4K to start us off there in round 1, as we do have some more technical difficulties akin to us starting off on Fort. Again, it's the same as yesterday, some technical difficulties to make sure everyone is good to go in the lobby. But yesterday on Skybridge, Sicario weren't carried by Furlex, but Furlex was lighting up the scoreboard in their series. Unbelievable A-holder. And it was just impossible to penetrate any site that they were holding, it felt like. And so right there, Furlex already proving that they are online again.
Yeah, absolutely. Something actually to note, I got in my DMs when I've woken up this morning. Snorlax's PC's been having some issues, so we are sadly going to be unable to feature Snorlax from the Panderic squad today. RIP to the PC for Snorlax. All the best wishes and hoping that that gets itself sorted out. But I'm sure he'll be somewhere hanging out in the chat today, most likely watching the Pandas on from the sidelines. I know Snorlax himself will have been gutted to not be able to take part if being one of the selected members of that roster, shall we say, for today. Obviously, having the substitute there in the last match of the season, there is a potential that they'd like to put that sub out as well to give them some experience, right? Okay, it is the end of the season. We're not competing for prizes when it comes to our positioning on the table. Let's give that sub a run out. Let's get them a chance of getting some experience under the belt, fight against the toughest team in the scene right now. I mean, we'd be finding it hard to argue to say that there would be a better experience to give somebody of dunking them in the deep end, right?
Trial by fire, I suppose. I mean, some of the better reps you can get, I suppose. Sicario, best of the best. You can learn by playing against them. And Snorlax is in Twitch chat, correct? You were right about that, saying their PC crashed 5 times yesterday. So get well soon to Snorlax's PC. That explains a lot about the technical difficulties we had early on in our broadcast yesterday during that Pandaric 8 Sins matchup. So unfortunate, but like I said, life does get in the way here. All the best to Snorlax's PC. But I'm glad to see Wraith in here, just to see what they can do. And I think they had, 2 kills that first round. They were in the 2v3 post-initial fight scenario there with Denny. And so looking decent, already getting involved.
Actually, a really big point you make there, and I'm glad you said that, because we came out of the game just as we were going to go into that end of round analysis. And although it looked very strong out of the Sicario lineup, that double kill from Wraith was actually a lot bigger than it might necessarily seem on first glance, because the double kill from Furlex plus Keo picking up that third, right, is the tipping point, the crucial variable for chat to notice at home. Okay, so common probability in Arena. When the clash of sides come together, it's normally a 2-player result of chaos, shall we call, before the dust settles. It's going to be 2 players from each side at most that tend to die in that calamity, unless it's a straight team wipe. To see the third kill in that scenario from a different player is normally the solidifying kill to say that your push outplayed the defense, or your defenders outplayed that attacking strategy. So Keo gets that third pick. What's crucial is Wraith gets a double in the flip side, but he gets Keo as part of that crucial double. So that success that had been gained is now immediately shut off because they don't have that member from Sicario that made that success there to take the space, which left us in that stalemate where the bomb and friend was sat in garden, and Sicario has 3 members, 1 cave, 1 headshot, and 1 sitting in towards those sinks, comfortably covering every avenue of escape from that point, short of running all the way with your tail between your legs back to spawn. So, big kills from Wraith, smart after positioning from Sicario to guarantee that they had that control still in their hands, despite a good shutdown from Wraith.
And I'm hoping that that's not how the positive analysis for Pandaric goes throughout this series. It's like, you did well at the start, a good couple of kills, but Sicario locked down the round with great positioning, great gunplay, and a good closeout as well, because it wasn't close in the 2v3. I mean, they had to return to A, Pandaric did, but Sicario did lock them down with those positions that they were holding. And so going forward for Pandaric, it requires that extra step up, that third kill. I like how you phrase that in the initial fight. And I mean, is there a player that can take that position, take that initiative in the initial fight, someone that you look to spearhead for Pandaric, or is it going to have to be the full team stepping up at times throughout these 2 maps?
It's been one of 3 things, really. I mean, for the longest time, the Pandas have been known for having 1 invisible member. And that is, where is Denny? I mean, he's his own where is Wally in a Panda form, honestly, at this point in time, because of the amount of rounds that we in this casting desk have sat there going, where is Denny? Why do we not see him on the front side of the map? Why do we not see him on the back side of the map, the flank? And then Denny will just randomly drop a double kill in the feed because he's weaved his way into the backlines. So maybe not a forward-headed, spearheaded attack, but we're formally known to see the Pandas come from the backside. Flip side to that, Duxus is a firehouse when he's on point. We haven't got Snorlax here today, but we have on good confident words from Snorlax that Wraith is equal to, if not better, a strong Panda. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe if the substitute can throw a little bit of spice onto the ice today, maybe slip up that super strong Sicario sword. I mean, it's very hard to swing when you're trying to ice skate, right?
Yeah, I can't say I've ever tried that, but I'll take your word for it, Cracked. And that's very true. It's going to be difficult for Panderic running up against Sicario. They have to get creative with their positioning, with their outplays. And I talked yesterday with Hot Sauce about, at this point in the season, I think success comes down to, obviously, the teams with the better mechanics. I think Sicario can out-mechanic any roster in HPL right now, but for outside of them, maybe it's about the deeper playbook. Who is more prepared to go the distance in some of these maps, scrap for kills, but also catch their opponent out with strategies that they haven't seen quite yet? And for Sicario, I mean, if they can be caught off guard, maybe there's some respect to be given to Panderic here from them. Maybe they back off a little bit, don't play as confidently as we saw them playing yesterday in their match between them and Decoded. But I mean, either way, that's up to Panderic really to do, and hopefully they're talking it over right now as we do have a bit of an extended break here.
The squad, and I'm going to say the Pandas in general, have had an enormously successful year overall when it comes to growing the brand, generating a community of people coming in and keeping that good positive community at the forefront of what Panderic has been doing since the beginning of 2025. A little bit of the banter and stuff that got caught up in it yesterday, alongside some slightly sour topics, have really taken that Panderic smile and turned it into a bit of a frown. And I think that all came to a head yesterday in that match with the 8 Sins, and we're kind of hoping now that all of that pressure has been deflated back into the benches like it should be. Both teams are going to pick themselves up and come back to it with that good sportsmanship and the healthy competition that we like to see on the socials. It's fine you calling somebody out and saying the garbage, but if you say the garbage, you've got to expect to get slammed, and if you get slammed, you've got to expect the socials to then deliver the final killing blow, as would be expected in any tip-top tier Mortal Kombat title, fatality. Okay, those of you know the line. You'll never get me to put the husky tones on to do it, not unless we're caught in an event and maybe have had a couple of beers in us or something like that, but for now we'll just keep it fashionable fatality. I don't know, Bepic. There's a lot of this could. The Panderic members might be able to.
Yeah.
I work in definites, my friend. This think, might, should, would, could. It's all speculation. You say, I think he's behind headshot. You're never killing that guy. You say he's headshot. Well, you know, there's a big difference. So I'm wondering if that hesitation is the difference. And we've seen how quickly Sicario pushed off of the defending site into that Panderic attack on the A side. And I think that tempo is what sets apart not only in EU, but the top teams in every region right now. Like you said, that ability to execute the textbook perfectly at that pace is what makes them the strongest teams out there.
And Sicario didn't pull that rotation immediately either. I mean, it was well timed to perfection, but it wasn't immediate. They still held on to the possibility that B hit could happen, and they respected that fact from Panderic. They didn't get jumpy, and they just stuck to their guns, trusted their instincts, and did well to execute at the end of the play. And so, I mean, I'm with you. I would much prefer definites here. Hopefully we can get into round 2 here in a second, because we're just going to be speculating until then. But to a previous point, I am super glad as well that the Panderic brand isn't afraid to hit hard on socials. That's the sign of a good community right there. I mean, if you can take the banter, obviously, but send it back your opponent's way. And in an esport, I think you need that. It really spices things up. And even if you do get 0-9'd on a map against the team that's talking smack to you, it's still good that you can hold your head up.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see that Smiles were still held head high, shall we say. Has a couple of H's there. I've not tripped over before. It got me done good, Mr. Bepic. Tongue twist, trip the cracked. Before we get into round number 2, but we're back on Fort, ladies and gentlemen. The chaos and confusion aside, let us bring you some action. So, swinging out of the blue corner, Sicario already 1-0 up. Keo, Luki, Go, Zaki Furlex, Panderic in the red, Svedas Gorb, Deddy, Wraith in today for Snorlax and Duxius.
All right, well, let's work in some definites here. Luki has definitely found first blood, but hey, Wraith is still involved in the kill feed, but Panderic again have been thrust into a 2vx, though. There's another one. Wraith has another 2k in round 2, already a massive bright spot for Panderic, but jumping across a gap, goes, dodges bullets, turns around, and takes out Duxies. That's unbelievable.
Oh my word, goes it's in with the movement. Can't park there, mate. Straight across, swings back, cleans up the damage, and then gets himself back on his way in his journey. Furlex is finally going to fold the final member. Wraith being the one left alive, doing a great job trying to counter that entry, keeping his life and getting a couple of kills, but not surviving it out. Oh, word, Sicario swings strong. Did you see the second from Quad, Bepic?
Yeah.
Mr. Man pushing towards the pixel that swung into Sigs. Oh boy, that TRG does damage.
It's unbelievable. And Pandaric had Sicario players in positions to pick them off and make that a much more manageable round. Obviously, the start didn't go their way. It was a 2v4, but they were holding little cubbies. I mean, that Goes jumping across space. He should have died there, straight up. Goes should be a dead man, jumping like that right in the face of a Pandaric player. But he doesn't, and so Sicario continued to play with that same pace. They continue to take space around the map. They've already moved back Archster, looking to see if Pandaric's taking Blast Pack A again, and Sicario are finding picks as well at the start of the map. Already a player advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Svedas is going to find a good one into Furlex as the teams are leveled one apiece now for members sitting on the bench and watching round number 3. A lot slower place. And this is what we would expect to see favouring the slightly weaker of the two sides here, Bepic. Pandaric have got themselves really well set up for this A-site push, but you ought to think, how slow is too slow right now, sir? As the second member joins up to that site, reinforces the A. They've got to go, and they've got to go quick. And when they execute, they've got to kill both players and get this bomb down ASAP. Rocky to really dominate control of the site here. The deep member on the left is going to catch somebody out if they're not careful. Headshot's going to take advantage. Wow, Zaki finds the one on the trade. Cross is good. Sicario give time for their members to turn up. Third is here by Short. Fourth is coming through Short now. Bepic, oh, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, they've run out of time. I mean, the execute had to happen right then and there, but Zaki threw a wrench with that spot tucked right around a wall, and then the cavalry arrives for Sicario. Again, well-timed rotation. The initial hold held, and Pandaric had nothing to do right there once reinforcements arrived for Sicario. That's a rough one, where they just slowed down too much, and those re-engages have not gone Pandaric's way so far this map, where they slow things way on down, and then re-engage as Sicario just stick to their guns and hold the site down.
I like the idea, but the problem with that kind of a play is you need somebody else, somewhere else on the map, to be doing something with audio, just to give that second guess thought in the back of the Sicario mind. Could they be going the other way? Going to talk about that in a second as Furlex does find the first. That quick flick onto Wraith is going to be the only life claim. Duxis is going to get a great response back, and Furlex goes down again onto the side. Duxis starting to find some life. The Pandas swing strong. Ghost does have Duxis for the second time after his jumping spree in the showers. The bomb is hanging towards the A site, but I think now that distraction we were talking about, Bepic, has done its job.
Well, that's more than just noise. I mean, Duxis completely took over B there for a moment, but Sicario did put them down and now are completely left in the dark as to where Pandaric is, and more importantly, where that blast pack is.
Oh my god, he's behind him in Colt.
Two members almost Svedas had Lukey dead to rights, but Lukey turns around. There must have been a sound cue right there and wins the duel.
I hate to cut you off, Bepic. I thought that was going to be a free kill. I'm as shocked as you are. He's back-to-back inside a Cult, and he goes down, and that actually opens up space for Sicario to get back to site with strength and change that numbers disadvantage into advantage. A good plant with the smoke over the bomb, though, does give Pandaric some time to be able to suffocate out the approach. 2v3. Good shots from Gore. First, second, Gore for 2! It might just be the Pandaric first round. Goes is left to go nuts or go home with no savings.
If Pandaric can't close this out, this is devastating. A devastating start for them on Fort. A 2v1 now with a big couple of entries over towards B that set them up for the win. Great closeout by Gore. That's a huge step-up round for Pandaric, and their two players notching a 3K in Gore and their 2K entry onto B, where they didn't even end up going in Duxis. That's massively done, and they put pressure on both sites really for the first time this map.
I am honestly glad to see. I would like to see a close match here. I know it's a tough ask to say to any team that is not Sicario, hey guys, do me a favor, just go out and give Sicario a run for the money today so it's entertaining on the screen, yeah? And then be like, over cereal and coffee, be like, yeah man, no problem, sure. So I'm delighted to see the Pandas swinging those sharp bamboo canes with strength, but we talked about it, Bepic. It could be a Dux's performance. It could be a sneaky Denny in the backline. And that folder in Furlex is no longer a paper extraordinaire. He's currently a sideline spectator.
Well, there's Denning. We found him. More importantly, Sicario found him. And they will lose an advantage early on. The first couple of rounds, they were the ones taking players out early and pressing a numbers advantage the rest of the round. But Pandaric have flipped that. A 5v4 to work with, and now I think is a smart time to slow down, make Sicario guess, and posture around the map.
I would like to see these 3-4 members that are cannons, and it looks like they're thinking about it. I would like to see them rotate through mid here, try and take a couple of those kills, knock a few more numbers down, give yourself either that full B-site confidence, or look to find a pick in a confusing rotation, suggest the rotation, and then maybe play this slow pace even harder committed by leaving the bomb behind as you fake a rotation. That being said, Pandaric are instead walking up to this site on B. The line of scrimmage is slowly and steadily, almost military style, so walking its way in. 3 members as Luke challenges for 1, gets the second, picked up by teammate Keo. Svedas finds the response.
That's a good
They're
trade.
in, though.
Yeah, that site's theirs. I mean, still, numbers advantage. They're trading well, and this slowdown has benefited them, though Kiyoshima has an inkling that there is still a Pandaric player waiting mid. They'll engage, the bullets confirm it, swinging around. Kiyoshima had the advantage right there, peeking around the right side of the wall, but Duxus puts him down. That blast pack is planted, and Zaki moves in all alone. No reinforcement this time around, Zaki. You have to do it all yourself, and swinging around, this is a fun game. Looks very enjoyable, but unfortunately for Zetas, they fall, and Zaki pulls us to a 1v2.
He has this in 20 seconds if he can take the fight. The first one's there from Zaki. He's got 2 out of 3. Third's around the box. He doesn't quite get the gun out in time. He does find the third kill. Oh my god, Zaki! Zaki! 3 quick slaps and he's down for the bomb defusal. Sicario will not go into the night with Pandaric stealing rounds unless it is exceptionally crafted. Even at the depths there, Zaki has his 3-piece for denial on Pandaric's second point.
What do you do when you play around essentially perfectly? I think for Pandaric right there, everything except for giving Zaki isolated fights was played perfectly. They set up control with an opening pick. They slowly moved into B. They took their duels with the defensive members of Sicario. And then in a 3v1, they let Zaki get one fight after another and couldn't bring him down once. That's a tad embarrassing. But Pandaric can't dwell on it too long. They need to recover because here comes Furlex.
Oh boy, this is another crucial fight, and Denny doesn't realize that he's already here. Furlex on the slightly faster rotation timing catches Denny with crosshair placement amok. Wraith has the better of Lukey in a 1v1 response. Ghost has Duxis into this one. That's another great player for the Pandaric side that had been making these gaps go down. Furlex for one into Svedas goes for Wraith. And it's just Gore left in a 1v4. It's not Gore left anymore. Down he goes. Sicario take their 5th.
And as this just is insult to injury, Sicario are flawless right there. And Furlex tore that round up, moving through mid-cut towards that A site, just catching Pandaric players off guard, and I need to watch that. I think a little bit better, maybe anticipate the aggression from Furlex, knowing who they are going up against, but still, Furlex blew that round up with a big 2K there at the start, and the rest of Sicario cleaned it up.
Yeah, I think the Pandaric round that they had the 3 versus 1 with the bomb down. There's only one real criticism and mistake I could see in that there that would have been fixed for better result. The fight that happened inside that mini donut that took a long time for Zaki to find the kill on, you would like to have thought that a Panda could have potentially come up and swung from behind. I'm not going to talk about that more in a second as the bodies are dropping, heads are falling. And 4 members now from the Pandas are currently waiting to look for that revival and resuscitation bamboo as they have been banished. Wraith, well, he's going to hope he's a Wraith or a Ghost in the night to be able to try and get out of this one.
I'm sure they would love to just sift through walls, move over towards B, but even then, Sicario is still holding softly towards B in anticipation of a potential full rotate, but there isn't really anywhere to go other than mid for Wraith right now because Sicario are holding the CT side as well, or sorry, the T side as well. And now with the big flank, who is that? Is that Goes flanking? Of course it is. I should have known better than to even question that would be Goes getting aggressive behind Wraith, and that's the end of the round, just like that. And too many angles to watch right there, not enough time to move, and Sicario not just 6th.
Yeah, this is something again to go towards that player's playstyle and how they've improved since moving from EPA. Goes the previous performances we've seen in the back end of that season with EPA, struggling to find space, not a lot of movement, a lot of proactive approach to the gameplay. Now you can see he's come alive. It's a different player altogether, out there proactively looking to find those ones, playing the aggressive side of the tempo instead of the defensive reserved side of it. Really is exceptional to see, and it's the reason the Pandas have such a tough game on their hands right now.
Could have been 3-2. I know we're not dealing in indefinites, but Pandaric really had an opportunity to make this close, but Sicario, off the back of that Zaki 1v3, have turned that one-round win into a run of momentum that could put Fort out of reach now, as Pandaric need this closing round of the first half. Otherwise, it's next to impossible if they switch to their defensive side. But Kiyoshima and Furlex are locking things down at the moment. There is no mid to B rush for Pandaric. They try to rush towards A. Pandaric now moving a little bit slower through the middle part of Fort, but even that's not finding any kind of purchase. Well, that's a good closeout for Sicario here. 7-1 in the first half of Fort. Mind you, this is Pandaric's map pick. Hoping to maybe catch Sicario off guard with one of the lesser picked maps. Obviously, there's only 4 in the pool, so Sicario's well versed on any possible location of battle here, no matter who they're playing. And it shows. Still undefeated in maps up until the last day of the HPL EU 3rd season, and it's looking like that's going to stay the same as Fort, the first location today, cracked, and Pandaric had their shots, but weren't able to land enough of them.
Yeah, we completely agree with you there, and great to see the big boss man himself popping into the chat. Morning, Philbo. Hope you're having a great day there, popping in with all the team emotes. Look at those lovelies in there. Team emotes for the chat, for all the fans to be able to support with. Wow. Couldn't be Hunt Premier. Definitely never not the gift of continually giving you guys something extra. Speaking of which, Hunt Premier again partnered up with Battlestate Games for this amazing action, and here we are inside of the switching of the side. Sicario now onto the attack. Lukey finding the first into Denny. It's not Denny, it's Duxus actually. Svedas for Lukey, Keo for Svedas. Applied stripes in the kill feed. This could be the favor that the Pandaric squad were looking for, Bepic.
Still 3-4, but they can't think about that. So, Denny, that's your own teammate, my friend. Uncalmed there, apparently, moving through mid, and now Denny will pay for his crimes of nearly sacrificing a mate, and is downed himself with little HP left to go in a 1v4 that was next to impossible. Sicario will put up their first attacking round. It can close things out now.
Yeah, I mean, this is even now fetching memories from the guys in the Twitch chat for fond moments of previous goes way back when, different scenarios when they've played against or with the awesome member of this Sicario sword that is 5 strong. I mean, Zaki today is out to prove us all that he is not the quietest member on the Sicario side. It's Zaki's day today with 11-3. I believe he is running, yeah, this is the Ash 12 on the offensive side that we've seen Sicario taking into a lot on Fort, Bepic. Actually, it's become almost a Sicario thing to favor 1, if not 2, Ash 12s on this map.
Signature of one of the best teams in HPL is one of triumphant force, and Sicario looking to enforce that now as they have moved in and taken B without any resistance whatsoever. Pandaric had stacked A right there and now have a good flanking position. Both sides have switched portions of the map under their control, and that could be interesting. We're kind of going back to the first half where Pandaric did have some success, especially in this B ramp position, that they can retake site, I suppose, now with kind of an attacker side setup.
Interesting pause from this middle rotation out of goes. Lukey finds one. Both Gore and Svedas do get one apiece each, though. Felix has gone down. It's a big pick. Keo's going to find Svedas. Top Heaven goes, somehow wins that into Wraith. He's going to feel robbed on that. Oh, wow. Gore's for good. One inside and his right, one up top, and the high angle gets him. Goes, claims the final kill, and closes out our first map here on Fort. 9-1 Sicario.
Well, we've got some definites now to talk about. Sicario is definitely still the best team in HPL. I don't think we had any doubts about that, though. It was close at the start. Pandaric put up a good fight in the first couple of rounds. Again, could have strung together 2 in a row with those big clutches. But after that Zaki 1v3, I mean, everything came tumbling down the hill for Pandaric. And that was their map pick. That just slipped through their fingers. They had good ideas. They took good fights, especially on that attacking side. I think they played with the pace very, very well. They were manipulating the map in their favor. But Sicario, after that, they must have gotten some kind of burst of momentum because they ran all the way to the finish line, didn't stop for a moment.
Yeah, this is a scary one. I'm going to be honest with you. We've got to go to ball now. We've got to go and experience that kind of action again in a territory that I think Sicario would class as being a lot more comfortable than what we just saw in 4. And that was a dominant performance. I mean, 9-1 is dominant nonetheless. We're going to step away from the realm of definites for now because I'm going to actually play along the side of something you attested to in the back half of that game, which I really like. Okay. Woulda, shoulda, coulda is not going to be the title that Pandaric are going to take out of this weekend because at the moment that's what's running their headlines. All right. 3-2. Coulda. Shoulda pushed ourselves in on site when we had more space for the slow A takes with 2 points in time where half the team was rotated the wrong way. It's all these, well, maybe if we had just gone the final mile, all right? It's that little bit of closing composure that's missing from this Pandaric squad right now. It's a little bit of how we handle business at the finest tiers of things. It's a little bit of how you get those, like, niche plays that you're having workouts, the slowing down of the pace, spreading that team, then being acknowledged that you've gained that resource and pushing to capitalize on it. We saw 2-3 times in backs of rounds there where Pandaric had a good, I want to say post-chaos pre-plant position, because it's not before the bomb's gone down. It's way before that access is actually finished. But it's very much Pandaric controlled until they decide to execute, at which point Sicario has had enough time to respond.
Yep. I think their mid-round was decent until the late-round execution, for sure. And that's something to review. I mean, this is more of a reps game, I think, for Pandaric, who are kind of locked in towards the bottom side of the table. You know, you got to requalify either way to HPL. And for Pandaric, this is already a successful HPL season. The fact that they were bottom of the table in Season 2, and they have found a good number of map wins this season against the teams that they can be beating, that's positive. And to cap off HPL against Sicario is, I think, every team's worst nightmare, maybe outside of Oil Rig and 8 Sins, but still, for Pandaric, they're positives to prepare for the next event with. And I think on Bull, I hate to lay down predictions, but that's, I think, going to be the similar story for them, where they're going to have rounds where they are in it, but they need to take that extra step where they can close things out against Sicario. I'm not sure we're talking about 9-round wins at this point. We're probably talking about maybe 3 or 4 for Pandaric, where they need to close things out, and I think that would be a successful campaign, and then everything on top of that is icing on the cake.
I would say it would be big-headed, almost arrogant even, for the Pandaric squad to have expected drastic changes within this season, personally. There is a strong lineup and a team there that's absolutely destined for progression, greatness, getting better than what current state is for the Pandaric squad right now, and the right members inside of that team to be able to do it. We spoke about Duxus. The highlights in each of these games from a Pandaric perspective are where members of the team that shine for doing certain things are shining for doing those things. It's not a fluke. It's like, okay, this is our team identity. I can see our character identity, and we're developing that now. Placing at the bottom of the table in the 7th, the 8th, the 6th position is always going to be disheartening when it comes to looking at your progress in a season based off of your positioning. However, if you strip away that pride, you forget a little bit about how your personal ego is going to be hurt by the fact that you didn't place top 4, and you realize that every game is either a win or a learning curve. And suddenly the perspective becomes a lot easier, and dealing with that frustration of a loss becomes a lot easier too.
I have to think in the long term. I mean, there are going to be, if the last year or so is any indicator, plenty more events in the arena esports scene to work with and improve upon and find those good results. Maybe it's not this one. I mean, days 1 through 3 is kind of where these teams make their money for sure. The closeout days, typically the table is a little bit more set in day 5 especially, and so you're looking at just getting reps, and oh dear. I mean, we're trying to find all the positives for Pandaric possible, and Sicario is not interested in helping us along there, Cracked, as Kiyoshima's already got a double, and the guns didn't even come out yet. Pandaric are down to just Gorn in round 1, the device is going down, and before the device is even planted, Sicario have won round 1.
I am honestly going to go out on a limb and say that's probably the fastest round we've ever seen in HBL history. That was a 27-second round, Bepic.
Can we get our official statistician on that?
Yeah, we've got a.
That's possible.
Where is he? He's on the lurk all the time. Kirk, stat check, please. Get in my DMs. Let me know what's going on. That was wild. Double kill kicking off from Kiyoshima, coming out with King of the Utility on his head. 2 quick kills from Lucky as they get pushed in with a backup from Zaki onto point. The finals finished before we even get to see the bomb planted. I mean, oh boy, did we just join up to the races today, Bepic.
We were still finishing up the residuals of our previous point in the break between maps, and already Sicario have enough kills to maybe propel them to a second, but Duxus has something to say about that. Here we go. Pandaric have some life, but now they just have gore, and it's a 1v3. A bit more manageable than the 1v4 or 5 that we had in round 1. I've already forgotten. And Gorn, his position is, I believe, known about by Sicario. They've got to have an inkling that he was the last alive last round, probably playing over towards B since the action's at A. And so rotating around the back where it is safe. And either way, Sicario have a nasty crossfire set up and should be prepared for this generator position Gore finds himself in.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 separate sets of crosshairs to go through here. One, and there's the second. Boom. Goes is going to have that one clean and clear. Quickly closes out round number 2. Sicario, I think they're looking to be home in time for dinner, Bepic. I do not think that they have booked in a long match in their mindset for this one. This is looking to be potentially a Sicario 9-0 sweep with that kind of devastating intention coming out of the gate.
Scariest part as well is that Furlex hasn't even registered a kill yet. And I mean, if we're waiting on Furlex to get activated and Sicario is dominating the opening rounds of a map, then it's only going to get worse. Unless Pandaric can do something to change that. But, all right, let's see what they can do defensively. Nade out, smoke out, and that will hopefully hold off Sicario from taking A as rapidly as they have so far. But Pandaric having to play through a smoke of their own, and there's a little gap play for if someone Sicario gets a little bit aggressive on A, but they're holding back, maybe taking Gen here.
Tell me you're scared without telling me you're scared, because I know I am. At this point in time, fear will be stricken inside all of the Pandas, given how swiftly Sicario have been swinging that sword the first 2 rounds here on Bowl. Now, the smokes are going to play their part in slowing the tempo down. Sicario's squad and that first line of scrimmage, the first point of contact, and those 3 forward members are all flooding generator right now. And what's currently causing me absolute chaos and confusion in my brain cells is how 3 members are currently comfortably on Gen, but Pandaric have a strong 3-man line of scrimmage back in the defensive position. Furlex is going to step out and take advantage of tempo. Split goes down as Denny's dome gets destroyed by that TRG.
They're playing so passively. Yeah, you're right, Cracked. Pandaric do seem so scared, but they're answering back. They've gotten a little bit more triumphant as Goes finds a kill and dips their head right behind that box. And now they reposition for more, but Wraith will take them down. 3v2 for Pandaric, and these are the advantages that you have to capitalize on. Luki is down and out for the round. The substitute for Pandaric is stepping up big time here in round 3. And now, with that blast pack exposed on A, Svedas was trying to hold it down, but Kiyoshima has been given away back into the round. They know where Gore is located. They have an inkling as to where Wraith is as well. Knows they're both playing back. They'll try and plant, instead re-engage for the kills, and Gore is able to close things out with that fight down range.
Yeah, good hold from the Pandaric squad, and they do put the first point on the board. I think definitely a much more reserved approach from their initial positioning, and then playing off per player pick retaking that ground back to their own defending site, although risky Bepic, bearing in mind it then shortens that timer down to a potential minimum of 45 after that bomb has been planted. It's working. They are forcing Sicario to overextend into positions they can't quickly rotate off each other from, and they are getting the kills. So, good effort from the Panderic squad so far. Of course, Sicario immediately evolves into a different form and decides a different approach of attack.
You didn't expect it to be easy, did you? For Panderic, I mean, that passive hold there worked when Sicario was playing passive themselves, and Panderic were able to find those picks to work off of. But now, what are they going to do about B? Because everyone is leaning towards A. You've got 5 members, at the very least, playing around old B at minimum. No one's actually on site. And no one's on the newbie here, but Sicario are still playing around A, making some noise, and goes from apartments. Will take out Denny, and now this site they're going to find very quickly is free for the taking.
Interesting nade there on site as Furlex finds a kill onto Duxis with that beautiful long-range weapon there. 4 bullets left on the rifle. Actually,
Wow.
I want to check this now. I don't think he's running the TRG. Is this the XMC instead of the TRG, or am I just cooked? Either way, same bullet, same damage. Goes, finds one on to go.
They pivoted back towards A here. B was wide open, and Panderic didn't really move. So Sicario are going to find themselves moving back into a more defended site than they would have had previously. But it doesn't matter. Sicario are going to close this out. 5 members strong. Lukey doesn't even fall. I mean, that should have been Panderic's way back into the round, and yet Sicario still dominate. Well, we'll move along with Panderic still in a rough spot, making decent reads, showing that they can hold up to the Sicario pressure on their defensive side, but they need to start converting rounds soon. Otherwise, we're going to have a repeat of Fort where Panderic really never get going, as Sicario won't let them. Just good gunplay, good ideas, and Kiyoshima at the helm. See if they expect this Svidas aggression. Pushing up, and Furlex was prepared for it. Again, that sniper is so effective in their hands. Gore will answer with a team kill, but Sicario, okay, will kill one of their own. I suppose an eye for an eye. Odd start to round 5.
Yeah, trading out team kills. Each team not wanting either one to have an upper hand or an unfair advantage. Love to see it from the Sicario squad, deciding if you can do it, we can do it just as well too. The bomb is now still on the back of Goes as Gore gets the better of Lukey on side of that B plat positioning. Panderic have rotated towards this B point to re-strengthen it, but the bomb is still quite comfortably sitting top apps, although one thing I have noticed is this Sicario speed, Mr. Bepic, is slowly starting to wane away.
They did open up the map with a high pace on the attacking side, but the last couple of rounds they've slowed it on down, making Panderic really think about where they want to move, and Furlex is positioning around Heli and maybe taking A again. Sicario did this last round where they postured towards B early on and then pivoted late round, and with that kill, the site should be open. Furlex isn't completely certain that things are clear. Well, peep generator, but there is just that one player immediately by A for Panderic, and Furlex, I think, has all modes of access cut off with that scope.
You do be right. I mean, you do be right. The question I've got right now is he going to be able to hit both? Furlex, rare miss on the first. The double challenge. They've given themselves space. Panderic had 25 seconds to make this work here, but they've got to keep that tempo up. Behind, Denny comes through. Furlex is down. It's Goes versus 2.
Surely not. Panderic,
15.
2v1.
And he got him! Ho-ho!
That's unbelievable. I mean, I've come to doubt Panderic a little bit. Cracked in these advantageous situations. That was a 2v2. They made a 2v1 after Furlex. Gotta let them back into that round, but still, those are the rounds you have to win, and Panderic get another one.
I'm going to be honest with you. For a second, I think that the Sicario lineup was infected with a little bit of pandemonium in the indecisiveness there. Furlex on point with Goes up top med. whilst the two of them are pushing him on that site, you'd like to think that Ghost could have taken a chance to step out from top med and maybe pick one of the two off whilst they were pushing on, turn the numbers in their favour, but no, Felix goes down early. Not only that, but Gore is ready for the repeak off the top med and absolutely nails the shots. So great round from the Pandas, and they do close it back to 3-2. Now, we might have a game on our hands.
Do you recall the round on Fort where Pandaric lost a 3v1? Could have been 3-2 at that
Yes,
point
sir.
on the map. They could have made it a one-round game, but they still need more, and that is not a great start. Zaki will get first blood. Sorry, that is already fallen. Okay, everyone's already fallen for Pandaric. I look away for a moment, and Sicario have already fully taken over B, and it's just Vados left to pick up the pieces as Wraith rotates over through spawn. That's how far back Sicario have forced Pandaric on the map.
I don't think the cheese is going to be enough to be able to find their way to escape out of round number 6. They need more than a bit of cheese to be able to take out the double kill demon that is Lukey inside a pixel.
Yeesh. Well, that's a dominant way to reinstate your reign over Bull if you're Sicario. You drop that that 5th round, sure, but you get right back to it. You push the pace again, and those lightning fast rounds have worked in Sicario's favor. Every time they've decided to just rush and overwhelm a site, their quick reaction gunplay is so good, and Pandaric don't seem to have an answer when Sicario upped the tempo like that. I mean, B fell under Sicario control immediately that round, and after that, they didn't give it up.
Oh dear, oh dear. I was gonna say the one thing we did have a little note from the chat from. It's a good point actually. The TRG shot on site there did take the arm of Gore off. Do be aware, folks, that if that TRG does not one-shot you, it does a hefty amount of damage to your body, as we hear one go off in the background there, beautifully punctuating the point. The sound of it is just as devastating as the damage it does, honestly.
Just reverberates through the map so menacingly, and fair enough, you know who's wielding it. And that is a scary sight for any team that dares come up against Sicario. But now they're back to slowing it down, Cracked. And we have wondered why, when the tempo is so high, when Sicario is finding these levels of success, they go back to slowing it down when Pandaric seemed to be in a good position to take and win some of these duels. Vados, though, around Generator, had an opportunity to continue to press that advantage, but Lukey will claim a kill back, and now thought about sending some more bullets at Kiyoshima, but Gore's got him covered. It is a 2v3 as Sicario are in a rough spot, but Lukey's still in a dangerous position around Generator, though Pandaric closed things out nicely. That's their 3rd.
I don't know what part of the game so far it is that's gotten into the Sicario squad's head, where they've taken the foot off of the neck of their prey that they had trapped on the floor. For whatever reason, they've decided to release a little bit of that pressure and give Pandaric some breathing room instead of continuing forward with that consistent dominant pace. It wasn't throwing everything at the wall, that inclusive of the kitchen sink and being a bit of a Hail Mary. It very much is just a bullet train being delivered consistently at that higher speed into the Pandaric lineup. And whatever it is, I wonder if maybe a couple of kills did not go their way due to the pace and they're trying to slow it down now, but they need to refine that speed. Because gun for gun, they have shown all season long they are better, and this is why Lukey finds Denny after Denny has Verlex split. Lukey caught in the reload, is almost going to give his life to Svedas. Does go down to a great spawn nade from Duxis. Goes responds though as Gore is banished from that split section. 3v3 though, and as the pace has picked up, this bomb has now found access to the B site. A great grenade out of Kiyoshima from Orange is going to remove the numbers. Duxis. He's going to take a headshot and eat the Ghost bullets and claim the life of the foe as well. Up the ramp he goes. He gets out of the way of Kyo. 2 versus 2. Is this going to pop? No way. Zaki finds Wraith. It's just Dux's.
Hey, they've slowed it down now. Sicario, they've got that last pack down, but Duxis, they're playing with them. Looking for a wall bang. They're split up. This is a Duxis sandwich, and they're going for the deactivation, but Zaki had that covered. The bomb was planted way out in the wide open, and Zaki easily closes that out. That's easy for Sicario to close out. Poor Duxis. I mean, I don't want to be in that position, being caught between 2 deadly forces, the bomb out in the open. There's 0 cover for you, no util as well to make that easier, and that's a good closeout for Sicario, but a 5-3 half. Cracked is what we're looking at right now. Pandaric have shown good fight in their last map of HPL Season 3.
I do think there is more agency on the attacking side. So to say that Sicario have come out 5-3 there, that to me, as a team and an underdog, is a job well done from the Pandas. Taking 3 out of 8 of the attacking rounds off of the top team in the league is absolutely the kind of mentality you want to be going into this type of a game with. The question is, how far can they now leverage that slight knock in the confidence from Sicario to try and take a map back? Is it possible we see an overtime, let alone points in the Panderic's pockets?
I think we're asking for a bit much right now. Let's check in here after a couple of rounds on the Sicario defensive side, because yesterday against Decoded, they were so aggressive through B, and we're seeing it again already. Panderic have a player that's positioned over near towards B, seeing if they can cut off maybe a rotation from Sicario as the action is over towards H. Your typical fighting over generator, seeing if you can get any space there through med. Take out a player playing pillar. Anyone that's playing a bit extra aggressive as Furlex is right now, but they're not punished for it just yet. Gore will down them. It's a trade for Panderic, and Svedas adds to the kill feed now, 4v3.
Big backup from Svedas there, actually. The call comes out. He doesn't get challenged crossing curtain to help cards, and Svedas puts his gun where it needs to be for the Panderic side, underneath med. This is going to give him the numbers advantage, and although a slightly over-aggressive peek into curtain afterwards goes the way of goes and claims one of the lives back from the Pandas, it does still leave them 3 versus 2, and with a good rotation inbound. The bomb is the latest one to this site, so Zaki is going to be here before the bomb is going to get planted. The question is, Zaki or Wraith, who is going to win this duel? Because this is the crucial turning point in the round. Wraith wins this, it's Panderic favored. Zaki wins this, and it's going to start to fall apart. His Goes is on the flank.
Oh, they're ready for this. Denny's in position, and bullets will activate Denny as they push through, but that leaves Wraith all alone on sites, has some support down range, but Gore can't win their duel with Zaki. Sicario close out a strenuous round, but they still get the job done. Panderic let round 1 of their attacking side slip.
I want to say that Sicario played it well. They played the Denny knowledge. They knew that he was going to be playing that sort of deep flank, the rotating angle, and making sure that, you know, watching that back angle as well as the initial point of contact. I mean, Sicario recognized that their most important fight is in front of the point, and instead of ever taking that fight, they just hold that pressure and the concentration from Panderic, and they take the fight through Pixel instead. Really smart outplays from the 3 members left alive together, and some good communication to have it play out.
All right, Sicario again playing that aggressive player up through B, again pushing towards the apartments van, and that's so much space gained now knowing that it is likely an A hit, so Sicario will position as such. Panderic, though, aren't pressing any kind of real pace advantage. They're sitting back, playing for picks again, and it worked last round. It got them a plant, got them control of B temporarily before we all know what happened. Now, fighting around generator, see what Furlex can do. This time, not getting aggressive, instead playing back and making sure that no one gets aggressive there up on A plat. But it's an opening kill again for Furlex, though. They are taken out in response.
Yeah, Dux' crosshair positioning was just a couple to the left, Nephew. Should have been a little bit more on the right-hand side, and they'd have been able to line up that top med shot, actually. Great effort from Dux there, but not quite managing to find the discipline needed to get the perfect first bullet shot. Goes down on site. A second on site from Goes is going to hold that one relatively comfortably with support from Lukey at the generator. Duxis working that top med angle. He's trying to find a pick of their own. And, well, there's something I want to point out, Bepic. These 2 players up on the nose of the map right now. And that Sicario rotating member, well, that's a decoy. And we call that a decoy for a reason where I'm from. And that's because he has taken 1 player completely out of this round. And in doing so, he's now gone all the way behind him. Goes, finds the first challenge onto the bomb on site. Duxis does take out the site member, but Zaki's there for 2. Wow. And here, oh, Wraith finds that rotation. He holds his discipline on the nose and catches him coming out of his own spawn down med.
That's the good news. The bad news is there's 10 seconds left, and Panderic don't have a bomb plant. Needs to go for kills now, and Sicario, no way they give it to him, especially with Zaki behind his smoke. I mean, this round's over. Sicario won it. Wraith did a great job watching that aggressive Sicario flanker, but the rest of his team didn't do their job. They had to secure site, but Sicario locked it down.
Yeah, it's too little, too late. And for Wraith at that point in time, although he does pick the guy on the rotation, like you mentioned, the question we're almost asking ourselves now is, well, both Wraith and that Sicario member that was playing that long rotation were there for so long. Could one of the two of them try to have taken the tempo in the gameplay and tried to make that rotation happen? You'd have to think really from a Panderic perspective. That would have been a good fight to try and take to push through.
Kiyoshima again is taking a lot of space towards B. And moving up aggressively as well as the rest of Sicario. The typical A players. Furlex and Goes will move up, but Kiyoshima lighting up the kill feed with a double to open things. And well, this round is a non-starter for Panderic. They can't get anything as Kiyoshima notches a 3K to shut down any hopes of Panderic having chances. And he'll cap it off with a 4. That was dominant from Sicario.
Yes, that is the same pro player from Counter-Strike. Yes, that is the same Kiyoshima. And yes, that is a 4-piece. A ridiculous performance out of Kiyoshima there. And Bepic, not only was the 4K crazy, I've got to highlight that third kill there. You see the minimal pixels which Kyo slits that bullet through the left side of the yellow van and the corner of the cubby towards 90 to get the kill from. That is actually gross shots out of Kiyoshima there. That being said, this brings us to map and series point for Sicario. One more to slam home their success in our first of 4 featured games on your final Super Sunday.
Look at this from Sicario. No one on the B site this time around. They go heavy aggressive towards the apartments van, and now it's heavy aggression through A main, and for Panderic, they're completely caught off by it. Everyone's dead. I'm still trying to make my point setting up the round, and Sicario have basically ended this series 2-0. It's just Wraith alone, which has been the story, as they're the ones watching the aggressive Sicario players through B, and that leaves them as the only player to pick up the pieces, as Sicario have shattered Panderic's dreams on Bull. 9-3, a respectable performance from Panderic, but that's expected from Sicario. 9 are expected of them. For Panderic, it's good they got 3. That's the best team in HPL, and they will remain as such.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to the close the final map and the final match for your Season 3 HPL EU champions. That is the dominant, the undefeated, and now back to back to back to back, continually known as probably the most consistent top-tier dominating team in the EU scene. They've also crowned themselves Season 3 champions. Congratulations to Sicario after, and I'm going to reiterate it again, folks, an undefeated performance throughout the season. And not just undefeated, okay? I want to put this down to the point of actual full accuracy right now. Sicario have gone 2-0 for the entire season. They have not dropped a map. They have not drawn a map. No, drawing a map and going one apiece would not be good enough for this squad, given this performance. And with a 63 round difference going into today, okay?
77.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A total of extra plus 18, knocking off the 5 rounds that they didn't get across the 2 maps, exactly leaves them at a plus 77, astronomical round difference, okay? And I'm going to put this into perspective for those of you that remember the facts from last season. Panderic's round differential was of a similar negative level last season due to some rough matches, to show you how astronomical a difference that is. The Sicario squad have 100% solidified in my mind that they are right now the top team in the scene. Give a team, maybe a couple of Russian teams out there that could probably give them a really good run for their money.
Unbelievable. They're the most complete team. I mean, Kiyoshima's fragging power is unbelievable. You have Furlex on any sniper of choice, and he is one of the best long-range riflers in the game. Zaki on a secondary op, I mean, we saw that yesterday, was unbelievable. This team, with Go's aggression as well, Go's has become such a fun player to watch since joining this team, and Lukey's just really, really, really good. I can't think of an extra way to compliment Lukey. Just so stable, so effective at closing out rounds. I don't know how you beat this team right now. Sicario is complete, and really only Oil Rig had a decent go at taking a map off them, and even then came up short. Sicario is the best of the best in Europe, and it's not close.
No, absolutely. And before we do quickly send it to a short interval between the games, we are going to talk a little bit about the development of the Pandemic squad as well. It's all right us sitting here and shouting about the praises of our top tier team that have secured that success on the day, but it is a tip of the hat to the Pandemic squad that, like we said, did have that rather detrimental round difference at the end of Season 2. This time, they've gone nearly double better, all right, halving that round differential and upper place from the bottom of the table. Not only that, they took home a victory versus those friendly guys that haven't looked like one of the weaker teams in the table, given the fact they're sitting in that 5th position, as well as a draw versus Decoded, who is below them. Maybe that draw versus Decoded at the end of their season could be a looking point for the Pandemic squad. A victory there with a team that is sitting below them on the table could find themselves fighting for one of those, maybe the 5th and 6th spot, maybe even being in contention on the final day for that 4th and 3rd position. So stepping stones from the Pandas, good to see them improving drastically season upon season, and we will be excited to look forward to seeing them coming back with their efforts to qualify through from those qualifiers for the next season later on in the year. That being said, the next time we're going to get to see these two teams before that is going to be an EU elimination tournament on the horizon. All right, and more details about that and all that action coming on a bit later on in the show. But for now, Bepik, I believe it's time to what is it we say, re-up, reload, restock.
They all work. We got to get ready for the next match, to put it simply. We have TFG and Decoded coming up next on broadcast, and that's going to be a fun one. You just referenced how good TFG have looked throughout this season. We'll see if they can close things out with a victory over a Decoded team that's in a similar boat. They need a win to cap off their HPL Season 3 performance. So make sure you are entering the HPL giveaways, !HPL giveaway in Twitch chat right now. We're giving away keys, giving away goodies here for your benefit, just for watching some Tarkov Arena Cracked. I'm a little bit jealous right now. I'm busy casting. I can't enter the giveaway.
No, but you certainly can get your name in the hat, Mr. Bepik. Those casters here, although we might not be able to necessarily claim the key, all right, we can still have our chance to win the RNG roll of the dice on the day, and then it'll get re-rolled for one of those lucky guys in the chat. But always love to get involved in that. And hey, I will say one thing, Mr. Bepik, all right? Everybody wins prizes. My fiance is proof to that, okay? You're currently sat on a brand new Gigabyte ICE monitor that was brought courtesy of one of the previous Hunt events, which my partner sat in the lounge, not one room behind me, and one from the chat, all right? So real people do win real prizes, folks, all right? All you got to do, ! giveaway in the chat, and the Hunt Hot prize line will continue to bless you as we can.
All right, I think it's break time. Well, let's get ready for TFG Decoded coming up here in a second. Don't go too far, because the Hunt premiere presentation of HPL EU Season 3 will be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to part 2 out of 4 today here on our Super Smashing Sunday, the final day of the EU HPL Season 3 with all of the entertainment ready. Still left in the store for you guys to enjoy for the rest of the day. We've already had one barnstormer of a game out of Panderic and Sicario, but we've got 3 more awesome matches to show you. And before we talk about the next one, let's introduce to you who is here bringing you that amazing action today. That's right, I'm Cracked Wisdom, as always, back with the bald head, a cap, and some terrible commentary alongside some kooky, crazy comments. Joined today by the beautifully youthful Mr. Bepic in the booth. Bepic, it's been blessing action all day so far. We've been gifted. Are we going to see more?
Oh, absolutely. Three more matches coming up today. I get day 5 is so important here at HPL that we've added an extra match to the stream deck. So I'm hyped for it. I mean, I think Sicario and Panderic was a good little undercard matchup. I think we all expected Sicario to notch a 2-0 in that lineup. I am proud of Panderic for getting the 3 on Bull. I said 3 or 4 rounds is a success for them, so good fight on the second map, which was Sicario's map pick. But going forward, the Friendly Guys and Decoded, this is where it gets a little serious now, as TFG, I think, are trying to cement themselves as a potential top 5 lineup in HPL completely, get away from the bottom side of the table. But Decoded, at the bottom side of the table, are trying to escape from the grasps of 8th place today.
Yeah, and this is a Decoded lineup that in the previous season was the dark horse that actually overperformed versus the expectations of them and placed really well, that now find themselves at the bottom of the table, even given a couple of good results. I mean, Panderic find themselves in the lead above Decoded thanks to a victory versus those Friendly Guys. Decoded went 1-1 versus the other Friendly Guys, as well as Panderic, which both being draws, only getting a 1 point apiece versus that one victory from TFG from one match from Panderic being more economical for 3 points. In addition to this, and we're going to sort of build the layer upon layer upon layer of the triangle inside of this one here, okay? Because TFG, OFG, and Decoded, as well as Panderic, although not inside of this triangle, are the 4 really that have kind of been bouncing up and down between those positions on the table. TFG beat OFG 2-0, rather convincingly in the second map, 9-2, 9-7 in the first, much closer. Decoded versus OFG went 1-1. Theoretically, given TFG beating OFG, Decoded drawing with them, that would say that TFG are coming into today on paper as our favourites to win the matchup. Decoded, however, living true to their name as the Dark Horse, I would definitely not be challenging the guys in the chat, shall we say, for those putting the channel points on a draw today, personally.
I think that makes sense. I think this is a matchup that is in the wheelhouse for both teams to get in with a draw, maybe snag a second map win as well. We are playing Fort and Skybridge back to back. I don't know how many times we've actually seen those two as the 2 maps played out in a series, considering they are the least picked through HPL Season 3. So we are starting off on Fort. It is TFG's map pick, and then Skybridge is Decoded's map pick. So I'm excited. We get Fort in back-to-back, actually to-back matches. If we're looking forward at Oil Rig versus Ancestral coming up in a bit. But looking at this matchup, Cracked, I'm excited to see Fort and Skybridge.
So a little bit of background information for the guys at home, obviously, for those that remember from Season 2, Frost previously TFG Frosty, the snowman with that shotgun, familiar from the Season 2 highlights, and that TFG roster now part of the Decoded roster. So a little bit of inner team rivalry there. Will Frost be crowned as having made the better decision by the end of the season and going to the Decoded roster? Or are TFG going to have found somebody that stepped up to replace those very large shoes that were filled by Frost when playing on that TFG side with an equal or better player? Well, the question that's being asked will be then fully displayed for us on show in our final match for these two teams for this season today. The teams going up into this match will be the TFG squad, captained and led by Call Me Joe, Powerhouse, follow up with Stripey and Alex, Maddox and Scotty, and additional players there that have subbed in and out throughout the season to help them too. Smoke and Sigma Wolf, both on the sidelines there. They're going up against Decoded, and well, that lineup, Mr. Beffick, has also seen familiar play from the subs as well as the main roster too.
And I think there are threatening players on both sides of the map to keep an eye on. Ashtray Pot was a great leader for Decoded yesterday, and their matchup against Sicario was a big reason why they took some impressive rounds on Skybridge off of the Sicario team that we just saw and know to be as dominant as they are. And then on TFG, Maddox's nades on Bull were unbelievable. I could not believe some of the kills that they were getting with straight up utility that were swaying rounds in TFG's favor over the other friendly guys when we saw that matchup on stream. It was a lot of fun to watch, and I think TFG bring maybe a more complete roster to the table, but Decoded can put up a really good fight. Ashtray Pot has shown that they've got good leadership skills and can rally this team, albeit in 8th place, maybe to a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ashtray yesterday came with a little bit of flair of his own, a couple of flick shots on that TRG. A beautiful headshot right to left over the top of the generator on Ball yesterday from Ashtray was one of the highlight memories for me while sitting in that watch party in the Discord alongside watching the beautiful cast out of Horton Beffick from yesterday, which was another phenomenal experience, as always is when coming to join in for a Hunt Premier EU or NA HPL day. Now, with that being said, I'm going to actually look at the potentials for each of these two teams to take an advantage into the first map here. And the one thing that always leads my first leading question, especially on Fort, Mr. Beffick, is the AXMC, the TRG have both seen a lot of use in this season. Fort is not necessarily the most comfortable map for that kind of gameplay,
right?
Because of the range differential. Are we going to see Ashtray on that sniper here? Is he going to be able to make it work for the team to their advantage? Or are we going to see that kit selection be the downfall of the side? Because we've not had that so often recently, but back in the original days of the HPL, starting out even in Teamfight, there were quite a few maps that were decided based off of a poor kit selection or a very advantageous kit selection. I feel the more the meta develops in Arena, the more that's going to become a little bit more relevant to our overall scenario as well.
I think Ashtray being the IGL helps a little bit. They can play around themselves if they feel so inclined. It becomes a bit easier to call for that. And I mean, there are sight lines. I'm thinking maybe a B ramp hold or across A sites towards the archway there. Maybe there are lines for Ashtray to sway rounds in their favor. But I don't know. I come in here without a ton of knowledge about what Ashtray likes to do on Fort. We haven't seen it a ton this season, and so that's going to be interesting. I think how they want to play this, because they are starting to code it as on the attacking side on Fort. So I'm thinking kind of defensive sight lines for a sniper rifle, and I'm not sure if, since they're starting first half on the attack, if they do want to commit to using a sniper rifle.
I know from a player that I've been working very, very closely with in the last couple of weeks that is familiar with their DMRs and the TRG. It's something that they're actually considered in their region for being one of the top of their class in best known players on those weapons. A man by the name of Scooby, who his opinion on the side of this map is that a DMR actually, or even just something with a shorter barrel in general, is more favored here. The barrel length is just a little bit too long, even for that TRG, the AXMC, even sometimes the SR25, because of the way Ball is designed, to be worth taking those disadvantages versus having the kit where it excels. So it's an interesting perspective from a player that has much more knowledge, even from my perspective, with my experience of the game, as to how really the niche of those types of kits fits this type of map. So the overlying tone, I think, is rather an SR3M, rather an AK-12, rather a Spear, which has been really consistent at getting through thicker targets at the moment. Interesting to see. This is what I love about Arena, because the teams are going to
So
show
deep.
us. We don't need to guess. We can just let them bring their ideas to the table, and then we can speculate.
It is so interesting, the intricacies of Arena esports. I mean, on the surface level, like it doesn't look super deep. I mean, you don't have an economy to think about like other games, and it is just first to 9. It's fairly quick, but there is so much to think about with the kits, with the deeper positional strategies and the advanced gunplay that just Tarkov in general gives you. It's definitely why I've been drawn to this esport. It is a lot of fun to watch and learn about and get sucked down the rabbit hole into. And you're right, the players do get to show us just each day of competition how they are developing the metas of Arena competition at the moment. And I mean, even teams like Decoded and TFG, who may not be your Sicarios, your Oil Rigs, your 8sins of HPL, but they are still the best of the best right now. They're playing an HPL for a reason, and they are bringing new strategy to the table with every passing day of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you at home that are maybe just joining us to watch some competitive Arena for the first time, a little bit of information for you. It doesn't quite work out the same as your 5v5 Arena shooters that you're familiar with. We're not in the same scenes of Valorant where there's an economy to be spent at the beginning of each round, where you can adjust your kit selection, maybe take a bit more util or go for a slightly more larger magazine capacity for the one round, running an Odin or something like that from the Valorant scenes. Okay, this is different here in Tarkov, all right? That economy battle you do before you go into the game, all right? Every kit has a meta score, and your economy balancing is how you kit out your selected choice to max out the most of those points being used to a total 1,300 point cap. Okay, it's split across your armor, across your guns, and across your medicine and utility. And those 3 separate areas combine to an overall meta score, and it's displayed in your kit selection. That economy battle that players do round after round in other titles is much more hardcore in a sense here in Tarkov, and very respective of Tarkov as a whole as a title, right, Bepik? It's not an easy game. You don't get given chances to make mistakes. You are locked in for that kit for half of your competitive match. So if you make a mistake in the prep, you don't get a chance to fix it until you've played 8 rounds.
It is so interesting how you are just locked into your mistakes if you commit the mistakes early on, or advantages that you can press throughout a map. It is cool to see work done even before a series gets underway, and those are the intricacies that we are talking about, and how these teams have to be so prepared for matches, how every little round matters when it comes to your positional strategy, but even outside of the series, every single second of team preparation matters. And even though the esport isn't at the moment at a spot where players can commit to this full time, which is what we've learned talking to players about their practice schedules, a lot of it is just we practice when we can. We don't have a set scrim schedule. We just pull ourselves together when we can for the love of the game. And I think that's really cool at the start of an esport. Like, it's just straight passion that we are building the scene off of.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of things that are rising up around the community to help support that kind of an environment. Things like the TPL, where both the NA and the EU scene and the CIS scene and the APAC scene have what's called a flood text channel, where somebody expresses interest in wanting to play a competitive game, not just a ranked hub game, but against people that are at a similar competitive level, all right? And it's open to all teams that are within any form of a semi-pro to pro competitive level in Tarkov, and that TPL Discord has been popping daily. All right, I know my American team we've been doing some work with constantly in their outsider scrims, as are the EU teams, to try and get just some of those 5v5, comp mindset based players on the other half of the pitch to them, so they can continually develop individual skill level and then, utility, because this is where a lot of players I know will take grenades in that they've been practicing in those custom lobbies, and they're throwing the dead nades to their teammates, and they go, right, well, we don't really want to show it off in a scrim because we want to keep this. It's our little trick. We've got our little flair, a little bit of special. So let's just do it in ranked games, and you throw the nade over and over and over when you know a guy's sitting there until you can get it every round, time and time again. So, things like the TPL all lovely to see, coming out of the scenes, out of the background, to help give players something to immerse themselves with that minimal time in between, keeping a day-to-day lifestyle. Now, like you said, though, if we continue to get people that do commit that time, turn up, come and watch these amazing events, like all of you awesome people out there in the chat right now, the scene will continue to grow. We can evolve to a point where we can start giving these players that comfort and confidence in being able to maybe take a step away and really lock in. I mean, the players are already doing crazy things with what they've got now, Bepic. One could only imagine if these guys were given free realms.
I was astonished yesterday by Maddox on TFG, the nade lineups that they were pulling off on Bull. At one point, they had, I think, 8 kills, and 4 of those 8 kills, about half, were from nades, and they were barely using their gun. It was hilarious, but that's just the development that we are seeing. That knowledge can swing a map in your favor, and TFG went on to dominate on Bull, even though that was the TOFG map pick, and it was thanks to picks like that, just getting those little advantages in your favor with the little extra that you put in when it comes to your preparation, that can result in a win and extra money up the table. That is massive for these players, considering it's not full-time. Any extra money helps them get closer to putting more time into improving their skills, their team skills, and just the arena scene as a whole. So it's building it bit by bit, the little strategies, the little extra bits of time here. It's cool to watch.
It's a very important match for the result as well. We've got I know we've been knocking about a bit of comedy here, folks, as we are going to be getting into the game very shortly, but we're just going to make sure you guys are fully enthralled and enthused before we get into the real nitty-gritty of it. So for Decoded right now, this is a chance to step off the bottom of the table here, okay, folks? Decoded take home a 2-0 victory here. They gain 3 points with Panderic's loss in the first match. That would move them off the 8th position, above the Pandas into 7th, and would claim them a consolation prize of a bit of pride and a little bit of a dust off the shoulders, I think, Mr. Bepic. We're like, we might have taken a rough tumble down Season 3, but we come out the other side of it and we're okay. We're still standing strong, all right? Flip side to this, TFG have a chance to solidify their spot, okay? A victory here with OFG having a game in hand at 2-0 will make it impossible for OFG to rise above them on the standings and take that 5th spot. So both teams here looking for a 2-0 victory to really make a difference versus their table standings without leaving it in somebody else's hands.
All right, well, enough talking from us two with just our faces on the screen. You get us talking now with actual gameplay, which I know you are all here to see. And Scotty has stolen the spotlight here at the start of round 1 with a double kill to kick things off. Joe will add to the falling members of Decoded, and this is a great beginning for the friendly guys.
Yeah, call me Joe now, changed to call me Slow, only because Scotty slapped 2 quick kills before Joe could get in on the action. Now Joe claims himself his consistent 3rd, and the captain continues to charge on from the TFG squad. Xbabu, who has been a shining light from the Decoded squad throughout the entirety of the season, one of the more consistent players, is going to pick up that of Strikey. Knock down one of the first of the friendly guys, but Alex outside of the quad, pushing up towards that angle, is going to find the trade out. Agurkus is going to be left all alone with no home and many blue warriors to have to deal with. That's going to see him sitting down. TFG comfortably take the first round.
I love the celebration there at the end, with Stripey jumping back and forth, trying to jump across their teammates' bullets. But TFG earned that celebration. Scotty started them off phenomenally, shutting down any hopes of an effective early Decoded attack. They had to regroup, Decoded did, and even then, all they found was that one Fabu kill all throughout round 1. That was dominant from TFG, and it was a full team effort as well. It was only Maddox that didn't notch themselves a kill. That was a great hold around A, and now, again, moving back towards that A side. Decoded at the start, but Frost up front will take first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Call Me Joe getting himself absolutely put down there, unfortunately, by a great shot from Frost. If you're a TFG fan, if you're a Decoded fan, you're going to be cheering at seeing the captain collapse very quickly by that of a previous TFG member. Scotty now, though. Scotty! He says, no, you're not thinking about anything down jungle. Oh, okay. Oh, click! Scotty! Oh, no, that's no bullets, my friend.
We've all been there. Just out of bullets. Scotty wasted them all in the first 2 kills, which I think is a pretty good investment as they again open up around with a double up for TFG, and it leaves, Maddox and Alex alone to try and finish off what Scotty started. But Decoded are looking so good at the moment. They're recovering this second round. 3v1 A dangerous prospect for any team with the 3 members on Fort today, apparently. But Decoded with just Alex to contend with and the device going down, they should be in a good spot.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the Curry cosplay out of Maddox at some point inside of this game as he went full Golden State Warriors in the previous one, like you said, with some mythical magic of those grenades coming out of the quick flick of the wrist. And a couple of Kobe's landing home crucial kills. This time, no utility chaos so far. Calamities caused by weaponry all around. And Decoded's Frost is going to find himself, I believe that's the 3rd for the round after the entry frag. And one in the middle. Sees them. It's 4 for Frost. He finds just one short of the ace as the Gurkhas got that one onto Scotty. Interesting.
Quite the way to announce yourself as present on Fort, as Decoded. Looked a little bit lost at the start of the map, but hey, you reset for round 2, you make sure you're all good to go. That's why we play towards that 9th round for the winning side. It takes a while to separate yourself completely from your opponent here, and Decoded showed that round 1 did not define them, and will set up for potentially a lead-taking round, but Joe has already downed Frost, and that is a quick engage. Alex will add another one. TFG not taking their last round loss lightly.
Yeah, TFG looking for a full team ace here. 1 kill apiece per player so far. Joe's trying to... Joe with a jump shot! Headshot out straight inside of the stairs to heaven! And it's not just stairs to heaven! That is the stairway all the way to God's golden throne himself. Call me Joe hits a clean one outside of mid.
So that's what TFG was practicing in their round 1 celebration, with players jumping around, shooting at each other in preparation to use that strategy on Decoded players. Ashtray tried a no-scope shot as well, but Joe's jump shot was just a little bit better than the no-scope, and that is a big kill to sway that 3rd round in TFG's favor.
Yeah, he says in front of the big rock, stop. Call me headshot Jot. He's ready for the big bounce. He flies out of the angle, kills 1, and then that finishes himself off a nice fat 3-piece. The captain from TFG leading by example. Stripey on that infamous Ash 12 is going to start it out this time. Maddox put one onto a Gurkhas. No grenades needed, Bepic. They're all just being saved for the wayside as the gunplay is clinical and flawless.
Decoded
Great shot, speaking of.
Oh, that's clean. Could barely see Maddox and still was able to claim the kill, and now repositions back of sight. And we'll see if TFG's expecting that with Faboom moving up through the smoke again. There is no sight line here on B to work with now. As the smoke does dissipate, we will re-engage. Alex and Spiral was spotted by Fabu quickly and down as they now need 4 consecutively. That's 2, but turns around. All right, when we saw a big striping. Repositioning now, sets up a crossfire. That's not even necessary. Scotty polishes things off for a TFG 3rd round win.
I got concerned for a second there, and you know the game's going to be great when we're gasping in anticipation in between each of the micro comments we're making and juggling the passing here to the... I actually want to give it to Stripey. I thought there was a slight misplay as the reload on ramp left the back of Fabo exposed. Stripey aggressively swings off a vault whilst he's not got the gun in hand. There's a potential chance to take that there, but I actually prefer the closeout where he swings to support Scotty in a 2v1 angle to the most likely point of challenge, and that there gives them that numbers advantage to close it out without risking the 50-50. So I really like the adjustment from Stripey there, even though originally I might have been deceived.
Ooh, Joe's tucked himself into bed here, and it is nice. Joe now can contest ramp and just laying bullets out. Is going to run out soon. 47 in hand still. Actually, not even close to running out. Dumped a lot of bullets to stop that ramp push. Find a couple of important kills. And that one position from Joe right there is enough to shut down Decoded completely.
We might have to be calling him King of Fort after this. 7-2. Joe is off to a tear. 4-1.
7 kills, yeah. 4-1.
I mean,
TFG is on a rampage with Joe. The helm of it, Cracks. Got us stumbling just a little bit. This is unbelievable breaking down what he's done so far.
It's the kind of dominance that Joe has been missing since he's taken over this TFG squad at the beginning of Season 2. The one thing that this TFG squad has seen strength with is that the 4 members that surround this captain have always been able to fire off regardless of who are riding those 4 spots. But Call Me Joe being able to take the lead is absolutely stepping up today. Shots inside of mid do find Scotty falling down first. Actually, that'll be the jungle position, I believe. Wait, where has Scotty died? They've changed positioning completely. So Joe's going to get Ashtray. A mix-up from both sides is finding both the casters and the teams confused. We're all challenging for mid now in some sort of a sandwich situation. Agurkus is going to double swing. He actually has one isolated as Joe does find a good angle deep on the left-hand side. Bomb is down. 3 deep out of jungle. Frost finds one as Joe gets caught through the smoke.
Frost still peeking around, has really torn this round open, and Alex tried to end that, but Frost has 3, I believe. Won't get the ace as Nunnel is able to take down Maddox themselves, though Dakota have set themselves up in a perfect spot to close out this round with a win, and Nunnel will close with a 2K, but Frost set that up, Cracked, right there, with a big 3 kills to open up that round. I'm not sure where Scotty died either. I never saw the X on the mini-map, but I know Scotty's typically the A player, and that was obviously the hit came in, so I have to imagine it was around Arches that Frost found that kill and then was able to push into A with that.
Really, really important point to focus on at home, folks. Frost and Call Me Joe have been having that duel in the middle chamber between B and A. So Dakota decided to take that high fragging player in Frost, take him out of that equation where Joe is beating him consistently now, and put him somewhere else to make use of, which they did. Scotty goes down, and Dakota find themselves access to the site for a second point. So a good adjustment out of Dakota, but what have TFG got in response? Stripey finds the first onto Ashtray. Agurkus gets the response as Call Me Joe goes down again. Alex and Scotty double up for 2 quick. Stripey finds the third to fall it down. Oh, Agurkus, you are now in a place you do not want to be. Trapped between Alex and Stripey, and Alex finds the back shots.
Alex, way to close that out there. Poor Agurkus, left all alone in, I think it was kitchen that they found themselves in, just waiting for the TFG swarm to close them out. But 5-2, already a first half win for the friendly guys, and it's off the back of Call Me Joe, who has stepped up 9 big frags to get them early advantages. But now we're seeing the kill feed lit up by the rest of the team. Alex with the closeout there is notched their 5th. Stripey and Scotty have been massive at the start of rounds, 6 and 7 respectively, but Dakota need an answer that's not named Frost, who's been a massive bright spot, but it won't be Fabu this round. Maddox has made their presence known with an aid.
Curry Cosplay comes in. There's the first. Ashtray has decided none of that nonsense, though. Only shut down after allowing 1. Now, 4v4. Frost finds Alex out of spawn. That one's going to come up from cannons. That's a great shot out of Frost to be able to deny the response in the rotation. Scotty on the deep flank is going to find a ridiculous kill into Ashtray. Joe finds one on the point to Agurkus, and suddenly this is flipped on its head. Again, Frost turns the tides, and it goes back in the favor of Decoded. We're back 2v2. Bomb is on site. Stripey has good position to cover it, but this is a straight up 50-50 now. It's going to come down to gunplay. Both teams have strong positions.
I'd bank on Frost here in a straight-up duel, and Frost will make their presence known, but turns around quickly, downs the player on site, and then dispatches Frost as well in Spiral. What a transfer of the spray. They were ready for any Decoded player to peep their head around any corner, and TFG get a 6th.
I didn't believe you until Frost opened the frags, then you had me believing. I was there in your pocket the whole way, and Stripey denies the odds. The first from the site, he knew full well he had to flick to him in mini, but he makes the shots count, and the Ash 12 brings home the round.
That's crazy. Stripey reacted so quickly to flick over to Frost. That's basically a 90-degree turn. Looking left on site, finishing that kill, knowing Frost is already fighting, could turn on you at any moment, and without a care in the world, Stripey turns around and gets that big kill to close out that round. That's impressive. TFG have come to play today.
And we talked about kit selection going into this game being crucial. Stripey is at home on his team fight main known gun, his main weapon, his Ash 12 that he came into the scene swinging like a baseball bat, dealing damage to anybody in his path. Now back again, displaying that comfort in the clutch moment on the right kit, able to clutch up 1v2.
Shows what these players can do when they are comfortable on a map, but we can't even continue to break down that clutch because Frost is already back alive, and that's a dangerous idea for TFG, though Stripey again gets the better of him, and now is jumping across open gaps. I cannot believe Stripey has the gall to jump right there and isn't punished for their aggression. Now Agurkus will try and challenge Stripey, but they're ready for it. Stripey's on one right now, has taken that clutch there at the end of the last round and is transferring it to TFG's attacking side.
I mean, he had to there. Look where the bomb went down. That position that Stripey's taken up has given TFG access to be able to pick that bomb back up and continue the approach. If he didn't have this forward position, Agurkus and non-3 LTV from the long angle can just hold the long lane on the bomb. But what it also does is it gives them this, which is quick access to a potential rotation. Now they're going to probe towards Colt, Scotty, Stripey, Into, the 2 of 3 TFG members left alive, looking to try and rotate out. Also additional, here comes Donut, now up towards the mid stairs. And all 3 members are going to go with the safe rotation. Now, at this point in time, speed is of the essence. Oh, wow. Smoke's still saved for the headshot as well. It's going to be big. Non-3 is out into the 90 angle quickly, though. Scotty's going to know he's going to have to challenge this. Gets peeked. Non-3 doesn't find the shots.
Oh, and that would have been a big pick to find, especially with the smoke blooming now on site. Instead, Gurkus spams through it, and Scotty returns fire. Both players blind. Scotty gets the better of them, and this is a 2v3 advantage TFG. But when you've still got Ashtray Pot alive, I'd bet on you any day of the week, but Ashtray's been struggling. Only 1 kill thus far, and will end round 9 with just 1 as well. And now, Nonal left alone. Stripey's low on health, but Scotty and Maddox have plenty of HP to work with. This is an almost impossible situation to 1v3 from.
I mean, it's headshot box as well, and this scenery here is very much pennable from multiple angles. Stripey's prone out now in the angle. It's got 1 to challenge close on the left, and there's no way he gets across scenery to scenery without Scotty getting an unfortunate timing, and that's what happens, is the head's going to roll its way right on out into the open. TFG claim themselves their 7th, 7-2 now.
They're on a tear, and this is what we've seen. I mean, teams that come into series as underdogs are typically able to take a couple of rounds early, and then after that, the more favorited team. And I thought TFG versus Dakota would be a lot closer than your first round Sicario versus anybody. But still, TFG have come in here, and no rounds have been close. They're closing out extremely well off the back of their stars with Joe, Stripey, and Scotty. Notching almost double digits apiece. Stripey still needs 1, but I'll forgive him considering the big clutch that they had earlier. But hey, here's the star of Dakota getting active with a nade. Ashtray Pot will double their total kills on Fort, and see what they can add now in round 10.
See, Dakota there thought they might have had an aggressive cannons push. He's noticed that Frost had swung deep off the left of the back of spawn to cover and check cannons just to make sure if the TFG side was going to swing on timing, but they had members in support. Now, mid being left very open from Dakota at the bottom end is going to give TFG room to move up towards that center. Agurkus with a good aggressive quick swing is going to find Alex, 1 of 2. Joe goes for the off angle by Proda, now in the middle of that center room. Has Scotty in support. Now let Scotty take the lead. Don't want to have that bomb first point of contact, as if they die and go down, the bomb's in a rough place. Agurkus is playing that spawn. Oh boy.
A kill here would be big, because then TFG can kind of split a push into B if they so choose, or at least make Dakota defend the potential of coming from CT spawn. But Agurkus doesn't let Scotty get that kill, so no space granted for TFG unless they move back towards A, which is completely open. Agurkus will be first on the scene, but will be smoked off as their rotation comes in just a little bit late, as now TFG have planted and can set up. Agurkus runs through the smoke haphazardly, and Stripey was more than prepared.
Yeah, Stripey the Tiger, Stripey the Dolphin, now Stripey the Chameleon, apparently blending in with the scenery in the corner, finds himself surprise jumping Gurkus there. Frost is going to run straight on into the crosshair. If he's not careful, Stripey finds 1, the second cross does get over, but Nonal is going to find himself in a tough spot left in a 1v2. Shots onto Joe, half health down. Joe continues, mouse button 1 warrior. And with 100 rounds in that magazine, I'm sorry, Bepic, but mouse button 1 wins that one every time.
I'd like to back Nonal against a non-sentient mouse, but you're right. Unfortunately, mouse button 1 does come out victorious. That was a good angle as well. Credit to Joe for setting up his mouse for success, though. TFG have been successful all throughout their Fort campaign so far, and Dakota now have to win 6 consecutive just to give themselves an opportunity to win in overtime. This is tough scenes for the team at the bottom of the HPL Season 3 table at the moment, and TFG now can close out Fort. No fuss, especially if they overrun A, which only has 1 player defending.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a poor worksman blames his tools, and a solid plan sets yourself up for success, as Call Me Joe believes in the magazine capacity. 1 does get across Maddox in mid after some trigger discipline, allows him to collect the second one on the late rotation. Now Maddox is going to have tempo behind Ashtray, and he's going to find himself squeezed between the forward line and the back line of the TFG squad. There's Maddox employing that squeeze to execution. 4 versus 3 now. TFG have lost a member, but with the bomb planted and 38 seconds left on the clock, there is not much time left for Decoded to repel this one. Agurkus is going to go down through the smoke, and Scotty's got his crosshair placement on point.
Smoking kills Agurkus twice now, has been thwarted by the plumes of smoke around A, and now TFG can close things out. Like I said, no fuss. 9-2 on Fort will give the friendly guys the win.
That was a phenomenal performance out of the TFG squad there in map number 1. A definite, confident victory there. All of the dad jokes going to be delayed and destroyed apparently by poor commentary at the end of it, but closing it out is going to see TFG Stripe keeping that MVP performance with an 11-3 overall scoreline. Scotty and Joe up at the top there on the docket with 13-5, 12-6, and then Frost rocking up with a strong response and a 13-9, but Decoded do go down 2-9 on the first map on 4.
Well, the top 2 fraggers on Decoded put up a good fight. Frost and rest of the team. 13 for Frost and 12 for the rest of the gang. They just didn't show up there. Frost had good moments, tried to will Decoded into that map, but the friendly guys complete. I mean, the top 3 fraggers for TFG were what got them there. Every one of them had their big moments. Striping with the big 1v2 clutch that we're all going to remember for a little while on B sites, and then Joe with good picks here and there, just racking up the kill feed evenly through the starting rounds on Forts. And I mean, look, the friendly guys look dominant on Fort. And whose map pick was that? Because that was TFG's map pick at the very least. Decoded had good moments on Skybridge yesterday against Sicario, but if they show up like that, where it's just a one-man effort, we might see another 9-2.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like we're doing any disrespect or disservice to the performance out of the other members of Decoded, but right now, the Decoded lineup, and this is something that has seen a familiar trend to their season, is that it's Frost doing Frost things and then highlights of each member sporadically throughout different parts of their games. I mean, Xfabu has had highlight moments where they've pulled off 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v4s, or where they've made their team look like they're going to have some great games, which has led to those one-on-one draws on maps that we've seen them looking like they've had a relatively sort of rough but even run at the bottom of the table here. We need more consistency. I mean, even the likes of Ashtray Pot, and I'm a big Ashtray Pot fan personally, like, you know, great gentleman, good to talk to out of the game, always willing to share wallbang knowledge or cool spots that he's found. You know, he's a really good interactive member of the community. But for me, the Ashtray Pot I know from previously, from like the ACS, was consistently at the top of his game. And right now, that consistency is what's missing from Decoded. And this is what leads them to, from one day we could turn up to casting Bepic and we're like, oh my gosh, Decoded look like they could be a top 4 team right now because they're playing out of their mind. If all 5 cylinders are on, they are, in my mind, a top 4 competing team. But without those cylinders, every engine is only as strong as its weakest component.
And with that map loss, they are locked into the 8th spot in HPL Season 3. So they unfortunately, you know, one team has to be 8th place, and at least they have gotten map wins. They could find their 3rd draw here if they do claw back on Skybridge, but you need to show up to play on day 5 if you want any hopes of climbing the table with a last-ditch effort. And so far, Decoded have not shown up completely. I think you're right. Yeah, they showed glimpses of what they can do this weekend, especially yesterday against Sicario. They had really good rounds against the best team in HPL, and I didn't see any of that, really, against the friendly guys. You know, Frost got them into a couple of rounds where they were able to close things out, but outside of that, that was all TFG, who looked phenomenal right now. You want to talk about all 5 cylinders firing? Those friendly guys are a full team at the moment.
And this is something that teams have to consider coming into the next season of HPL EU in the future, all right? They've got teams like K3 that played in the qualifiers, Nemesis, and so on, other bits and bobs of teams that are forming out there that might just want to pip you into the next season and take their chance at a better run at the standings. So teams like Decoded that have struggled a little bit throughout this kind of season really do need to start knuckling down in between the end of Season 3 and what's coming up to Season 4 if they want to see themselves back in for a Season 4 showing. instead of a different upstart team that might get their chance at success another time around. So, fingers crossed we get to see the Decoded side back. Like I said, a lot of the members in there have a lot of exceptional talent, and when coming together as a whole, that 5-man unit does look like it could do a lot of damage inside of this tournament. That being said, now we have to turn our attention to the main focus for the storyline for the rest of this match, okay? Although, now, there is no result that saves the Decoded squad. Those friendly guys have their final say for their season to stop anything changing for their section of the table. And this is a big one because the other friendly guys who we've joked about from the beginning of the season, where TFG themselves even said that they might be the stronger of the two teams, even though TFG was the OG squad, there's been a lot of banter there. For TFG to be able to retain that ranking above them is a big thing, I think, overall for the mental for that squad, and I think something that the OFG squad can use to motivate themselves for next season as well. We love a good bit of out-of-comp rivalry, but inner-org rivalry and a derby on the day is great as well.
I mean, that was a one yesterday, too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Krabs, Hiding Sheep, some of these new names that have come from that team as well, I have had the pleasure of bumping into in the community through the last couple of weeks. Again, more beautiful human beings that thoroughly deserve the right to be put on stage to show what skills they've got. And I'm delighted that the scene is continuing to grow and expand towards that mentality where we're down for banter, down for a bit of spice and shade on the socials, but once it's all said and done at the end of the day, you leave it on the pitch and we have a good, healthy competition.
TFG with a map win here will have nabbed 8 points overall through HPL, which is a respectable total. Can't crack into the top 4, unfortunately, but hey, 5th place in a stacked HPL, that's not a bad result for the friendly guys. And I mean, I talked about that matchup yesterday against the other friendly guys. 9-7 on Bay 5, and TFG comes out on Bowl and kind of wipes the floor with the in-org rivalry there, which is cool. I mean, you get the banter privileges, you get the pride that comes along with that, and a big 3 points, because today we could have been talking about if that was a draw, TFG having to potentially win here in order to get 5th place in HBL, but they, with that map win right there, can close things out completely moving into Skybridge.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to put themselves at this moment in time where the other friendly guys have to take a 2-0 victory against 8 Sins if they draw with Decoded here to be able to overtake them on the leaderboard. And it will only still be by 1 point at that point in time, all right? The other friendly guys rest on 4 points in the standings. Those friendly guys currently rest at 5. So a draw here puts TFG to 6, and a win for OFG puts them to 7. So TFG have not got their job fully tied up and done for just yet. They've got to put this second map home, I feel, to really be able to ride this all the way out without OFG having a say. Because if this does tie 1 apiece here, I'm sorry, 8 Sins, and OFG does take a 2-0 into 8 Sins somehow, then that does flip the sides, all right? TFG will drop down to 6 and OFG will move up to that 5th place position, and then we might see some spice on the banter and the socials later on.
Oh, if that would happen, I mean, it wouldn't only cause chaos at the bottom half of the table, but at the top as well, because if Oil Rig beats Ancestral, as I'm sure they're favored too, then that would let them jump over 8 Sins, and that would be a chaotic day to end day 5, where things could be simple. I mean, if Oil Rig get their win over Ancestral, I mean, that's to be expected. Same with 8 Sins, and then the table kind of stays the same. But we could still get some chaos on day 5, even though things may look a little bit locked up at the moment. Cracked. Look, this is HPL. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, actually. Let's just take a moment to send a shout out and a hoping, swift recovery for Rapid. Oil Rig were unable to make it to their match yesterday, as was posted out by 8 Sins in that very, very thoughtful post from them, saying wishing all the best of recovery to Rapid, unable to make it to the game yesterday due to health conditions. So fingers crossed, a swift recovery from all of us here at The Hunt to Rapid, in hopes that the Oil Rig squad is going to be able to make it to their match today and get to feature them. We're going to be getting into our second game here, and we will get to talk about that a little bit later on. But again, just wanted to send some well wishes out there, hoping Rapid is feeling good and better from yesterday.
Absolutely, that's a little bit scary. I mean, I can understand having to forfeit a match. That's one of the more understandable excuses to not show up to a series. And I know they wanted to play it, but sometimes life does get in the way of that. But talk about Oil Rig. You're right, Cracked. After this one wraps up, one map to go for TFG and Decoded's HPL Season 3 lives, as Frost will keep things going from Fort. It's a big opening kill, and Decoded have themselves be as it's completely under their control.
Not surprised that we see Frost and Joe dueling straight off the rip again. Agurkus gets an interesting kill and Frost backs him up. Nonal actually picks off Scotty there, and Astray's going to jump into the sights of Stripey. I was wondering whether Astray was going to shoot him for a second there, but I think he was trying to line something up. Nonal closes the round out though, and Stripey's in the most common position in heaven. Decoded take their first, so one to watch for here, Bepic. And Call Me Joe and Frost are going to play very similar positions. And if we're going to follow a similar theme to our first map, that initial point of contact is going to be heavily decisive as to which way the rounds are going to go.
And I'm surprised as well as a quick B hit for Dakota. They leaned a lot towards A yesterday in their Skybridge performance against Sicario, but they were trying to catch TFG off early on and that Dakota attacking side with a lean towards A, but now, I'm sorry, a lean towards B, but now we are leaning back towards A as Dakota move through VIP. Agurkus, if they're prepared for Stripey to be in this aggressive position. It's tucked right in there, and we'll see if that engage ever comes or if Agurkus has to hold back. Looks like they are inching forward, so we'll keep looking at this fight. They check it, and Stripey's down for the count.
To begin with, I wasn't sure Agurkus was going to check that. And then you saw the micro adjustments on the crosshair as he started cutting the angle closer and closer to where Stripey would be visible. You notice full well that he knows what's going on. Alex with the post-smoke nade, actually. Post-plant for smoke. I think, okay, that is some crazy little tech. Alex with the big brain does find the kin onto Nonal. Call Me Joe has Ashtray pot. TFG have set up for this as a retake. This is 100% intended right now. The slow pace out of the TFG squad is catching Decoded off guard as well. Wow, Joe with the lurk through VIP, and he's going to find another.
Okay, there's no way, right? Fabu, that's two. Wow, he won't stop the deactivation. Maddox stuck it. And TFG win a precarious round two that it looked like they were going to roll through, no biggie. But after that duel there at the end, as Fabu takes out a pair of players that lined up for him, I was second guessing myself.
I think everybody fell a little bit prey to some panderitis there. There's a little bit of woulda, coulda, shoulda. The shots as Fabu swung point, I'm not trying to discredit this at all. I mean, target selection is one of the hardest things to do inside a micro under pressure, but if he kills the bomb diffuser there, that's a whole different scenario in part of that two-piece. In fact, I actually would have believed in the confidence of being able to take out all three players in that 45-round mag, should that have been the approach, but nonetheless, the round does go to TFG as he doesn't quite have a big enough mag to re-swing the third. Frost and the big charge down lane 3 is going to find Call Me Joe in the most weird position you'd ever think you'd never be. Down on the floor, he gets up in the wrong timing. Fabu finds his head and fells him for not getting up quickly enough. One apiece. Bomb is on site.
What a ratty spot to find first blood there. That's dirty from Joe. Prone there as well. And TFG will, I suppose, get some karma back thrown their way as Decoded have themselves a player advantage, and B-Site under their tenuous control. Agurkus seems to know where Alex is coming from, and through the smoke, Alex will push. Bullets sent blindly. Alex finds a frag that could turn the tables here for TFG, but do they know there's a player right here? The smoke does fade. They'll try and sneak a ninja defuse, but Decoded close out their advantageous position with a round win.
Okay, so what's going on is TFG are playing to smoke the plant and then get in and play better through the smoke than Decoded are. The only problem is that Decoded have now read this, and Agurkus decides to do exactly the same thing, realizes he doesn't need to get into the smoke, lets Nonal push him out of the smoke initially to go back onto the bomb to defuse it, and in doing so, he sits himself in the exact position you would expect someone to defuse from and gets pre-fired through the smoke by Decoded. So these smoke games back and forth really are starting to get a bit dice rolly. You saw how, I guess both players would have lacked confidence that fight back and forth in the smoke stood up. Frost is going to challenge onto Joe, first point of contact in blue. Joe,
Wow.
this time a smart rotation off a side. This is a good play, actually.
His arm is hurt. It was tagged on the escape, but Joe doesn't lose his life, and that will help now as Frost peeks there around a train, and not only to his demise, now a Gurkus is going rooftop hopping, but Joe downs him as well. That's 2 eliminated for Decoded early on in their push, again, towards B, as TFG put up a great hold.
Yeah, any thought of movement afterwards from Call Me Joe was shut down, though, as Ashtray slams one of those big volley bullets from the top of heaven into his body. 2 from Scotty, though, is going to finish off everybody but Ashtray. And the TFG squad find themselves in strong dominant control for now. The bomb is planted, but Stripey's got that heaven rotation. And it goes to 2 apiece as the bomb gets deactivated. TFG level the tides out, but Decoded look much better here on Skybridge in the opener.
And I think these Decoded B pushes hinge on whether or not they can get through Joe. Because right there, you had a 2-man push. It was Frost moving up there, back of B, getting aggressive, trying to take all the space they possibly could. But Joe shut them down and found 2 frags to start that round off, really. And then TFG sent reinforcements their way. And even though the device was planted, Decoded, once they lost their numbers advantage, had a tough time keeping that bomb from being defused. So 2-2. TFG, good play towards B, and Decoded are really enjoying this B site at the moment. They continue to push out Heaven quite quickly as they sprint towards the B site.
It's an interesting one because B is definitely a lot stronger until, like you say, if that player on site anchors well, does not die, and then kites backwards. Oh, they set up for him this time as Frost finds the reach out from lane 3, running into 2 on the reload. And then he's going to push into red with his back turn. Scotty with good defensive positioning does trade back instantly, though. Nonald is about to respond. Alex in does get the retrade. Red train right now is Plaid Stripe kill feed. Maddox drops one of those great grenades onto Fabu as the plant does not go down.
That's unbelievable. Maddox on the bomb planter's head with that grenade. That was perfectly played, and that's why we call him the nade master. That's what I put in my notes from yesterday. Maddox has those nades on point, knows the geometry, basically a catapult, and, well, it was already a difficult 2v2 for Decoded before they killed their teammates, and this should be TFG's round all sewn up.
Absolutely. What's really ironic in my mind is the TFG squad at the beginning of Season 2 made a hype trailer which included a video of all of the TFG members getting run over inside a VIP in a pile of bodies. Well, now how the tides have turned, looking stronger in their last game of the season than they did when that previously happened. The pile of bodies inside a red train falls in their favor, and Skybridge looks a little bit more like it could be a TFG map, with them now one in the lead. It is only 3-2, but they do seem to be weathering this B push more and more the more it comes at them.
For Decoded, I'm wondering if they do go back to A. Out of the 5 rounds we've started on Skybridge with, they've only gone to A just 1 time after yesterday using it a lot to some decent degree of success against Sicario, but now it does look like it is an A hit. TFG still keeping 2 players at B. So it's more of a heavier defense for TFG around the A site, but they're playing back. They're holding passive angles, and that smoke turn Decoded for now. Alex will move in, take some space, and play a bit more aggressive before being smoked off and returning to that back 90 spot.
Well, big pick, actually, though, because the rotation was coming in from TFG to move it to 4 versus, and Ashtray catches the rotation, and then a second into Maddox. Slightly aggressive as Frost gets caught out by Stripey. Gurkus does take Stripey out and cancel that immediately, though. A much better push onto site. The bomber's down. Alex finds the bomb planter. Crucially, it's the bomb he picks off. A second as Joe on the flank goes down, and now the bomb's in the nightmare situation. Gurkus has to fight his way out of hell, trapped between 2, does find the kill, and pushes out to E-Box, but now 2 versus 1. The bomb is in a really tough spot. Call Me Joe needs to take space quickly to deny the pickup. Instead, Gurkus doesn't care about the bomb and domes the final member of TFG.
Crazy how these rounds seem to hinge on Call Me Joe at the moment, whether it's a B hit or a late retake for TFG, with Joe flanking around from the attacker's side spawn area, and TFG can't get the job done right there. Decoded hold, despite all the chaos on site. They were able to play the smoke, take space, and notch themselves a 3rd round this first half. It's been It's been back and forth, which is what you expect, I think, from Decoded on their map pick, considering how TFG played so well on Fort. So a hot team coming into their opponent's map pick is keeping it close in TFG, but we need more. Ashtray Pot will get nothing, though. Decoded have already lost 2 members, 2 important members.
Oh my.
And this is TFG cleaning up at the moment. Fabu answers back, but that round is over before it really even begins.
Instant adjustment, Mr. Bepic. The TFG squad decide Joe can go to lane 3 into his little rat position all on his own. Scotty decides he's staying A-side straight off the rip, and instead of TFG playing the slow and the tempered form of defense, they go through the Decoded lineup, both through Sandwich and through KFC, without a care in the wind, and all of the Decoded members fold easier than envelopes. 4-3, the TFG squad reasserts some dominance on Skybridge, but I feel like we're in for a game of Uno Reverso today, Mr. Bepic, because this one has gone back and forth quicker than a Katy Perry song, Feeling Hot and Cold.
And look at the counters, met with counters, with Decoded going back towards B after a couple of unsuccessful A hits, and now TFG have taken I think it was Scotty that did play over towards A, because they're typically the B player along with Joe that last round, and put them back on B, so it's back to a 2-man hold, and with the noise made early, TFG have rotated so quickly over towards B. They've got a player in each lane at the moment, and Decoded are maybe calling things off now.
Yeah, wait a minute, this is wild. Look at the runabout from the Decoded lineup. I like this, and TFG only has 1 member close to Sam, which is really dangerous. He's going to get absolutely annihilated. Poor Strikey, left with too many problems and not enough answers. Frost finds a second as Alex goes down. Nonnel is going to grenade Maddox as Maddox trades one back onto Frost.
I just love the back and forth, half-court shots for both teams, trading things not quite at the buzzer, but we're getting close to it. 45 seconds on that timer. Agurkus a couple of bullets right there as TFG begin a pincer play through VIP. Agurkus is prepared for this. They'll swing around, and they knew Joe was coming. That's a perfect read, and Decoded should tie us up at the end of the first half.
Should be in the operative phrase, though. If there's one member I'm scared about, it's Scotty, but it's Ashtray. And this is the Ashtray pot we are known for being so well recognized as a demon within the arena. Closing out rounds consistently like that, doesn't even need to get the gun barrel above the scenery he's using as cover, or bangs the headshot through it to close it out, and we find ourselves finishing the first half at an even score, 4-4.
And the story coming out of Fort, Cracked, was that there was no help for Frost on that first map of this set. And if you saw the scoreboard right there, everyone that last round got a kill to close out the first half successfully. There are 4 MVP badges on the Decoded side. 1 to each player save for 1, as they've only won 4 rounds. And now, even standing, they start off their defensive campaign in a pretty decent spot now, as they looked pretty good defensively against Sicario yesterday on this map pick of theirs that they seem to favor. So TFG, let's see what they can do to step up, maybe close things out with a couple of points.
Something that got taught to me very early on in my career working with professional teams was by an extremely smart young man, which we'll come to in a minute actually, because action is decided to kick off immediately as Ashtray goes 2 with a TRG. Frost for 1 onto Joe, Alex into Ashtray, but that's the end of that as Frost finishes the round out. Decoded give us an even more convincing first round on defense than I think any we've seen so far from either side.
They pushed so far up short. Decoded got aggressive early, maybe sending a message toward TFG saying that this first half, they are not going to play passive angles. They're not going to go down lightly. They are going to make TFG work for every centimeter of space on the map that they're trying to gain. And that's a great start. Decoded have rattled off several rounds in a row now and have themselves in a lead.
Yeah, very, very wise young man by the name of 8sins Fox once said something to me. He expressed the interest. I want to be playing in a team where Maddox manipulates Magic out of the grenade, claiming the life of Ashtray Pot in lane 1 whilst I'm waffling about smart choices of being 20% of a 5-man squad. You don't want to be hard carrying. You want everyone to carry equal weight at 20% one of the 5. Now, with insane amounts of shots, each player on the TFG squad is deciding to take a step back and let Maddox flex. 1 with a grenade, 1 with a gun, 2 down, and TFG looking to get the job done.
I love how that story or that Maddox action interrupted your story, because I too want to play on a team where Maddox is weaving magic with nades. that was perfectly intervened, and Maddox right now has TFG in a 3v2 now with the device going down, but Nonal interrupts that. Big double kill to answer, and now Stripey is all alone. Has intel on Frost, should know where Nonal is as well, since they were the wrench driven into the TFG machine to intervene with round 10, but still, that's not going to make this retake any easier for Stripey.
He has a grenade. And this is a team fight main, folks, all right? So at this point in time with the bomb down on the floor, it is team fight central. You just want to try and fight one, switch back to Frost. 1v1, Stripey's giving himself the possibility, gets the reload in. Missing that thorax. Nonal's playing smart on the cover. Stripey needs to run this down or go for a bomb plant immediately, or Nonal's going to have time just to pressure him off.
He's got time,
Stripey.
actually.
Stripey.
20 seconds. Stripey can go for a stick
Plant
here if he
it.
wants to plant it. That's nice. Oh, okay, actually not planning it at all, just trying to bait Nonal out of cover. We'll stick it now. No, 10 seconds. They keep baiting me just like they're baiting Nonal, and now they're out of time. Now, 4 seconds. Has to stick it. Nonal won't run in, and so we're back to the same sort of fight, just with a lot extra time on the clock.
I'm chewing my fingers, Bepic. He's not done enough. He's done enough. He's not done enough. He gives himself space to put the bomb down. He doesn't. Now Nonal is juggling with his mindset on the top of this train as Stripey and Nonal are having the biggest mental 3D chess match we've seen in a long time. Back and forth they go. Little bit of pre-fire from Nonal as Stripey reserves his magazine. Slightly more economical from Stripey's going to gain him the victory as the headshot comes through. He can just pre-fire the rotation. TFG leveling up 5-5. Bepic, I'm feeling like we're going to overtime, baby. This is going to be a heck of a game.
What a cat and mouse. I'm not sure who the cat was, who the mouse was, even though Stripey is the tiger, and they flexed that there at the end. I suppose that does make them the cat at the end of the day, catching their prey, and Nonal did a great job bobbing and weaving and playing that mental game with Stripey, but Stripey had them red. The pre-fire into headshot angle there at the end is so impressive, and what a clutch up for TFG. They let that slip for the moment. Nonal did a great job interrupting the plan of TFG and tossing that wrench in, but still, Stripey at the end is indomitable. 5-5. Cracked, I'm with you. This has overtime written all over it.
Yeah, Maddox and Ashtray Pot playing the game against each other here. Nice to see the 1v1 as that lane 1 battle goes off. Maddox tries the nade. Ashtray Pot reacts to the nade that got him the last time around. Doesn't hit the shot himself. Both members transfer and re-transfer back across lane 1. The bomb's still not seen. Decoded calls Ashtray Pot up to support the A site. Looks for the wall bang into VIP. Nobody home just yet as TFG are also playing extremely defensive. Look at the line of scrimmage in the lobby, Bepic. That is 4 members strong inside of a small cupboard I would not want to walk into as Decoded.
Oh, no. They don't have to either. I mean, they can hold these angles. TFG are playing extremely slow. And in fact, Joe is moving alone with the blast pack into A, and now the dam has broken. TFG will spring their trap, advance in, pull that player out of VIP, and now we get the gunfight we have been setting up this entire start of round. 2 players hop up at the same exact time. Stripey still finds the kill. I don't know how Stripey keeps doing what they're doing on Skybridge, and they'll add to it through the smoke. They kill Nonal again, continuing to win that mental war, and now put TFG a man up.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit sour as Nonal got a nice double onto both Joe and Maddox, but then Stripey and Scotty together come with 2 apiece. Alex prone down on the floor, finds Babu as Ashtray Pot does drop a grenade onto him instead. Now Ashtray caught in a terrible scenario is going to get finished off by Stripey. That Balti's not going to save you in that one, son. 6-5.
Stripey has stepped up so massively for TFG the last couple of rounds. Obviously, the 1v1 clutch to get their 5th on the board, then a 3K there to get their 6th on the board. It's so scrappy. Both these teams seem even matches for one another on Skybridge, but TFG are elevating themselves at the moment, and it's thanks to Stripey leading the charge now. And Maddox has done great work early round for TFG to put them in position to potentially press a player advantage, but it is just one player typically their advantage. Decoded fight back nicely, and now they're getting a bit aggressive again. We're pushing up with some pace, but TFG will meet them.
Yeah, look at the adjustment as well, though. Fabu's going down towards the second site this time. Agurkus up top finds one into Alex with the Ash 12. Astray's up here with that long line of sight, playing a different position. Maddox grenades a Gurkus, though. This time it's a different Decoded member that pays a price from that bomb. Stripey out with the smoke. All 4 members of TFG still looking at A strong as Scotty holds this position just inside of VIP for security. Now Joe on site with the bomb and planting and team in strength to defend it. TFG are going to execute exceptionally well. They do not realize where Astray is, though. Scotty immediately nails him. He steps out too soon.
I can't believe Scotty got that kill. I was watching that angle perfectly. Scotty's watching from VIP, so had the line of sight, but Fabu isn't done with this round just yet. They move in, they've switched sides, and gets to the Stripey pre-fire, and that catches Stripey who had enough bullets to finish the job, but Scotty is good for it. MVP of that round for certain. I mean, not for just the quantity of kills, but the timing of kills. Protected Joe as the bomb planter from VIP, and then closed things out and pressed that numbers advantage TFG had well. 7-5 here, and the friendly guys are on a run.
At 2 in the lead. This is the round that decides it all for me here. Momentum goes one or two ways. Either TFG puts the final 3rd nail in the coffin, separating the gap to 3 and putting themselves on match and series point, or Decoded fight back, bringing the gap to 1 and putting themselves in a position to push for overtime or even a steal right at the end. Now, on site, Babu's going to swap places with Joe on site. Neither of them have seen each other. Jungle is going to come down at the wrong time as the teammate blocks the shot. Babu does get found off the side, but Agurkus now claims revenge for the missed timing from TFG. Stripey and Alex, one apiece. Frosted and Agurkus paying the price. And it's down to a 2v3, but oh, that could have gone the other way very quickly.
Decoded have to watch heaven here. They knew Stripey was there, and so Astraypot takes them out, and just like that, Decoded have an advantage. In a difficult retake position with players on either side of them, they win their duels, and they leave Call Me Joe in a 1v2, make that 1v1. Nonal again, missed that on the clutch earlier, but this time closes out a massive round for Decoded. That could have been TFG match point. Instead, though, Decoded fight back.
You said it yourself, it's going to come down to the play out of Call Me Joe. The team has done everything they can to get themselves into the best place. Now they just need to overcome that final hurdle. They just need to put the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle together on the board and get it locked in. And that is in the captain, who has performed exceptionally in both maps today so far. Just need to see Call Me Joe help the other 4 friendly guys get it over the line and put this one to bed. From the Decoded squad, though, that was the round to win. The question is, Bepic, can they piece 2 together now?
They certainly can. This is their map pick for a reason. They look confident on it. Now even pushing deep here through the A site, and that seems to be where TFG want to go, though Scotty will retaliate with a lot of space taken on B. We're kind of flipping the map at the moment. This is getting really weird. We're going to have a lot of fights erupt here in a second as players find out where their opponents have moved in, and now Joe, with that pack in hand, is going to find a free site because Decoded have moved basically into the attacker's spawn and have taken over heaven, but this is an A hit, and TFG have the site all to themselves.
Smoke and mirrors, quick gameplay, decisive calls, and the good old break of the ankles. The B site has been very heavily played by both teams so far. Leveraging off that mentality, TFG decide to hit gear 9 and kick it all the way to the max. Joe inside of VIP. This is a big fight to win. This is the power position on the plant for the bomber. This is soft on this way. Joe goes for the prone and makes a mistake. You can't shoot from that one, son. You can't park there. Stripey and Scotty have 2 apiece, though, on the response. Inside now of that smoke is just a Gurkus.
Oh, what a win. TFG, that was such an odd round. There was so much to break down, but in the chaos, they held that site perfectly. Even with Joe faltering in VIP, Scotty picks up the slack and gets a couple of massive kills, and now TFG have match point. They can close things out with probably a little bit of extra sweat on their brows at this point on Skybridge, but still, they can get out and breathe a huge sigh of relief. Just need one more round win. Let's see what their plan is.
If we're not careful, we get sweaty matches like this all day at a tournament. I'm going to raise my arms in the air so much I'm going to knock myself out from the smell of my armpits. It's absolutely wild what's going on right now. I've spent more time with my arms in the air than I have down on my chair. I'm currently losing blood flow to the elbows. Frost decides no blood flow to Call Me Joe and Maddox inside of this round, though, as Scotty's going to pick up one in response. Two quick ones for Decoded as fast speed from both sides sees to a piece now slam. Alex for the third. The bomb's coming up the stairs. Agurkus nearly gets both.
Whoa, had to reload around the corner with Stripey. Still ends his time in round 15. It's a 2v1 for TFG to close it out, and just Ashtray Pot left standing for Decoded. Has a sniper in hand, and if TFG were pressing towards A, it could have been a free kill, but that's not the case. B will be potentially the final destination of combat on Skybridge, as TFG can close things out, but Ashtray Pot spots one, misses a shot, knows where Stripey is, has bullets retaliating against him in favor, and now Stripey exposing himself. Ashtray Pot put out his alternative weapon now. Stripey, he seems like he's hurtling towards death.
Oh, Ashtray!
How did Ashtray Pot react that fast?
25 seconds, 1v1 for the game. Stripey the Tiger or Ashtray Pot. This one to close it out for TFG. Stripey is left on the backhand side. Ashtray is running circles around it right now, but Stripey gets the headshot. TFG take the close. I was so nervous gripping the sides of my seat. I thought that was going to be Ashtray after the insane flick of the wrist, and he rips the head of Scotty off, making Stripey a little bit shook for a second there. Also has the Tiger's tails between his legs on the point, it seemed, until the final blow came. Bepic, it could not have been closer.
How did Stripey know in seemingly every single 1v1 exactly where his opponent was? I mean, in such tight quarters around that pillar on site. Ashtray Pot was moving with such a pace, I thought for sure they were going to catch Stripey with their back turned. Ashtray Pot was Snipey in that situation. But Ashtray moves back around, repositions to catch Stripey off guard, and Stripey knew exactly where they were coming from that second time around. And it was the same case in that 1v1 with Nano, that back and forth cat and mouse game the entire time. What a step up. Stripey had 4 MVP badges at the end of Skybridge, and every single one of those was well earned.
Yeah, I think we've had many jokes for Call Me Joe, all right? The Call Me Slow and many other things due to capitalist criticism and absolute crowning glory. But call him successful, a job well done. And I would like to say call him a captain, because he led the charge from the front today, starting off with Fort and that phenomenal jump shot out the back, which I'm not going to lie, Mr. Bepic, well, that was definitely something to feast your eyes upon. Call Me Joe definitely showing us what it takes not only to be that big, chunky, chatty front line for the squad, but also to be the cool head inside of the clutches and the back ends of the rounds in Skybridge, which definitely set the tone. As you so wisely said, we talked about it coming down to a couple of crucial players and crucial positioning inside of the rounds, and you were absolutely right. At the end of the day, it did come down to Call Me Joe. Maybe not the final round so much, but that play 100% set the tone in our games here.
I mean, on the CT side, Joe on B determined whether or not TFG was going to win rounds. Attacking it changed a little bit. TFG had to react on a dime to Decoded's aggression on that defensive side. I love what I saw from Decoded on their defensive side of Skybridge throughout today and yesterday's entire weekend. That's a strong point for that team, and we don't know what's going to happen with Decoded. They are locked into 8th place in HPL, but they've got some positives to bring forward into future competitions. They just couldn't quite get it over the line against TFG here.
Yeah, and I think Decoded have got to take away from today a pat on the back again. The one thing that we looked for between map 1 and map 2, the thing that we've attested to that's been missing from this Decoded squad for the whole season, was that performance out of everybody at the same level. And although TFG did take it away on the day at the end of the day, that Skybridge performance there was probably arguably the best form we've seen out of Decoded for the whole season. And I'm delighted to say that that was what they brought to the table to close it out with. So, you know, at the end of the day, we talked about it before, didn't we, Bepic? We say we've got winners and we've got learners. And the learners always come out with a golden jigsaw piece puzzle to be able to put into the strategy for next time to get it, I guess, hopefully looking on a slightly brighter side and a better result. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 out of 4 has now been fully sealed, sent off into the post, and shipped away for the record books, the history makers to be noting down for when we come back looking upon these memories favorably in the future. That being said, that is not all the action we've got for you today. 2 more insane matches to come up, and I think before we say goodbye for a break, Mr. Befik, I wonder if we could maybe just talk about what you think you might have as predictions for this next game. Give us a roll of the dice, Mr. Befik, okay? I'm not looking for an informed decision. Go with your gut. What does your heart tell you is happening in game number 3?
I want to back the underdogs in Ancestral against Oil Rig.
Okay.
But Oil Rig, I think, have a lot of making up to do for yesterday. I'm sure they're a bit peeved about what happened. Not at anyone in particular. I mean, health gets in the way sometimes. Again, speedy recovery, rapid. But they need to win this. If they don't, Ancestral can jump over them in the standings here. A 2-0 would do them wonders. And so I think Oil Rig come into this with a bit of a vengeance, missing their opportunity yesterday against 8 Sins to lock up second place and close out Ancestral. I'm sorry, Ancestral. I think Oil Rig takes it out on you. But Cracked, you got us a friend over there. What's your pal thinking this series is gonna give us?
What we're saying, Mew, what do you reckon? Is it going to be an Oil Rig win or is it an Ancestral win? Oh, she's a rebel. She says, no, I'm not down for that today, so I guess it's the underdogs from the Cats. The Cats are going with the dogs today. It's cats and dogs all day long. But no, I'm going to be honest with you. Rapid, I know for sure, was really looking forward to playing that game yesterday.
Yep.
Okay. And the one thing that I know from a lot of demons in this arena scene is when there is a fire in the belly, all right, and there is passion to get out on the field and to just put on display and prove to people what you're really made of, when you miss the shot, it tends to escalate. It never seems to peter away into invisibility and disappear. So I expect that this Oil Rig that comes today, I mean, I don't know if you caught any of the commentary from Season 2 Oil Rig performances, Mr. Befik, but there was a really comical, I guess, theme that chat got quite along well with, and it was the oil spill that every map on the pitch seemed to have been covered with as teams slipped and slid their way into a match versus Oil Rig, and then found themselves sliding straight out the other end of it into the trash can, losing some performances. We saw double 9-0s, we saw 9-1s, 9-2s. They were devastating performances. So I expect we might just see a little bit of the return of the king when it comes to Oil Rig here in our next game. I'm hopeful, like you, for Ancestral. They've performed very well this season, exceptionally well given previous. But it's still Oil Rig.
It is. After it all, no matter what happens on previous days, this is day 5. It's the time to show up, or you have to wait for the next competition to prove yourselves. And I think Oil Rig definitely have that in them, but Ancestral have it in them as well to pull off an upset, and that will be coming up in just a little bit here on the Hunt Premier broadcast of HPL EU Season 3. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. You are going to want to be fueled up for this next couple of maps. We'll see you in a second.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to part 3 of the Super Smashing Sunday to close out the Season 3 of the EUHPL. We are here live on the Hunt Premier channel, partnered up with Battlestate Games to bring you the leading top-tier competitive Escape from Tarkov Arena action. I, as always, am Cracked, with the wisdom and that beautiful bald head, sat next to the beautiful youth and the wonderful words from Mr. Bepic on the casting booth for you guys today, ready to bring you our take on the amazing incredulity that envelops in front of our eyes. Bepic, are you enjoying the action so far? And are you looking forward to a top-tier finish?
So far, so good. But just like yesterday, I feel like the first 2 matches are kind of undercards for this big one right here. 3rd place versus 4th place. Oil Rig versus Ancestral. And I think TFG at the end there against Dakota put up a great entertaining performance on Skybridge Forest, one of the closer maps we've seen this weekend. But these two should hopefully give us the most entertaining matchup of the day. But I think it's up to Ancestral to give us that, because Oil Rig coming in as favorites, especially trying to make up for what happened yesterday, all the expectations for them versus 8 Sins, and then Rapid unfortunately unwell. Hopefully he's all good to go today, because he is a key part of that lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we get to look at this beautiful head-to-head, thanks to the wonderful work from production that goes on in the background here at the Hunt Premier, at Oil Rig roster today, Bakizi, Kakao, That's Ace, Codex, and Rapid looking to take themselves firstly to Bay 5, and going up against our Ancestral roster here, this Selfish, Kofeinas, Yezmas, J4, Yoyahave, Geistras, and then their substitute player newly added to the squad, Osh and GG. They will be looking to try and take some strength and dominance on Fort for their map pick today, Bepic. So we've got 2 more chaotic choices, shall we say. These ones being the 2 with the most close quarters confines to fight in.
And Bay 5, we're starting off on classic way to begin the series. We get Fort in back-to-back-to-back series today after not even seeing it yesterday. I'm glad that we've gotten back to playing a good amount of Fort. And of course, I mean, Skybridge and Bay 5 to end the day off in the next set. But looking at this one, starting off on Bay 5 for Oil Rig, more than likely a comfortable pick for them. Obviously, it's their own map pick. But this is a map that I feel like the top teams at the top of the table tend to dominate on against those that are unworthy of maybe claiming a top 3 spot in HPL. And for Oil Rig, I'm wondering if they come in trying to exercise that fact.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe all of the teams smelled a whiff of the same scent 2/3 of the way down the season, Mr. Bepic, and everybody went, Skybridge is clearly the flavor of the day, the topic of the times. Let's all go for the off pick and pick Fort. And every team decides to do it, it seems, in one of our matches today. And we get a full Fort Forte for the first 3 of our 4 matches on the day here. Bay 5 is another one that I love to enjoy personally playing inside of the ranked games of the pubs myself, Mr. Bepic, and the reason being is actually displayed in this beautiful head-to-head in that background picture of Bay 5.
Yep.
You see on the top right of that picture there, that lovely vaulted window that is now nice and widely open for a beautifully well-placed grenade for entrance onto that fuel site. That is something key inside of new unlocking access routes into this place, where previously forklift and connector control has been dominant. Now you can actually remove a lot of that pressure from inside of the site without having to take very heavily ego-based gunfights. You can play more constructed to it. So Bay 5 won that. I mean, this was the first place the oil spill became an oil slick, Mr. Bepic. This was the first place it became well known to the community as being an Oil Rig favored map. So I would be intimidated, at least quivering in my boots at most, as an Ancestral member going into this first map.
Fitting as well that Bay 5 is one of the only maps I think that has a call actually called Fuel, and
Yep.
I mean, B-side has obviously got several fuel tankers, probably going to that the Oil Rig in the I suppose conceptual lore-filled map. But either way, I like Bay 5 for the fights around A. I love the back alley duels that we get. how the defense postures around holding that back of sight, because it's such an important bridge between attacker's side, obviously access to sight, but aggression. How far they get through alley determines how much space they can claim, how many rotations they can cut off quickly. And I mean, on Bay 5, we are starting with Oil Rig on the attacking side, which kind of feeds back into their ability to set the pace on Bay 5. Their map pick, they can choose how aggressive they get and how dominant they want this map to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to keep your eye on the chat as those keys are being given away quick and clean by the Hunt Premier. Exclamation mark HPL for that EFT Arena standard key if you were looking to get yourselves in on grabbing a hold of one of those for yourself, for your stream to give away, or for a close friend to get involved inside of Arena themselves. Many people are on the search for those keys. I know the 8 Sins members from the Counter-Strike team were looking to acquire a few of those codes, so they could potentially look at the socials in the future of maybe an EFT Arena versus the Counter-Strike 5-stack from the Bay of Sins squad, which would seem like an insane in-house matchup to watch. So keep your eyes on the chat, folks. Yeah, lots and lots of prizes still going. I think Kirk was even able to claim one himself there, and just asking the question, I'm on the casting desk. It's okay, Kirk. You're on your day off. You were officially a chat member today, not in-house, so you won it fair and square. Congratulations and well done on your prize. You know how to grab a hold of it, folks. If you do win anything on the Hunt Premier channel, jump into the Discord, create a ticket, and you will get that prize delivered to you swiftly and efficiently thanks to the beautiful work done in the background from the Hunt Premier mod team. That being said, we've yapped a lot about a lot of things, and this next game coming up, Bay 5 Oil Rig versus Ancestral, is going to be huge, but not as huge as everything else we've got for the rest of the year, Bepic. So I think now is the time to just take a second to refresh ourselves that once we have said goodbye to Super Smashing Sunday, how long or how little we actually have to wait for the next set of action. I know, thanks to the podcast, to speaking to Oberstom, there's APS, LCQ for all of the American scene stuff coming up in the very near future, including that last chance qualifier featuring some brand new teams in the NA scene. As well as that, well, folks, I've got a book that I'm literally flicking through pages of because we've got that many things booked in, all right? This, okay, that's what we've done so far, all right? Then we go over a page, and we've got all of this lovely action to enjoy for the rest of the year, starting off with May 17th through to May 25th, the EU Elimination Tournament, courtesy of the Hunt Premier, also here. HPL EU Season 4 kicks off June 7th through to June 22nd, another one to tune in and watch out for how each of these teams have progressed. Only a couple of months between that one, Bepic, so lots of development in such a short space of time might change that table of standings and maybe look to see if anybody can have Sicario succumb to their success. In addition, there's EU Elim tournaments backing that up on the flip side, as August the 2nd finds us back at that EU Elim tournament again, then followed by the next season of the HPL NA, which is going to be starting 6th of September. There's more after that, but we're not going to yap to that because we've got so much action in between that we're going to be talking about all of that stat sincerely in the future rather than right now, okay? So we're going to lock in on the action that we've got for today, knowing that all of it coming in the future is going to be glistening with diamond perfection.
Just a taste of what is to come. And it is a delicious year for EFC Arena Esports. It's fun to see everything that's coming together to give these players a place to play, all you lovely fans out there a place to watch and join in on giveaways. Correct? I think we might have a winner to announce on stream.
A winner from a giveaway? Is it potentially Jazzord, the legend themselves? Jazz, congratulations on your successful 1v1 versus the giveaway on the hot prize line. You have claimed yourself a standard edition Escape from Tarkov Arena key. Like we said, get in the Discord, create a ticket, and claim your prize. Sir, come on down. You've won yourself a brand new Prius. No, not really. We don't give away Priuses here on Hunt Premier. But you did get yourself access to shoot some of your teammates. That's it. So get on in on the action. Enjoy that key, and we'll see you soon on the battlefield. Mr. Bepic, any... how do we put this? Any thoughts as to how Ancestral are going to be able to take this Oil Rig squad down? Where do you foresee, should Calamity come through, the Oil Rig lineup falling apart, and what do you think it would take to be able to make that happen?
I think it's going to come down to the initial duels. I love the way you put it, and I think it was our first map of the day on Fort, where you have those two players that need to put up a good hold, maybe get 3 kills to win that initial fight. And I think if Oil Rig are going to lose Bay 5, starting off on attack, it's going to come from their tip of the spear falling flat against a good defensive hold. I'm thinking about a lot of duels in that back alley of A, where we see teams tend to lean a little bit extra and then use B as a bit of a plan B on Bay 5. I think that's going to be the site of control at the start, at the very least, of the map. And if Ancestral are going to win, I think winning those initial duels, getting those early advantages to play over Oil Rig is going to be how they come out on top, especially on Bay 5.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Selfish is going to start us off with an immediate nade onto one of those big titans at the top of the frag list. Codex and Kakao, well known for slamming their guns in other people's faces for success. This time around, Codex is going to be leaning on his gun in sadness, waiting for round 2 as he is banished from round 1.
Not too shabby a start. I was thinking battles around the A site going to be super important, but apparently the nades are making their presence known quite early on. But right now, Rapid is snaking through the middle of the map, seeing what space they can gain, and they've found Selfish. Took a couple extra bullets, something the Rapid would have preferred, but they do answer back for Oil Rig.
A phenomenal response out of Rapid there. Good to see him back and cooking. Shots out towards the A site, though, as Kakao is trying his very best to make moves like Jagger seem like magic. Instead, he swaps to the BSS, and Kafeinas's dome gets split apart by some SP6. Kakao was not the player I would expect to have seen on this marksman. I would have thought that would have been more of a that ace style of gameplay, but this is what we're seeing here in front of our eyes right now. I think he's going to look for something to stop that heavy bleed before he carries on. There we go. S-March in hand, that'll do the trick. Rapid still cooking towards top. That central control you were talking about, Bepic, ever so crucial. Does still have 2 members challenging him from behind. Geistras finds Kakao. Geistras for the double is going to delay that A push, and now Rapid has to come in for strong. Geistras for the 3rd. The captain's down. Mikizi banished, and it's a 1v3 for Rapid.
Well, the tourniquet was applied, but extra bleeding will be inflicted. ANC, sorry, J4, I read that wrong real quick. It caps round 1 off with the final kill, but Geistras, they're massive. For Ancestral around that A site. Held off camera. We were watching a lot of Rapid right there, but Ancestral won the really all across that round. It was the start with that nade, taking out Codex, sitting him down for the round, and then they just sprinkled kills in here and there. They won their duels. That's a good start. We've seen underdogs start well, not finish well. That has to change if Ancestral want to win here, obviously.
There is -10 scenarios at which I thought we would find ourselves in this position. Ancestral 1-0 up and a member up again in round number 2 as that bomb is going to get absolutely deleted if the bullets register. How is Mikizi alive? Gearsmash does finally find 2, but Kakao's there for the refrag. Selfish does shut down Kakao on the back of it as 2 for 2. Goes inside of the fuel point. Now that ace from Harbor finds a crucial pick on Red and gives himself a chance left alive in a 1v2 in a situation looked all but done and said for when Oil Rig pushed into sight.
He doesn't have the bomb, though. Just checking to see if Ancestral wants to get aggressive in this 2v1, but they have the device down on sites, and they should just set up a simple crossfire, and that ace, I mean, still in a marksman kit, rocking the double snipers for Oil Rig, will have a tough time with that sniper rifle in hand, finding anybody for Ancestral, as they have not moved a muscle. They are playing the quiet mouse game, although they're moving around on site. Maybe looking for a quick pick to end this round, and that ends up costing them Geistras. The hero of round 1 leaves Selfish alone in the clutch.
Oil Rig do have one problem, though. The bomb is on site, not planted. It is 1 versus 1, and this is the kit we thought that ace would be on. Oh, he's lined up for the headbang. If that ace realizes he's outside the wall, he's not even going to peek him. He can just line this up through the wall. He doesn't need to. He's just going to go for the bomb safely. That is so dangerous to hold out there. Yeah, he'll straight stick this. The guy's not got time to challenge. He will get his gun up in time, so he's going to rotate to the Harbor side. That's a good play out of Selfish, but he's going to walk into that ace's line of sight, and that is absolutely what we expect to see out of Oil Rig's consistent conformer. 3 kills. That ace again putting on a clinic.
That's why Oil Rig are at the top of the standings. I think anybody on this lineup could do that, but that ace showed right there why he is a human highlight reel. And the marksman kit, he's so dangerous, no matter what the situation is. I mean, right there, those are fairly close range fights, but he knows the perfect angles to hold with his sniper in hand. And Oil Rig, answer back, going for a cheeky boost now. Oh, they got someone in the crosshairs of that ace, but he misses the shot.
Yes, Mas. No, don't do him to him. It's
Fine.
millimeters, Bepic. He's struggling to stay on the top of somebody's back. A little bit more balancing lessons, maybe some gymnastics classes for the Oil Rig squad, and they would have created themselves a mountains with the magical gameplay. Oh my. We've not seen that one out of heaven before. That's a nice little adjustment and improvement there out of the Oil Rig squad.
Still, they lost Rapid. And Yasmas has Codex re-engaging, and will take them out. A little bit of a wall bang there, but it is a trade. Bakizi happy to trade their teammate out, though elsewhere, on A, holding firm, though. That bomb is moving towards B. It's a 2v4, and so an even fight erupting around Connector. That ace watches Bakizi fall, and again is thrust into a 1vx. This time, a little bit less manageable, a 1v4, but still, that ace is going to have a go.
Is there such a thing as less manageable for that ace? Is that where it's at? Because that guy's dead. Extremely dead, as that ace is more than confident enough to walk around the corner of the fuel container there. I wasn't even concerned as he swung that with us that much confidence exuding from him. I felt like I'd been embodied by it myself. Third one here, as he knows the Geistras is. He's going to miss the top of the shot, though, and a crucial closeout from Geistras is going to claim Ancestral the round.
Good God, though, if that ace is looking that threatening in a 1v4, Ancestral is going to have a difficult time closing out Oil Rig in any round, but they did it right there. They have themselves 2 so far. It's a phenomenal start, and Ancestral, I mean, this map is wide open. We're not playing everyone towards one site. Ancestral going for pretty much defaults every single round. One player made 2 on either site, and Oil Rig doing something similar, but Ancestral are winning these fights. They're trading when they need to, and it's now leading to an early advantage, but there is still a lot of arena left to be played.
There is one thing that I do want to ask you at this point in time, Mr. Bepic, and this is something that has prodded me a little bit in the side of my head. Oil Rig are playing 2 TRGs on offense. This is 2 marksman classes on the attacking side. Ironically so, as I'm concerned about this, you look at the kill feed. Artace and Cacao manning those kits are the most successful for Oil Rig. Never mind, I'll shut up. Thanks, that ace.
What's your question? I don't think Oil Rig are going to have any issues, no matter what guns they're using. I mean, that ace is one of the best snipers in the game. But Yasmas has taken out Rapid, and Ancestral have clawed this back despite the early advantage for Oil Rig. It is a 2v2 now, but that ace has been the most lethal player in the lobby thus far. And we'll see if he can keep that story up around B. There's one. And Bakizi dropped. It's another 1v1, but that ace misses what would have been the killing blow for round 4. Gets a second chance, and you bet he's hitting that one. That's 9 kills through 4 rounds for that ace. And Oil Rig level up.
Yep, one short of that ace in the round there. 4-piece. Well, don't talk about me, that ace says. Shut up, Cracked. You don't know nothing. 2 TRGs is absolutely the way, as 4 kills get flattened by the leading fragger out of Oil Rig. This is such a crazy conundrum right now. The way that the meta has shifted, especially bearing in mind that Cacao was known for being the guy dropping the 20s, dropping the 30s from this Oil Rig squad. Now, the marksman meta has come in. They're ready for him this time, though. Oh, that destroys him! Selfish was waiting for it, and he gives him the pixel. That says, thank you very much. You need better reflexes than that one, son.
Oh, okay. That ace is going to make sure Codex is still awake on the map. Rapid will get a kill mid as well. And again, it's how do you read this if you're Ancestral? How do you know where Oil Rig are going here? Because they're set up all around the map, so it comes down to your individuals. And Geistras has a 1v2 to, well, just postpone, actually. Make it a 2v2. Gets reinforcements now and can reposition on site. And Ali is smoked off. Rapid's head peeks around a corner. Just though, Can't finish off the kill, though Rapid's reinforcements have fallen just like he now has. That Ace is going to use a grenade now to get a kill mid-round because he's just on a tear. 11 kills already, he's hit double digits, unbelievably. And so that Ace now, alongside Codex, will embark upon a 2v2.
Thing is, guys, has good positioning on this very loosely placed bomb and is going to be able to close that kill out onto that Ace because of that awkward positioning. Codex is left in a 1v2. One thing in his favor right now is Sandwich is probably the best place to push this from. J4 is going to get audio before Codex has a chance to keep it away, so tempo is the way of the play. On site, good positioning in the off angle from J4, holding the aggressive position instead of playing defensively. Catches the last member out in the sprint animation instead of with his gun up.
And that was good for Ancestral. As right there, excuse me, swallowed my pride for a moment there, as I was not expecting Ancestral to play that so differently than they have the rest of these retakes. As previously, they've given individual fights to Oil Rig, but there they played together. We saw Geistress alone on A in a 1v2 for the moment, and gets a couple of opportunities to engage heavily. Instead of pushing around the corner, though, backs off, allows their teammate to engage with them, puts them on even standing with Oil Rig, and that was much better. Previously, in that Ace clutches, they have given isolated fights, and it's led to their demise, so they're adjusting at the moment, and Ancestral have a 1-round lead, but we've gone so back and forth at the moment on Bay 5. There's no telling what's going to happen now. We've already got a trade.
Yeah, all apologies owed to Bepic. Can't confuse the caster in my booth like that. Chat, that's rude. We're catching him off guard, tripping his tongue up whilst the action's popping off because Bakizi's decided he's getting in on the action now. A little bit of a wiggle inside of that door claims him the kill. Geistras finds Kakao on the rotate, but Codex has the better of Yezmas. On the boxes, Geistras is going to run straight into the line of sight from that Ace, now on that quicker, shorter firing weapon. The SB6, Kafeinas is going to deny some space. He's actually going to get the second onto that Ace. Kafeinas! Oh, so close.
That's the difference right now. Oil Rig have won those kinds of positions. Even though those were isolated fights, eventually Oil Rig got one to go their way, but that was really good awareness there at the end because Oil Rig was spread out around B, but Ancestral knew where they were coming from, where the gaps were, and just couldn't land the bullets at the end of the day. And I suppose that is the most simple analysis you could make. You gotta land bullets to win, and Oil Rig so far have done a more effective job, but very narrowly. This is a tight contest on Bay 5.
I gotta be honest with you, man. I can understand completely why the both of us are getting absolutely confused with this because Ancestral are more than turning up to the... Oh my god, what is that? Selfish Slams 3! Special action, talk about it, Super Sunday, you've got it, ladies and gentlemen. Selfish wants the spotlight all to himself, and the Oil Rig lineup fold on the front of A-Door.
And Codex has to step over bodies to pick up the blast pack. That allows Ancestral now to converge around A. J4 takes out Codex and Kakao. Let's see just how good you are. And a marksman gets Kofeinas. Answers back, doesn't give anything to Kakao. But what a triple kill with that nade from Selfish, more than doubling their kills with that.
Flawless is not a round I thought I would hear called against Oil Rig in the longest time. Ancestral not only take the lead, but they do it without losing a single member. They do it on the back of a god-tier triple from the front door on Oil Rig's aggressive push. And what a way to take the spotlight back to your favor.
Still, end of the half, you got to close it strong. A 4-4 here, I think, still favors Oil Rig considering how they've looked on the map, but Ancestral have kept pace with them so far. The boost not successful here. That Ace will eventually hop on the head of Bakizi, and how did they know that Yezmas was right there? I didn't even see that. Must have been the tippy top of the helmet of Yezmas given away, but still, no kill. We'll stay at even standing.
I don't even know what's going on inside this game anymore. What a wild game. The tempo goes quick, the tempo goes slow. Oil Rig are trying this creep towards the fuel site again, but J4 has the great anchor positioning close to Harbor. Rapid knows full well he's there, but he doesn't realize that Selfish has the greatest set of crossfire when they step in. Oh no, J4 1, 2. Rapid turns away from the connector. He does get J4, but Selfish closes Kakao out. Rapid's still alive out there somehow. Not anymore. Yesmas has the back of that. Bombs down, and Selfish and company have fully secured this B site. Codex finds one into Geistras. The bomb is still out in no man's territory. That Ace is out there to watch it with Codex trying to make some work. You got to feel that Oil Rig are going to play for a pick here first before anything else.
That's how they have been playing, but what a start for Ancestral. They kick off these rounds so nicely. Perfect harbor position, catches Oil Rig out, and they've had a read, Ancestral have, on Oil Rig the last 2 rounds. With that nade, you have to know that Oil Rig is going to be there at that time, and Selfish knew exactly that. Got the 3K, now J4 was set up to turn this round on its head, but that Ace has been a topsy-turvy round turner so far on Bay 5, and now he's in a 1v2, but Yasmas wins the fight and closes things out with an Ancestral victory, a 5-3 first half on Bay 5.
Sorry, Bepic, just do me a favor and grace me with those beautiful tones again. Just say that last sentence again so I can solidify that in my memory and realize that this is reality right now. 5-3 Ancestral. Really?
Yeah, your eyes don't deceive you, trust me, unless we're having the same joint hallucination right now. Ancestral is up after the first half of Oil Rig's map pick on Bay 5, mind you. We know that teams that don't pick this map are still going to be good on it, considering you have to be good to be at the top of Arena Esports right now. Only 4 maps in the pool, and Ancestral are showing that, at least on their defensive side of Bay 5. Oil Rig have had some step-up moments, some clutches from that Ace especially, who has 13 kills, but 11 of those kills, I think, came in the first 5 rounds, and he's only had 2 since.
I mean, let's talk about it on a very fair basis right now. Ancestral are playing out of their minds to go above and beyond what we expected out of them on what has been considered for the longest time Oil Rig home territory. If you want to talk about taking the game to your enemy, how about throwing them a curveball inside of their own map? This is a great way to start for the Ancestral lineup. Now, sides have been flipped though, and this means that the agency goes into the hands of Ancestral, and this is, if anywhere, where you would expect Oil Rig to start pulling this game back.
Look at how fast they rotated from B. The 2 players that were set up on site and moved back through spawn. 1 player still waiting there, waiting for that final intel, but Ancestral's extremely spread out. I don't know if they're going to move on this. Geistras does. Yasmas finds another kill elsewhere, and Kakao is lucky to escape with his life, but now has to contend with a flank right behind him. Ancestral's moving in for a backstab as they've taken so much space through mid, and this is near impossible for Kakao. He needs 3 kills before the backstab arrives, or just anticipate it. Yasmas is in a perfect spot, but Kakao takes him out before falling himself, and Codex is put into a 1v3, and he kicks off with downing J4.
This is possible. This is doable. All he needs to do is find the first 2. He runs out of bullets. He's going to have to turn away. The spear on the 25s is going to be the one downside to the play right now. And both Selfish and Kafeinas escape to safety. Codex, 2 heavy bleeds. No head to speak of. He is the literal headless chicken running around right now. Got both wings and both legs, but no Noggy to Noggy with. Looking for some form of success in a miracle. Those 2 heavy bleeds are slowly running the timer down quicker than the time on the clock. 25 it might be, but his health is going down even quicker. One from Codex! All he's going to do is find 1! He's dead. He's literally dead. He's just going to heavy bleed out. He has 1 leg right now. Codex needs to make this happen before he dies. 1, 2, 3. Codex! You're kidding me! You have got to be joking! This man has 1 leg left on his model and he wins it! What?
He was a vegetable that round. Codex, he had nothing left. No HP to speak of, and he still clutches it for Oil Rig. That's unbelievable. That was a 1v3 with Codex bleeding out from his head and just about every pore on his body, and yet he still clutches up and gives Oil Rig the win.
All of the players gone, all that's left is the walking stick, and it still wins the round. How do we get out of that with 1 limb left alive? The amount of dice rolls to win on natural 20s, to run 4 steps alone to that alley, to not die to just a blacked limb's worth of stress. That's unbelievable that lands like that. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. What a game. How are we ever going to top this for game 4 to close out the day? What is going on?
And Ancestral have, I think, been the better team so far on Bay 5. They've just been outdone by late round clutches by Oil Rig. Well, I say that, and Oil Rig step up and dominate really the first back alley fight that we've had on a map where I was hoping or expecting a lot more aggression that direction. But Oil Rig takes some space now and have shut down Ancestral where they stand, and now J4 and Selfish gonna have to do to Oil Rig what Oil Rig's been doing this entire map, and that's clutching up at a numbers disadvantage.
I don't have words. I don't have words, and it's inspired Oil Rig to another level. We are now 5-5, completely tied up after something. I don't even know what to describe it as. This is just unbelievable action and scenes here inside of the first of 2 maps. We've got to go to Fort and do this all over again. Oh no. Help me!
We knew we were in for a treat. We knew that this was the matchup to keep your eye on, and it relied on Ancestral stepping up, and I think making this a competitive series because Oil Rig came in as favorites. But Ancestral have done just that. They have stepped up big time, but Bakizi getting aggressive as a defender. Met face-to-face with Geistress, and that meeting took a while, but no one left the better for it, although Bakizi has a little bit more HP to speak of. Geistress just to back off now, heal up a little bit, and see what J4 can find.
We're going to take a moment, chat, to just chill, okay? Because whether you guys need it, I know I definitely do. And for the first time inside of this game, both Ancestral and Oil Rig are in agreement. We're allowed to take a moment to just relax. A slow approach from the Ancestral side. Sees 3 strong on Tetris. 1 looking to support, just playing out of sight from alley. The Oil Rig defense has got 2 strong in that alley position. 1 in their office on site, and 1 playing that super, super deep spawn spot for a rotation. There is 1 lurker from each side towards B. The Ancestral member trying to poke and probe the way around parkour for a pick. And as you can see, that bomb positioning from Ancestral now rotating to triple Bepic. You kind of get an idea as to what Ancestral are looking for here. Just floating that bomb in the deep section, trying to find a pick to play off. That ace instead says, picks are my game. And Yesmas is the favorite candy flavor for the day.
That was the scout too. That was the Ancestral player playing towards B to get information, and now I think Oil Rig's seeing what you're seeing as well, Cracked. I don't know how, but they know exactly what the play is now as they've shifted back towards B. Had 1 player waiting there, and they moved back towards mid, got all the intel necessary, and now should take a lead. Back, Rapid falls at the very end, but that's only in celebration as Oil Rig take themselves a 6th round and jump back out in front.
6-5 Oil Rig. 17-7 on that ace. 10-7 on Codex. Geistras and Yesmas both trying to lead the charge from Ancestral, even though we sold Golden Glory out to Selfish for the 3k on the A site as well that led them to success in that 1 round that was flawless. There's a back and forth game, and you have to think, Mr. Bepic, that momentum swing that's gone in Oil Rig's favor needs to start swinging back Ancestral's way now, for fear of a snowball landslide. And speaking of snowballs, heads will roll as Geistras is going to lose his first to the Balti out of that ace.
That ace has 18. He could get a 20 piece before a team even hits 8 rounds 1. He's on an absolute tear on Bay 5. Has been the reason Oil Rig is still in this thing. Like we've seen some clutches from other players, but that ace consistently has been providing frag after frag. That's another one, and if he finishes off J4 now, that would have been 20, but J4 repositions the bomb as well back to Tetris, and there are 3 players waiting for this bomb on the A site, so Ancestral pivot mid.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a poorly maintained sync, J4 is leaking. The only member left alive on the Ancestral squad. No teammates left to support him. We did have 1, but that final one also leaked out, and now so does he. That ace claiming the last. It's like the momentum has definitely settled, but that ace, I think, has settled for nothing other than settling. This is an escalation protocol at this point in time, Mr. Bepic. This man is climbing for the heights of the skies.
I just can't believe he's already hit 20, has several 1vx clutches in there as well, and Ancestral's still within 2. This is still winnable for Ancestral. Geistras and Yasmas have been so huge for their team, providing consistent fragging power, but since that one-legged clutch that Oil Rig got back into this game with, it's been momentum their way, pouring out. There's a face check. Geistras plays off the initial frag grenade kill that their teammate supplied them, and now A-Site's been overrun, and Oil Rig have to play from behind.
Ancestral have somehow wrestled themselves out of the shaking, shook fear that had fallen upon them from the one-leg catastrophe, and now have regained themselves that dominant, thunderous tempo as they flood into the A site. A soft peek from Yezmas, slightly poorly timed, finds Codex knocking the dome off of that one. Bakizi is still lurking towards that A door site, but Ancestral have total control with 4 members left versus there's 3. Bomb planted and 28 on the clock. Oil Rig going to start work this alley position. Rapid finds Geistras. He has support out there from a teammate too. 2v1 on the front door into Oil Rig. Finds Selfish to Baynas taking 2.
Oh, that was close. That was close, Oil Rig. We're gaining space on site, but Ancestral had all the answers that round. Started with a big couple of picks, a nade kill to take Oil Rig down a peg, and then Geistras with their cat-like reflexes there on back alley. React fast, make it a 5v3. That Ancestral do win. And it's those numbers advantages that you have to turn into round wins to stay relevant in a map like this. And Ancestral do it right there, and it's 7-6, one of the closest maps we've had on stream in a while.
It's unbelievable to watch all of this just evolve in front of our eyes. I mean, now Selfish stepping up to the table as well, trying to slam some kills down of his own. 1-for-1 inside of the parkour. Finds actually 2-for-1 when Ancestral, Geistras, and Kafeinas both put 2 people from the Oil Rig squad on their ass. Connector currently challenges and forces away Rapid with that headshot. Head's going to be singing a little bit. J4 on the door is defending as well as he can. Kakao takes a tap to the stomach, but nothing else. Kafeinas finds Rapid. Ancestral are not out of this yet. 2 left from Oil Rig into 4 of Ancestral inside of Fuel. 2 go down.
Ace.
That ace is here, though. Oh, no.
When that ace arrives to a party, you know it's just getting started. 2v2, Oil Rig have a way back into round 14. That ace playing behind Kakao, who's clearing sight directly, but back towards Harbor is where Ancestral waits, but not patiently enough. Kofeinas peeks around and is down by that ace, and that leaves Selfish all alone. This defuse is being stuck, and it doesn't matter. Kakao supports his teammate, and a 2v4 has been clutched up by Oil Rig. They get to 8.
Puts them crucially onto map point. And actually, that shows the difference between the 2 teams there. Oil Rig take the authoritative charge from Red and push in onto site, where Ancestral, instead of retaking that ground towards mid-Red control after the plant, knowing it was off a rotation, they go out to Forklift and allow the Oil Rig Battle Buddy system to be closer and tighter together. Then the 2 Oil Rig members isolate A1 and execute quicker and more concisely. Ancestral have to find a response now. Geistras needs to win this challenge on parkour. The first is down as the captain from Bakizi falls. Ancestral looking for this quick tempo again. They're going to get onto the B site. Push through. Final defending member goes down. J4 has the bomb planted from Ancestral.
I'm not even convinced yet. I mean, this is a 5v3, bomb down. You'd think that's pretty well wrapped up if Ancestral can set up good crossfires, but Oil Rig have proved that they don't care what kind of post-plant setup Ancestral has. They just win the duels straight up, and that ace is actually down. Okay, maybe now I'm a bit more convinced, but Kakao and Rapid will strike in concussive fashion from both sides of B, and Kakao is in a 1v1 to close out Bay 5. Yasmas, you have to step up now, is waiting Connector. Do they peek around? They do. The bullets let them know. They let Kakao know that they're there, and Kakao doesn't care. He peeps up, makes the kill happen, and closes out one of the best Bay 5 performances we've seen from a team in all of HPL. Oil Rig clutch the hell up.
Hey, Rapido and Kakao for the closeout. The double kill from the smoke on Forklift is unreal. What a way to walk back into the game after not being able to get to one yesterday. Welcome back to Rapid after that delicious double kill as the smoke fades away. Gives enough space for the final member from Oil Rig to have that clutch up 1v1 situation into Connector there. Bepic, everything is delivering god tier gameplay today, okay? And although the darkness might have descended upon my room, whilst I quickly run to the light switch inside of this room, please entertain the room in the chat with what we just got to witness, which in my mind is single-handed one of the best games I think we have seen on Bay 5 to date.
I mean, it's lights out in Crack's room, and it's lights out for Ancestral on Bay 5. I cannot believe what Oil Rig just did right there. Because Ancestral played so well throughout that entire map, and yet it wasn't enough. So many 4v2s, 3v1s, and Ancestral couldn't close it out. All right, lights are back on. I think that's a good analogy, because the lights were out for Ancestral, just like in your room for Bay 5 Cracked. Now they're back on, because you've still got another map to prove yourself against Oil Rig. Ancestral's playing well. They just can't close rounds out. Oil Rig are so good in clutch situations.
I would just love to think that at 90 whatever years old, all right, old wise goatee long white bearded cracked wisdom can have as powerful a walking stick as that which Oil Rig just displayed to us inside of that round there now, okay? Because I'm telling you now, with that kind of one-legged wonders, all right, anyone could take on the world. The man needs to be inside of every Dungeons and Dragons gameplay I've ever seen in the future going on with those nat 20s being rolled. You've got to understand how crazy that is, okay? A blacked leg and a blacked head and a blacked center of mass, okay, takes any tick of damage and your model falls. It's literal, you kill yourself inside of the game. That is how that works. It even tells you in the kill feed, you fell over, okay? It is that ruthless to it. The fact that he takes 4 full steps to the doorframe and gets away with it is unbelievable. Then to win the shots without taking a single bit of damage, because that's the other point, chat. It's not just the insane headshot he hits, it's how quickly he snaps to target and the responding opponent does not get a bullet off, because that opponent doesn't need to hit anything specific. Literally, he could sneeze at him at this point in time and the guy would fall over. So mind-blowing scenes. And then it just escalated. Like, that wasn't even it. It got better, if that is even a thing.
You have to remember, I think it was 5-3 at that point, before the right-legged incident of 2025. Ancestral were in command on Bay 5. They had won the first half. And then from there, Oil Rig closed out a 6-1 run on their defensive side of Bay 5. You don't have many words left after that one, and we have to cast a whole other map, Cracked. Like, that was just the start of this series. We knew it was going to deliver, and so far it has.
The question we've got to ask ourselves is, it's Fort now, so Bay 5 is definitely chaotic, but I think Fort could even be attested to being slightly more chaotic. And what we did see is that rotations are a thing that both teams are considering swapping between these points. Fort is a very rotatable map, both through each other's spawns, where you can trade places over a site, and we've seen it before, how neither of these two teams are scared of playing inside of a smoke. I mean, we saw it from multiple matches today. The smokes, and the more that they are in the game, the more confident and comfortable players are of being able to pull off things that really shouldn't be possible. You shouldn't be there. It's so predictable that it's good. It's no longer silly. It's actually like, if you're not checking your corners, if you are not reinforcing that basic foundational gameplay, you're going to get caught with your pants down. And some of these teams know the best time to exploit that weakness is under the most pressure. And that's where we're seeing some of these 2v1s, these 3v1s, where you almost feel, Mr. Bepic, after your wealth of experience within competitive scenes and multiple titles, in a numbers advantage, the pressure almost looms over those favored more than those not, right? Because the underdog has nothing to lose. And the three of you sit there with that slight cloud in the background that says, we shouldn't lose this. Like, we shouldn't lose this as your teammate falls. Or we shouldn't lose this as your second teammate. Oh, I'm in a 1v1. And it all falls apart. So, I don't know, man.
Well, we're getting into Fort, Cracked, so I'm not going to try and speculate as to what we're going to see, because already we've witnessed the obscenely unexpected on Bay 5, and going into Fort, where fights are definitely more compressed, and mid-aggression is already on the tip of our tongues. Geistrust pushes through mid towards A and into kitchen, is dismantling Oil Rig. Great start for Ancestral, and there will be no clutching this time around. Surely not, right? That's a team kill for Oil Rig. They're flustered. Ancestral have caught them off.
Did you just expect or assume, Mr. Bepic? Dear me, sir, you have learnt nothing from today's games, I would say.
Surely not.
I jest. Surely we could not predict the outcome of what is going on inside of this with the bomb down in the 3 versus 1 situation. Okay, we're back to normal. We're okay.
That is just round 1, though. We will see, I'm sure, many more 1v3s for Oil Rig to maybe make up for that. But surely we don't transition immediately from map 1, where that's the big story, and then Ancestral let it happen again. That's a good closeout. And did you see the aggression that they took through mid? I mean, they hustled, GuyStress especially, through mid, and is taking fights in kitchen about 10 seconds into the round. That is how Ancestral are planning on playing defense here, and so far, so good.
On into round number 2. Gonna take the pace nice and slowly, as both teams seems to be doing so. We heard the TRG go off in the background, but nobody in the kill feed. There's the second slap as Kafenas and Rapid find theirs with rifles. That ace is going to use the long range one and claim another. Only one down from Oil Rig, as the bomb is making its way onto site. Selfish is playing a really tempered approach to this headshot now. He's going to claim the bomb on the plant. Pre-fire's just high of the backpack. That's unfortunate.
Have to back off now as a result of that. Didn't get anything through the smoke, but we'll be able to play now with their teammates. YesMass and Kofenas moving up together, and they've surrounded the site just a little bit. They should be taking a couple of duels here in different portions of the map right now. In mid-cut, around lobby, we're seeing a 1v1 developing. YesMass just jumping around, dodging and weaving. Has to contend with 2 players, but hasn't eliminated either. Elsewhere, Selfish falls, Kofenas falls, and YesMass joins his brethren in the afterlife. Oil Rig secure round 2 without too much hassle.
Yeah, you see Bikisi there with a very red top of his model. Tanking a headshot thanks to the humongous helmet that is worn on those Enforcer classes. The Vulcan doing its work. Oil Rig leveled that one up 1 apiece. 4 members still alive at the back end of the round, so we may well be in a similar scenario to map 1, Mr. Bepic. Back and forth, 1 round apiece. And no decisions or guesswork to be made just yet, because an informed guess would be a lie right now.
Yeah, just get ready to settle in. I don't think we reminded people. No, we did tell people to get their snacks and drinks in preparation for this one, and for good reason. It's going to be a long one. I mean, we went 9-6 and the last map, and 15 rounds deep. I think we could expect from Fort as well, back and forth to start. Although right now, Oil Rig's in a more advantageous position. You can't count either of these 2 teams out when they're down a player. YesMass trying to get one back now. Keeping here through mid, and they're going to have Cacao slowly tiptoeing up, taking space.
Space is being extremely defensively given out of Ancestral right now. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. The initial point of contact has left the Oil Rig rotation out to A completely free, and they're not only going to be late, the bomb is going to be fully down. There's going to be 5 seconds off the clock before they have point of contact. Not only that, but Oil Rig have been given more than enough time to position deeply on this now.
Ooh, well, Rapid's been found out, so his position is noted by Ancestral. And still, it seems like they're playing a flanking position, but all 3 Ancestral members did move through long and connector, but that's 2 already dead. J4's all alone. 1v3 here, and he's got to clutch up big time. J4 moving around the box. Rapid will get another. He's not 6 so far.
Big point of play on that there. I know Bikisi was backed up by a second kill across the quad, but Bikisi spots the tiny tip top of the head of one of those members from Ancestral standing on top of the headshot box. That minimal pixels worth of advantage is enough for the captain. Bakia does not miss those, ladies and gentlemen. He's drank his water today, and he's ready to put the heads down. 2-1 Oil Rig take the lead after some great gunplay out of the Oil Rig squad. Closes out the round on the A site. Again, we're going back to A very heavily from both sides here.
Oil Rig's hustling here. They move into quite quickly. And through the smoke, Selfish will notch a nade kill. It's a good start Now J4 fighting as well, but Bikizi will answer back. Bomb on his back. Team 2 if he can add to it, but Selfish will find a couple of important frags now. That's 2 to open things up this round. Let's see what else he can find.
It's so magic to watch this oil rig attack in full flow when they get to a site. They spread out for a line of scrimmage. One person makes contact, and it's like the 5 of them just sort of figure 8 in between each other's positions, in and out, as one reloads the magazine, the other takes the spot up, and so on and so forth. And it's just such a fluid swing. Now, the further they get into the round, this is where the oil rig squad has looked more out of place as they start swinging out of sync with each other. One gives an isolated one into headshot. A grenade goes out afterwards that could have potentially been combined. The bomb and teammate now start swinging with the battle buddy system, re-challenging headshot together. Oil rig notice the mistake, and they capitalize and change it up. 2 quick kills as they swing together, sees them successful, and this is what I'm talking about, Bepic. All right, I might not be a professional player, but we've watched so much gameplay at this point in time. Numbers are king. 2 is better than 1.
Ancestral had the numbers at the start as well. I mean, they couldn't press that advantage, but Oil Rig can. And using that buddy system like you referenced to perfection. They knew where Selfish was, didn't try to swing him too aggressively, instead played for his peak around headshot right there, and played patiently enough to get that initial kill, followed it up nicely down short. So Oil Rig have 3 rounds. That one a bit more cool, calm, and collected than we've seen from them previously. Now getting back to it, though, Kofenas with an opener, but Kakao was just happy to trade Bikizi and get this ramp access.
Interesting the way that this one's been approached. Everybody's into something as both teams show a different side to the approach. This time around, the bomb is fully planted onto the B site as there is so much aggression from the Oil Rig team. This is the difference between Oil Rig and Ancestral post-plant, though. Oil Rig are taking forward aggressive positioning, and that's denying space from Ancestral. They have to challenge angle after angle after angle, and even when the trade goes negative in their favor to be able to take more space, there's just another Oil Rig member to have to fight on the next corner. If Ancestral are going to pull some rounds back early on, I want to see them being more forceful with their positioning, take more positive space rather than kiting out negatively.
I'm with you. I mean, whose map pick is this right now? Ancestral wanted us to come to Fort, and now they're playing scared against Oil Rig. And it's Oil Rig making better reads, having access to open sites, pivoting with good reads on where Ancestral have stacked, and now going back towards A. There are 3 Ancestral members here. Let's see how this opening fight goes. So far, not good.
Nightmare Alley to peek down there. One of the Ancestral members does not realize that there are 4 silhouettes behind there, but will have easily seen the 2 elbows peeking out of the left-hand side, knowing that that would have been a death chamber should they continue to peek that. The bomber's down quickly from Oil Rig, and it becomes a retake scenario from Ancestral, down 2 members. Interesting approach from Long. Smoke is out to deny that cave approach. Geistras gets up into the 90 angle to defend it. That's Ace has saved the nade, the headshot, though.
Not on the same pace as the 23 kills that Ace notched on Bay 5, but is still getting important frags as the rest of the team steps up. And speaking of, Kakao now knows where Geistras stays, and everybody wants Geistras to get involved with the party. Unfortunately, Geistras' party is in the afterlife. That is 5 for Oil Rig, and this is dominant. It was so close on Bay 5, and now Oil Rig is finally pulling away like the favorites that we thought they were coming into this series, and Ancestral has looked good today. They've kept pace with Oil Rig through Bay 5 and the start of Fort, but now that we're in the mid-game, OR really is pulling away.
It's a phenomenal metaphor, actually. I think that definitely tells the tale of the 2 maps. The first was the drag race, that quarter mile where Ancestral absolutely hit the nitrous oxide timer slightly better than Oil Rig and kept matched with them pace for pace the entire way until the finish, where that muscle car just has the higher top speed and Oil Rig slammed the way home. Here in this one, though, it seems, however, the sticky gearbox has been unlocked and a slightly steadier approach, but with the same tempo from Oil Rig, has left them in a better position. That being said, we just watched a full round of what we like to call at home a game of dominoes, and as the color in the kill feed flips from red to blue, back and forth between me and you inside of this one, we're left with a 1v1, Selfish and Kakao. The 2 left to duke it out in round number 7.
Kakao won't know where Selfish is. He probably has an idea that he's playing around sight, holding that pack, but it's been planted, and, well, that lack of knowledge ends up biting Kakao in the face in the form of some bullets. That's a second one for Ancestral, and an important round to win to get some confidence back going forward.
How crazy would it be if we went into the half with a scenario exactly the same as game one? The attacking side, 5-3 up. Ancestral taking 3 rounds into Oil Rig to begin with in the second map. Oil Rig taking 3 into Ancestral in the first, in a scenario you would have never expected. I mean, I could see it. I could see this being an Ancestral round that is over super decisively, where they just decide that they're going to run through and, oh no, Oil Rig are going to give them the chance to do it as well. Look at the aggressive A push. They're into kitchens already. One's isolated. Up on the minimap, we see that. How that fight's not come down just yet, I don't know. Health is jostled between two. Pinsard and Rapid is down. That one member is gone. Oil Rig have to hit the key to the tempo now because Ancestral are flooding in from the flank. 2 up onto ramp. Bomb's going to go down. Has Dark got the tempo to kill the bomb plant? No, what? Spawn's dead already.
Well, answering back with space gains. Now on long... What? Bullets miss every which way. Kofenas gets an important kill to make this a little bit more manageable for Ancestral 3v2. But Keezy dodging bullets as well. It's taking a lot out of Kofenas, but they're getting the kills importantly. Now, Kakao has been taken out, and Oil Rig started out that with a quick tempo push towards B, but Ancestral shut that pace down and get on the board to close the half. That's well done.
It is, and that could have gone either way as well. I mean, you know full well that El Rapido has that more than within him to be able to take that 2v1 over on the A site as that lurker, but Ancestral don't give him the chance. 4 members quickly push out from that A site, and 4 members flood around to execute the pincer perfectly. Oil Rig take the tempo, get the bomb down, but Ancestral have the better timing and put pressure on before Oil Rig can settle into post-plant positions.
Even with that kill near defensive spawn there, with Oil Rig pushing through site and gaining ground to make up for what they had lost behind them, Ancestral still found a way to make up for that with a couple of great battles down B long, and with Kofenas delivering a massive double kill right there. Ancestral close out their defensive half with 3-round wins, 2 consecutively. It was looking dire for a moment, but they have made this a little bit better for themselves. The Rapid will open us up in the second half, saying, I'm still here. Don't test me on B. Misses some important bullets, though, makes up for it. Yasmas gets a kill in the meantime, so it's still an even situation for Ancestral. Guys, stop pushing Rapid right now.
Yeah,
he has
really.
locked Spiral down.
Yeah, please tell it to me again. Preach to the crowd, Mr. Bepic, because you're talking the wonderful words of wisdom and truth right now. Stop challenging Rapid, because this man is built different. The third's going to walk in, and for Christ's sake, stop challenging Rapid, guys! Come on! What a demon! 3 from Mini, and he makes magic work with the quick moves like Jagger out into Dark. Defends Secret from the response with the bomb on the back. Brother, 6-3 Oil Rig.
Just like that, any momentum has been stamped out with a difficult first round of the second half. Ancestral could have brought it back to within 1 there, and I'm sure they're not too phased. They're still locked in on a potential run here late, but still, they just kept swinging Rapid, kept giving him easy-ish kills. The advantage was sitting back, waiting, which he has not yet employed here this round as he looks for a fight down ramp. Doesn't win it, will be given one again. Yasmas around the corner is prepared to be put down by Rapid. 2 kills to open up round 10 for Oil Rig, and they're looking for more.
And this would be great from the Ancestral side. They need to start winning fights now. J4 finds 1 into Rapid. That ace does shut Selfish out because 2 members from Oil Rig went round the outside towards the A point. 5 versus 3 on this. Ancestral have actually come out way undervalued versus the numbers perspective. The probability being thrown in the bin as Oil Rig defy the odds, winning a 3v5 on point whilst the other 2 members come up to support. Only Rapid pays the price, but did great work on the point of contact for first into the fuel of the fire.
J4 is locked into Mini, and that will be where he stays the rest of the round. Bakizi, it's an all-important kill that leaves Guy Strauss on the outside looking in, and Bakizi will advance and confirm the 7th for OR. They aren't too worried about Ancestral getting a couple consecutive to end the half because they start with a pair of their own on their defensive side.
I think with everything going on in the real world, a little bit of it in the politics might have spilled into Escape from Tarkov Arena. And the moment of time, that oil delivery being caught in customs, not allowed onto the pitch, it seems like they finally managed to get approval from the authorities, as Oil Rig have absolutely coated the pitch here on Fort with that slicky substance. And it is doing work right now as they start to snowball what we thought would have been a confident game all the way through, but Ancestral have fought tooth and nail and battled hard. But right now, this is the final chance really for them here. If Oil Rig do not lose this round, they will be on series and map point. First Rapid as 2 from Cannons do not win the 1v2. Kakao takes out Kafenas, and thoughts and hopes are dropping quickly.
I respect the confidence, expecting to test Rapid with different levels of success, but Ancestral have gone through defensive spawn and are now attacking long, and A site is open for the moment. You have a player moving through mid cuts, and it seems like as they advance near Kitchen, that Ace can toss a wrench here in the Ancestral pivot plans towards A, but here comes Kakao and company. He's got a pair of kills, and that's all it takes for Oil Rig to close out their 8th round win.
It was very, very tough odds. It was 2-2v1s. Each Selfish and teammate had to win one of the 2v1s essentially off of the bomb plant to be able to make that possible. I mean, it was a great rotation. Ancestral saw the space and the losing fight on the other side. And, well, drop the mic. We're out of here. Let's go and skedaddle around the side to the other side to get the bomb down. But that's the last of the success inside of round number 11 for Ancestral. As we rock on into 12, Oil Rig find themselves with 5 map and series points to successfully defend their spot on the table.
See how they attack it, because it's been a lot of B aggression, testing Rapid, and failing for the most part. Sometimes mid-aggression. That Ace has been taken out, has not quite been the same successful map on Fort that he had on Bay 5, as he's stuck with 6 kills for the time being. And now Oil Rig are down a player. Stress will expedite that problem for them. It's a 5v3, and this obviously, for many reasons, is a must-win for Ancestral.
Kakao's just got 2 members in mid without them seeing. Actually, now the Cult flank is coming in really quickly. Selfish is on side, but Kakao's already here. Kakao's going to slam J4 as he doesn't realize he jumps straight to the headshot. Kakao onto the box of 90 wins the fight to Geistras, and that is everything. It's all done, said and said for. Maybe not. Hold up. Hold up. I thought Yezmas was too late. Wait a minute. Someone ain't right here. He's got a nade too. No way. Oh, Rapid survives it. Loses only a quarter. 1v1. Rapid or Yezmas.
Oh, he's toying with him. Rapid back and forth. Loses the duel. Yezmas has stepped up and kept Ancestral in this thing. We're talking about a series of astral proportions. I mean, cracked. Back and forth we go. Oil Rig seemed to gain a full advantage, but this Ancestral team will not die.
Honestly, the amount of confidence that Oil Rig have had when they have started that second set of gunfights off and how confidently they've come through it, I could have sworn that was going to be said and done for, but it absolutely was not. Yezmas stuffs my words back down my throat again for the second time in the space of 2 matches as he drops what I thought was going to be a god-tier grenade to close it out, but wins with the gunfight now. 3 versus 1 in the mid-control. There's one behind him in the cold row. Kakao gets the first, second. Kakao again! A huge double cements Oil Rig's position in the round by defending a great offensive position from Ancestral.
While Ancestral were busy pinning Bakizi to the wall, they weren't ready for the backstab from Kakao. That's great aggression defensively for Oil Rig. And now it gives them a 3v2 man advantage. Yezmas's health bar has been chewed up. The device is down. It is looking dire for Ancestral. They're going to be stuck in 4th place here when all is said and done here in HPL EU Season 3. Kofenas does get that just in time. A little bit of util to help his case, but it does not matter. Oil Rig will not be denied a 2-0 to conclude their Season 3 campaign, and they cement themselves at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I think do not allow themselves to be denied is the correct description for that one. 1000%. A exceptional performance out of the Ancestral squad in both Game 1 and Game 2 has us caught up in an absolute barn burner of a match on the last day of HPL Season 3. We could not have asked for more, Bepik, and we're going to get more anyway.
Yeah, well, still one more to go. A bit of a change for day 5. That's going to be a fun one. 8 Sins trying to lock up the second spot. Now the pressure's on considering Oil Rig got their win here. But still talking about that third series, I have to say it's such a good, feel-good story for Rapid to be at the top of the table there. MVP of Fort, considering the scare yesterday. He comes back, steps up for his team on Fort, and is a big part of that Oil Rig win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Oil Rig with that victory find themselves now on 15 points. So 8 Sins need to take home a 2-0 here to retain their position on the leaderboard and take that back after a dominant performance from Oil Rig. Ancestral will retain their spot and will not move regardless of any results left out on the day, finishing Season 3 now in that 4th position. And I think Ancestral will be thoroughly proud of that performance, given their results throughout the entirety of the season. A 2-0 victory versus the other friendly guys, a 1-1 draw versus those friendly guys, and the 2-0 victory decoded is going to be the 3 games that's setting them apart from the lower half of the table that puts them in that top 4. And I think Ancestral thoroughly deserve their spot, given how they just performed there into Oil Rig. If any of you come and look at those scores in the future, okay, if you tell anybody about something to go and watch from today's games, normally I would say you go pick a game of the day. Well, I don't think that's the case today, Mr. Bepic. I think you just start at the beginning of the broadcast and watch the whole darn thing, because it has been exceptional.
We have been treated. I mean, it makes sense. Last day of HPL for a little while now. Have to make sure we get all of the entertainment juices flowing for everybody that has been so kind to tune in to the Hunt Premier broadcast today. Been a lot of fun, Cracked. I mean, that's it for me. I know Kirk's coming in to take my spot for that final series of the day. So I've been treated very lucky to be, first of all, in the booth with you. And just treated by the entertainment on Bay 5 especially. That might be my map of the day. Yes, Fort was close, but man, that Bay 5 was a battle of titans. And for Ancestral, I think taking away the fact that they're in the conversation with being competitive with those top 3 teams in HPL right now, that's a big win for them. It's something really to build off of going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So folks, allow me to wish a fond farewell to Mr. Bepic. We are going to let Bepic send us out with some kind words before we go into the interval for our final game of the day, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on Mr. Bepic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful face in the industry and an amazing commentator in himself, joining us on the casting crew for the HPL this year. It's been a delight having him, and we're looking forward to putting him through his paces, okay? So if you fancy dropping by a Cracked Wisdom stream near you throughout the next week, maybe you're a fan of the podcast or just some casual gameplay, you might see some cracked coaching with a little bit of Mr. Bepic, maybe a flavor of hot sauce and some bits extra. So keep your eyes out. We're going to try and train Bepic into the environment and really get him immersed in the scene. But as always, like I say, I am blessed to be given criticism and knowledge by somebody who is exceptional within the scene and recognized for being so, like Mr. Bepic. So, sir, it's always a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for joining us for the first 3 games of the day, and we'll be looking forward to seeing Kirk. Any final farewells before you go and we drop us into the interval?
Hey, I've been bit by the arena bug like everybody else right now. It's a fun esport to watch grow, and I'm excited to be a part of it. Shout out to Hunt Premier for putting all this together with Battle State Games. It's cool to see the support. Cracked. I'll be keeping an eye on that last set. It's gonna be a great way to end off what has already been a phenomenal day 5 of action. I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go into that game 5. Say thank you and a goodbye to Mr. Bepic. We'll be back with you with Kirk on the lurk after this small interval. See you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the final section of the final day of the HPL EU Season 3. Today, we've been blessed in the caster booth, not only by phenomenal amounts and volumes of matches, but also volumes of casters. Now, departing Mr. Befik, we say a fond farewell at 07 to his phenomenal work up to this point in the day, but we're going to welcome back into the booth alongside myself, Cracked Wisdom, is joining Kirk on the lurk. Kirk, how are you doing? Have you been enjoying the matches up to now? And are you ready for our final game of the day?
Yeah, the matches today have been awesome, and I've been, blessed to have the free time to be able to sit here and watch today and, be on the ready in case anything happens like what happened with Bepik. So we have to give a big thanks to him for giving his time and all of the effort that was put into HPL 3. So we want to thank him for that. And yeah, the games today were awesome. I loved watching the last game that just happened, Oil Rig and Ancestral. I got to throw a big shout out to Ancestral, who have really proven themselves this tournament in more ways than just one. Not just how they have so far placed on the the leaderboard, but how they have been able to perform against these high level teams like Oil Rig. They've even put a little bit of a pressure onto Sicario at some point, so it's really impressive to see that.
Yeah. A great performance out of Ancestral, absolutely, given our last match there. And, there are so many things that we could sit and talk about given that match that were outstanding, exceptional, unpredictable, crazy. Just everything inside of one match was exceptional to see, but not just that, okay? We now have an action-loaded, packed final game to top us off for the end of the day. We've had 3 phenomenal matches as shown by the schedule throughout this procedure, and we've got our final flawless performance coming to you right now. Like we said, 8 Sins having that final bout against OFG, otherwise known as the other friendly guys. Not the TFG Purple Thumb roster, no, this is the other friendly roster with the blue thumb there and the new faces and names, which I'm sure you've all become so familiar with for the right reasons. We had magical moments from Hiding Sheep, jumping fences like we thought from the dreams of Fond Old as you count your sheep to sleep. We've had magic moments from Mr. Krabs as he, just does crabby things, all right? Cooking up those crabby patties and creating calamitous situations for his enemies, in addition to exceptional plays out of Nose and the rest of the squad. So, 8 Sins had the work cut out for them today. They were cooking on the socials after they gave the Pandas a tough defeat yesterday, an exceptional one nonetheless, including a flawless 9-0 in the second map. Can they come back and continue that strength today to be able to secure and retake their spot back now from Oil Rig? So just remind the folks at home, for those of you that kept an eye on the table at the beginning of the day, 8 Sins were above Oil Rig, given the fact that they were 1 point in the lead in the sense of their initial standings. Oil Rig take a 2-0 victory and therefore move 3 points further than their initial positioning, which moves them up to second. Right now, 8 Sins can only win this match 2-0 to be able to regain that spot. And they could be looking at potentially dropping to third. Do they go 1-1 here? So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's look at the nitty-gritty in the city today. It's going to be 8 Sins versus OFG, and in this head-to-head, we're going to be looking at the 8 Sins roster, starting off with Walker, Blitzer Girl, Nemonas, Fox, Pablo, and then the sub-players on the bench with more than enough to be able to back up that power of Kana and Train. I mean, you talk about a Titan lineup, Kirk, but you want to think about top tier 5 first starting players. You then look at a bench that is built bulkier than any I have seen across any team right now. This 8 Sins lineup is scary when you look at it.
Yeah, it definitely has its fair share of experienced players, right? Even these 2 subs have previously had so much experience with Walker and Blitzer on EPA previously. And now all of a sudden 8 Sins can just throw in, 3 new players that, Walker and Blitzer might not have as much, kind of chemistry with in the past of how they played together, but all of a sudden they're performing even better than they were under EPA so far in this tournament, when we can actually look at the the scores and how many points they've got, the way they win their games. It seems like that this kind of 5 stack that's brought together is even stronger than it was before. And when it comes down to having to possibly swap out a player, there's Kaner and Train, which are both extremely reliable players that can throw in at any time to have a really good chemistry mix between them and Walker and Blitzer. But heading over to OFG, of course, we can't forget about them, those other friendly guys. Of course, we do have Undead, SNX hiding, Mr. Krabs, Nose, and then on these subs, it is Bran and Propus. So, Skybridge coming up first for 8 Sins. We know that in the past, they have a lot of the players in these teams have favored a little bit of Bull. Skybridge hasn't been super a massive pick that they've gone into, and even this tournament, right at the start, Skybridge was the most picked map, and now all of a sudden it's the least picked map. So things have been cooking up in the background, or there's probably strats here that they might have been waiting for the final day at these crucial moments to pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an interesting perspective to look at both of these two sides here, especially when you give the talent that floods down the teams. I mean, although OFG are not necessarily well known to the industry other than their efforts within Season 3 here, these will be players that I'm sure we're going to see continue coming back time and time again in the future. Bran, also one that went through trials for the original TFG roster, okay, not one that made it successful through there, but is now on the substitute bench for this OFG squad. Again, another phenomenal player that we'll be looking forward to seeing featured in future matches. You say that against the comparison, and this is where I just want to show you how well packed this 8 Sins lineup is. I mean, you look at Kaner on the bench there. Kaner is a player that has had multiple seasons worth of experience in gameplay and has continually proved himself to be at the top of his game. The only reasoning at this point in time that Kaner is currently sat on that bench and not dominating out on the field as previous is because, if it's possible, there are 5 Titanus players that step up in front of him on this starting roster for 8 Sins, okay? And we got to see the reminder, I think, of just how destructive and devious our Mr. Kaner can be if you cross him the wrong way, okay? Reminded all over the socials last night as people crossed tongues with one of the most familiar and formidable warriors out there. It is what it is, all right? You can't cross blades with a demon and not expect to get yourself cut, okay? And I'm expecting that that is going to be the story of the day. This OFG side has proven themselves to be a formidable opponent throughout the season. However, if you think 8 Sins are going to let that make them be a little nicer to give up their position in second place to Oil Rig, you guys got to start cooking a little bit better in the lab, because I'm telling you now, 8 Sins are going to be coming gunning for those 3 points on the day-to-day, right, Kirk?
Yeah, and you know what, OFG, even though that it might be a difficult matchup for them, and maybe their points aren't exactly up to like a super high point at this time on the leaderboard, you got to give respect to the OFG crew who, they formed their team last minute to qualify for HPL, where they just went straight into it out of a just randomly formed team at the last minute, and all of a sudden they get through qualifiers with only 1 loss. So, we didn't stream the qualifiers this year, unfortunately, but that is what happened in the background. We got confirmation from one of the members of the team that did happen. And the fact that they're able to do that and is an achievement within itself, regardless of how they place in this tournament. And the fact that they've even been able to put pressure on high level teams, just like Ancestral has, is also just equally as impressive. As you can only continue to learn and grow from this point on as more tournaments come on in the future. So we're more than grateful to have this team here. But of course, as a first time tournament, you can't really expect them to just be the Sicarios of HPL all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a tough, tall ask to be able to beat Sicario on any day, as has been proven by Season 3, but Ancestral, I mean, Oil Rig were given a good run for the money. It's been a tough day all over, okay? Every team that has been exceptional has been pushed on our Super Sunday, which is what we love to see from the gameplay, but the one thing that's going to tell the final tale of the story is whether the final set from the old guard, which is the 8 Sins roster, okay? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, those of you not so familiar with the 8 Sins name, okay, newly signed by the organization, 8 Sins was previously EPA, was previously ITV Shuffle, and that, well, it's a lineup that has been here since the beginning. Okay, unlike the cattail that's assaulting me in the casting booth right now, it's a team of people that, although it's gone through different roster iterations, it has absolutely been a dominant force, regardless of who's turned up for their squad. Cat, come on, thank you. Sorry. All right, bye bye. There's been just flawlessly performing across multiple scenes. I mean, they've placed top 4, top 3 in every single season that they've had so far. I think the 3,
Yeah.
4. I had to check that one. Not
No.
off the top of my head, but they are dominant for being in that top 3, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And even in HPL 2, you know, under the name EPA, they grabbed 13 points, which is actually, you know, they're right now sitting at 13 with still games left to be played. They have already, you know, kind of proven themselves to be getting better, and it proves that that roster change that was made is more than beneficial to them. Grabbing Nemenas from Sicario, you know, went over to Sicario, sort of like a trade, like a 1-for-1, and he's been shining over there, proving himself, you know, very well. We saw that one clip that happened on Bull that got posted on the Twitter. That was insanity, more than proving his spot on the new team. But yeah, like EPA, we can say that previously they've, you know, have gotten better, but it really does come down to a new team. It's not the core of the team is kind of gone because a majority of the members are different. However, if you start throwing those substitute players onto the, you know, into a main game, then you can start to get that core a little bit back, and maybe it changes things up.
So I have a brand new desk that has a nice bright red underlighting, okay, to go with the Hunt colors as well as the Hunt microphone bushing that we've got going on. But I'm currently being distracted by the blinding blue thumbs that are currently filling the support in the chat right now as we go into the final game of our Super Sunday. The support coming out for those other friendly guys right now is astronomical in the chat, and that is the kind of passion that we love to see as we go into the final game of Season 3. It's 8sins taking on the other friendly guys for the final title challenge. I mean, it is all in the hands of 8sins to try and reclaim that second place spot, or for the other friendly guys to upset the natural order and to hand 8sins a punishing final blow to their season.
Yeah, the 5th day is now, and this is the conclusion of the HPL Season 3 EU. So, of course, there is 4 games today, which is so you get a little bit extra games. I hope everyone's grateful at home. Usually it is the 3, and then we play the 3 off stream, but every single game today is being streamed, and it's all come down to this, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, it wouldn't be possible without the viewers at home to be able to support us. You know, all the background, that people that go on here, all the crew. You know, Connor's always in that production desk so far in every single day of HPL EU3. So we thank him so much for his participation in that. And you know, we got to get straight into this game. It's going to be these 2 games, and then we're going to get the updated leaderboard for everybody, and we're going to see exactly how these teams place. You know, the round differential, that's something I'm really interested in as well, to see, you know, how Sicario have possibly improve the round differential, because we know how impressive it was in the last season. But yeah, so lots of events coming up this year too, so make sure you mark your calendars for that. We're going to get more into that at the end of the 2 games.
Yeah, that's it. And whilst we are just catting or just chatting, depending on how we look at it, depending on whether the cat's going to continue to invade the camera, whilst we are nattering away in the booth and yapping up the time, whilst the guys get into the final game of the day, chat, I hope you've all been enjoying the HPL entertainment, because we've got tons more of it packed up for you going all the way out through the rest of this year. Like I said, this is not going to be the end, nor will it be even close to the beginning of the action that you've got coming for this year. We've already seen NA Season 1 HPL. We've seen Season 3 EU HPL with the final match finishing off right now for you. We've got elimination tournaments to come. We've got more seasons for both EU and the NA scene, as well as many other events going on in between and in and outside of those that are being interlaced by organizations working alongside that we get to proudly yap at here, leading flagship in the Escape from Tarkov arena competitive scene, that which is the Hunt Premier, as always partnered by Battlestate Games live on Twitch. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without you guys at home, so to everybody that's turned up today that is still sat in the chat enjoying the action and the entertainment, thank you for taking time out of your day to help make this possible, as well as all the players, performers, support, coaches, staff, and people around the communities that go into making these teams what they are, thank you for your part in participation, as well as, like Kirk said, all of the insane work that goes on behind the scenes at Hunt Premier, okay? Just a few familiar names to give to you guys in the chat so you know exactly who it is doing all that hard work there. 3 of the faces that work hard in the background today: Damien, Kevster, and Preppy working hard in that channel on the cameras, as well as, like Kirk so wisely mentioned, Connor, who is kicking ass on the keys as always, stolen straight out of that super cool Scott Pilgrim world. This man is slaying. There's no P-time bar for this guy, all right? It doesn't do anything other than stand ready to the Call of Duty, okay? Will not let anything get in his way. Connor, again, kicking it with a 10-kilogram ton kick with the strongest power in the production. Not only that, folks, there are many that go behind the background scenes to doing spreadsheets, contact teams, keeping all of the kids in check, because we all know how hothead some of these competitors can be, all right? So shout out to the extras that go into that background to doing the hard work, guys, okay? Every single one of you is equally as valued, because without one piece of our smoothly working system here at Hunt Premier, all of it would fall apart. So each and every one of you, thank you. Great work.
And thank everybody for participating in the giveaways. I hope nobody's mad at me in the chat. I did happen to win a arena key earlier. I was a little bit excited for that, and it's actually, a matter of fact, already given away to someone in the chat that you know, I made a little bit of friends with recently. So I hope he enjoys that and continues his arena grind. But as we end our gap session and start the very last game of the day, map number 1 on Skybridge, it's 8sins versus TOFG.
On board here with Walker as an 8 goes out up and over Sandwich. It's going to take out SNX immediately. Currently watching that one from the third-party perspective and lines and the eyes of Fox as he watches Captain take the lead straight onto site and force an entry completed. Now full possession of that A site. These Fox trying to fight off the challenge from jungle. Pablo is on site with bombers. Decided not to plant for now. There he goes round E-box. Good covers the plant goes down. Counter smoke coming out of the defending side is going to cover off benches. Nemo is going to find himself suddenly suffocated for a second. Smoothly slides out of that and sneaks his way up on into E-box. Hiding finds Blitz.
Sort of a double smoke going on here in front of Nemenas, which is pretty good. Oh, a rush through the smoke is undead. Nemenas with a quick flick to put him down, and Fox picking one up soon after. Nose wants a little bit of the action as well. Fox goes down, and Walker grabs a double to end that one for 8sins on round number 1.
It's a very quick first round there, Kirk. Walker claims 3. Nemo and Fox back him up 1 apiece.
I like that smoke position. There was a double smoke, which I know one of them was definitely from 8sins on the attack, but there was one right behind it, and if that one also came from 8sins, it was really well placed because TOFG threw a counter smoke. So if, you know, 8sins went down, then, you know, it would have gave TOFG the advantage there on that site. But the fact that they double smoked it gave them that extra time to match the defending smoke, or sorry, the other attacking smoke, and then all of a sudden there's still 2 smokes up and you got no time to defuse the bomb. So it was excellent to throw that second one there to, you know, stop that the push as soon as the smoke stopped.
Yeah, it's an interesting way that scenario plays out, in the sense that, you know, smoke for smoke for smoke, each smoke for each team's side delays for about, you know, 15 or so seconds, give or take, for it to dissipate. So merely delaying. Sometimes it falls in your favor. Sometimes the tides turn when kills go the other way. And that smoke then becomes a detriment rather than an asset. Now, flash towards SNX as he turns away. Only gets concussed, but not too heavily blinded out of that one. Almost planted and... Wow, okay, never mind. 5 members are not alive from either side as Nemo finds the first. Undead gets taken out as that bomb goes down. 8sins looking to deny me before I make a fraud. Takes the kill before the words are out of my mouth. Half of the health from Nemo gets taken back, though, as a heavy bleed and not many body parts are left alive. SNX gets shot down on the swing.
Hiding is still going to force this angle, even though he has no health remaining. And Mr. Krabs is going to swing to try to trade him out, and Blitzer is ready on the corner to take him down. That's a headshot. Big kill from Blitzer Girl to stomp another round for 8sins.
And Nemo picks up his set of 3 this time around. Walker gets 3 in the first. Nemo gets 3 in the second. Each member of the 8sins stepping up solely to begin with. Only leaves foreshadowing for what's to come when all 5 step up at the same time, eh, Kirk?
Absolutely. 3rd round. Another aggressive play, most likely from 8sins. They've been very interested in getting this bomb down as soon as possible. But it seems like a switch up is coming out. B site going to be in the favor for 8sins as it currently stands. Only one defender of TOFG to deal with. However, the spot that he's in is a little bit off considering, you know, he's the only one there. He's got really nowhere to run. 1-for-1 trade. Positions have to be picked up very fast because that TOFG lineup is almost ready on their defensive setup. Smokes plays very well, though, and Fox is here to defend his teammate with that plant. Does get it off, hiding, shooting through the wall, and knows with just a jump dolphin dive into sight. He does not get away with it. Fox punishes him for getting a little bit too aggressive, but oh, the 1 second bad timing! Pablo! Oh, there's nothing he could have done there. You cannot fault Pablo for that one. That is a tough break, but however, it is still an even matchup right now. Health advantage looking a little bit more for 8sins, but at this point, it's not a huge deal. Pablo swings into 2. Hiding does grab him, but Walker, the last one remaining with more than enough bullets to be able to take them down. Undead finishes that one out, and a big, huge win for TOFG to put themselves on the board here for round number 3.
First round on the board for TOFG. Bomb gets defused. I think Walker caught with his gun down in the sprinting animation there. A little bit of a misstep as the last one left alive, but separated. The TOFG members find themselves in a better position in that 2v2 and execute well to close the round out for the first in their favor. The deficit gets reduced to 1. 8sins get reminded that they're not going to be able to walk away into the night with this one smoothly. It's not going to be an easy ride. They have to fight the metaphorical Zorro in the wind that is this TOFG team.
We all know how dangerous 8sins can be once they get the ball start rolling, and TOFG did stop the momentum there, so that is a huge relief on that side.
Oh, SNX is still fighting to blitz. But never mind. He says, got the better of that one inside of VIP. I am the most valuable person inside of my little wooden fort. Fox is going to look to come and claim revenge. Plays it defensively. Is he going to get caught in the running as well? No, Fox plays the angle smart. Fetches the pre-fire, forces SNX to give up ground whilst reloading. Fox now takes the space. He wins the fires. SNX turns back just a little short of having that magazine fully in to be able to respond.
Bomb's still locked back down by KFC, and at any moment now they got to make a push with this this 1-man advantage that they have. Shots being exchanged as Nemo might need a little bit of a heal before they decide to make that execute. Smokes are out though, so we can expect it to come down at any moment.
Onto site they go. Bomb planted. Nemanas and Walker behind to support just in case an aggressive push through that smoke. An E-box comes through. One goes down. Replant attempt is going to come the second time as the initial push from TOFG gets caught on the reload. They do claim 1 life. And they leave themselves in an even 3v3, but 8sins dedicate to that plant. They get it off. Clock goes to 35, Kirk, and Nemo's the only one that's particularly battered and bruised. Less than half of that HP left, but currently on site playing awesome as Fox finds 2 filthy shots out of VIP. Oh my word. Talk about a Fox fire, blink and you'll miss it. The flash comes out of VIP in insane speed as Fox finds a double.
You really got to hope that you get those kills there in that situation, because man, if Fox ended up dying there and that set a detriment to 8sins, I think the team might have had a friendly word with him after that, because, you know, he was in the best spot he can be in. There's no reason to be aggressive there, but I guess that could also play in your favor with the TOFG side, probably expecting you to play more passively VIP. So getting a little bit aggressive catches them on their toes, and that's exactly what we saw is an amazing double kill from Fox through VIP there. So, you know, it was risky, but it paid off.
Not at all, actually. I think I massively contradict your opinion on that one. We may have to agree and agree to disagree on this, but Nemo on site with that low health needs Fox to swing off his contact. I don't think Fox had any other option there. Otherwise, Nemo would have been just sacrificed to the cause. So I actually quite like the aggressive swing there, but that's why everybody has a different mindset to these plays. Both could potentially have success scenarios, and how it plays out on the day is what we get to see as Blitzergirl finds the header hiding in the opener. Second comes through as Fox does find the reactionary frag onto Mr. Krabs behind the point, and this B site is under assault. But the bomb's going the other way. It's going round the outside, and I'm wondering if there's 2 Trailer Park Girls there to stop it. No, it's not. They've been thrown. The ankles are broken. TOFG's on the wrong side, and 8sins have made them commit one of the worst ones. You've over-rotated and you've left the A site open. Now,
Oh,
noticing the
no.
damage done, knows he's going to walk on straight into the line of sight of Walker. He knows who he is, though. Good eyes on, but nope, Walker finds him on the timing.
Oh, that's so tough. That's so
Oh,
tough.
brother.
Amazing defensive positions with full confidence to be able to take them, knowing that the entire enemy team is still on the other site. So really, really difficult spot at that point to be able to clear. But, you know, what can you really do in that situation? Maybe send a couple through spawn to be able to challenge that that close left. But, you know, at that point, the time's kind of gone.
I mean, it's just well played from the 8sins squad. The contact they make on B fully sells the push. Not only that, but they win gunfights off the back of it. And then the bombs on site with all 5, including the 3 that pushed the B site, playing safe enough to immediately rotate A. Now, off the back of this, they're going to play an aggressive A tempo. And because this has been read extremely... Okay, never mind.
Man advantage for 8sins is, you know, a minute and 40 still left on the clock, and bodies have fallen. They've dropped like bad habits.
They read it really well. I thought they were there for the timing. That's where I was going with it. It was like TOFG actually have stacked 4 and 1, and they've sent an aggressive flank, but the flank stopped when the chaos fell because 2 members from that good read got immediately decimated by Blitzergill starting off the engagement with a great shot. 4
Yeah,
versus
notice
3,
this
they
game's...
aren't.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say it's 4 versus 3. They aren't limping, but we're in an interesting state right now, Kirk, which is what I think you were going to hit the nail on the head with. We're sharing brain cell wavelength again.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of time here to play with if you want to decide to rotate if it's possible. Nemo's going to go for that plant. Nose is very close, possibly able to challenge, but there is a teammate close by. There it is, actually. Nose does challenge that plant. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, the bomb is down the middle of sight, and all of a sudden, 8sins only have 1 member left.
Walker versus 2, though. The first is free, always in a 1v. All he's got to do is get the mag in. Mr. Krabs versus Walker. Krabs has done exceptional in clutch rounds for TOFG towards the depth of time. 25 seconds to play with it. Info peaks, tries to go for the wall bang. Krabs smartly steps out of the angle, knowing that's a possibility. Now, Walker sees the smoke on the right, realizes he has access to site and bomb. Grabs bomb, and he's going to try and play the aggression. It's a good place to plant. If he goes for the aggressive peak, he's actually going to come KFC. Walker realizes it and knows the time is out. He has to go for the kill now, but Krabs is caught in a corner. This is all Walker.
Oh!
Krabs with a pre-fire knocks him down. That's a great way to play it out of Krabs. Got himself pushed by Walker from an aggressive positioning, forced into an angle where he had to fight. He couldn't run at that point in time, which is the favorable thing to do. But he pre-fires the angle and stops Walker from allowing him to be pinned in the corner.
Yeah, excellent positioning by Mr. Krabs. Really just has it ends up resulting in him having time advantage and angle advantage with the right shoulder. So being able to pre-fire with only a few select seconds left, it's, you know, the really optimal play in that situation. So a great reading there from Mr. Krabs, who has more than proven his worth on this team so far in this entire tournament.
4-2. 8sins find themselves 2 up now after some great play towards the end there. TOFG are really giving them a run for their money, though. Again, this is another performance out of TOFG, which really has impressed us out of the gates.
Very nice smoke. Plumes a little bit to the right as well to stop any quick swings. Nade almost connects. That Vulcan might actually just save his life there. There's the execute. It's going pretty standard so far. 2FG have yet to be able to contest this 8sins kind of push. Once they get their smokes up, it seems like at that point, really, just they let them have the bomb and then try to play retake after. You know, you can use those B40s to sort of underhand over if you want to stop plants, but, you know, you can't just let them have sight like that.
Fox is going to swing towards that position, cementing over. Normally VIP this would hold from, but now that 8sins are on site, SNX is forced into having to play the much more dangerous angle, gets sidestepped into as both Walker and Fox find one apiece. Grabs nose and grabs for the 2.
What?
TOFG swing back with a harder strike than that of 8sins on the way in, and that's going to force a pressure diffuse. Walker does not know this is going down. He's going to look onto site and find 1, but with seconds left on the clock, he's going to get it! TOFG and hiding sheep. He's hiding all right. He's hiding with his fingers in the wires, and he cuts the right cable before the calamity comes through. Walker cannot claim the life of his foe in time for the defuse.
Audio absolutely perfect for TUFG there at the last crucial seconds. Getting that off was, he had about 0.5 seconds too late to get around that corner. You know what? It was really surprising, and it was actually hilarious. I was looking at the mini map, trying to just you know, analyze these angles that they're holding, and then all of a sudden I can see in the bottom left of my eye the red is just gone. Like, it was the matter of a couple seconds, and they just lost a huge portion of their roster right there, and you know, that stopped them from being able to defend the bomb properly, and it was pretty funny.
What I've got to give it to is good recognition from TOFG when they realize that 8sins are not playing a slow tempo pace. The second that 8sins puts the foot down, TOFG respond with putting a foot down of their own, and they instantly swing back with good frags. One apiece again to open up. A second goes down. This time, Undead finding the pick with that long-range rifle. 8sins finding two of their own. Mr. Krabs and Hiding now currently sitting on the bench for this round. Walker finds SNX. A grenade out of Undead towards the site. It's going to be late as the bomb has already been planted, and there is 35 seconds left on the clock for two of them to try and recover this in a 2v4.
It's the first time I've ever really seen a big kill out of that weapon so far. Undead might be having some issues with it, but 8sins is tough to deal with. Nose gets a big kill here, but smokes are only available for a short moment more. But if Pablo actually doesn't get this here, then, ooh, I was going to say, then he has nobody left to contest. Big kill. A good audio recognition, too. Rush through that smoke. Don't let him have it. You still have two teammates to be able to back you up if it's possible. But Blitzer was in the back, ready to start sniping once that smoke dispersed. Switching sides, though, coming in. Really decent start for TUFG. You have put a little bit of pressure so far on 8sins. And, you know, we really don't expect much more out of 8sins, who, you know, they are winning, and that's what they usually do, and that's what we know them for. The only thing I can really tell the difference of is maybe Blitzer playing a little bit more aggressive than normally.
I mean, it's the same matchup scoreline that we saw for the Ancestral Oil Rig map that was extremely competitive all the way to the wire in both of them there. 5 and 3 seems to be the tale of the day when it comes to halftime scorelines.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Nemo knocks one on the nose. Pun intended, Nose being the one paying the price. Krabs there, takes Nemo back. Undead with a great shot onto Fox as he finds his left flank. Not being watched well enough. Walker takes one into Krabs in the smoke, and the bomb is down. Hiding gets Walker back, though. Undead's find a great push onto point, and that over-aggression finds Blitzergill wanting 8sins. Pablo, though, is the last sin alive, and he's going to have Undead for breakfast, as he's also caught looking the wrong way. Now, speaking of the wrong way, this is not the way the bomb's been going, and this is not the member you were looking for, Pablo. Soon, shortly, surely he's going to recognize that this has gone round.
Yep. Realizes he's in the wrong place, as is his weapon on his character model right there in that picture. Don't know what's going on there, but yeah, we'll move past it. I'm sure it's still operable. Long range with the MCX, turn to blackout. We're going to see how this works out. SNX with his back turn. Big, easy kill for Pablo. Pick up a headshot on that AP ammo. Running down blue, and Hiding has, you know, probably a 99% chance of knowing exactly where he is because of that very fast-moving audio. And Pablo, he did his job. However, maybe running full sprint, giving away your position when there's still a decent amount of time left. I don't know.
5-4, it's pulled it a lot closer. TOFG start off with an exceptional attacking round. 8sins normally known for being very defiant on defense. And Fox there currently carrying a 10 and 6. Walker on 11 and 4. Actually, Walker popping off. Not something we are unfamiliar with, but it's not been as many grenades. Nemo's been throwing the majority of them so far. Walker's been absolutely slamming with that weapon. Speaking of Nemo nades knows, and we're going to be saying all of these ends as alliteration because it's numerical times that it's happened now as the first blood frag for the round. Krabs has one. Fox has got the response into Undead as 2 versus 1 members have fallen for either side. I paused because I knew it was coming, and Fox finds me fouling again. SNX the one going down, and 8sins find a 4 versus 2 scenario.
Fox just started this game in 5th gear. He was already revved up. He was pushing it since round 1, non-stop. And with that 100-round mag, there's really nothing else that can, you know, stop him in his place. Walker being a little bit patient, and it does pay off into Mr. Krabs. Now, they have full control over bomb with a crossfire on it, so Hiding is in, you know, a position where he's forced to hide, and a minute left on the clock. He can try to get some slick angles here if he decides to be a little slick with it, but, you know, run straight in and with 4 members still left in the 8 Sins roster, you probably want to just catch them off guard. Don't do anything too predictable, but at that point, they're just going to mow you down, and that's exactly what happened. 8 Sins grabbing another huge win, 6-4, as we have 3 more rounds if 8 Sins want to close this one out.
I like my metaphors. We do like a good bit of Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece in particular. And if you ever wanted to tell me that there was one player inside of competitive EFT Arena that could have a soul described only as Joy Boy, all right, this is Fox, okay? Think having a spirit animal, all right? This kid is literally built with blood running, fueled by just pure adrenaline. A non-stop, active, and enthusiastic individual. Definitely in my mind, inside of this game, cosplaying Joy Boy as he bounces around the map and domes multiple people with this dominant performance. 12-6 for Fox, 12-4 for Walker. Like I said, the young one and the captain keeping pace with each other. Walker decides
Walker,
it's time
what?
to take that pace forward for 2. The third tries to come through sandwich. SNX and Undead say no to those, though.
Walker isn't just the guy to be known for grenade lineups and IGLing, but as you can see, he more than proves his skill just running straight through a smoke into KFC and grabbing 2 members like it was nothing. There's probably not a lot of people in this, tournament that have as much experience as Walker, if am I not correct? I feel like he's
Yeah,
probably
probably
been
about
in
that,
every
yeah.
situation that, you can be in, and he just knows what to do when it comes down to it.
Speaking of interesting situational awareness, that Joy Boy we were attesting to earlier on, deciding from Gear 5 he's going all the way, and is apparently preemptively reading the gameplay. Undead is going to be undead, but only momentarily.
Wait,
Bomb is
what?
being
What? He's
planted, and
sitting there.
Nose has not realized that that is going to be a detrimental problem to his life. Fox finds the kill. SNX is the last alive, but Fox is in prime position to make the premium gameplay. I mean, on a chessboard, this is check, waiting to be and mate. With time ticking off of the clock, SNX is not even going to get a shout to having a chance at getting back to the bomb.
I am stunned. Oh my goodness. Full swing around the corner, still trying to plant the bomb, maybe trying to just, I don't know, try to get it off in time and then run away was the plan. I'm not too sure, but it was a huge play from Fox to be able to read that, get to the other site. You did say that Fox kind of, is always that quick guy, but when I think of a Fox, it's more, they are agile, right? Not the quickest, animal in the woods, but they're definitely sneaky. And we could see that right there in that last round where he stopped his pace in a proper position to catch 2 off guard.
First comes out from Nose. This time around, the nade does not claim his life, finds the trade back, and it's Nemenas that pays the price, actually. A crucial pickup in the way of TOFG, as we might start to see the tides turn the other way and the momentum swing back in the favor of the underdogs here. Now, watching that flank rotation, you see into VIP and back out to cover off that potential open area. Now with a good setup, TOFG need to look to try and nail up this execute getting onto site. With Walker in this devious position, creeping up from bench right now, this is the problem point. Walker has been good for 2 from this angle, nearly every round so far, whilst TOFG have been on the attack.
He
Good
tried to do it again.
defense.
That's exactly what he did the round before, and TUFG were waiting for it.
Nose wins in VIP and another goes down. TOFG have finally unlocked a slower tempo that has found them much more success without losing a member so far. Oh, is this the swap? Is this the full swap? Oh, Kirk, it's immaculate.
Oh! And now, yeah, B's completely clear. Look at that. Blitzer's going to have to deal with hiding before she wants to,
She
face
knows,
off
though.
with the 4 remaining ones. She does know, but, is she going to have enough bullets to be able to deal with this? SNX from downtown with the 9x39 still connects to the head, and Blitzer's going to fall over. Wow. TOFG coming back so far. Still in a decent spot, though, because, 8 Sins still have 1 round to win before any sort of overtime force. So there's not a lot of pressure, but there is a little bit here.
I mean, 8 Sins there, committing their own first sin of top-tier competitive gameplay and predictability. You can't rinse, repeat into smart players, because when you do, they will adjust. And adjust they did. TOFG wins on every front. The nade avoided, the Walker push completed, the VIP control reasserted. and then the rotation comes on through to take that tempo into a confirmed round completion. TOFG close it to 5 and 7, 2 deficit into 8 sins. Walker is on board with this grenade, aiming up something towards KFC, but again, TOFG are trying to play a completely different approach to this one. They do lose a member first and foremost off of Heaven, the second in lane 2, and that's going to cause problems.
TFG being slow, methodical. However, Pablo's very unorthodox position is going to grab him 2 big ones as a second is ready to try to trade them out up on top, but he's going to get away and heal it up. Excellent job, Pablo. Take the off angle, and even that second swing didn't know exactly where you were. There wasn't enough time for the communication to go through for that second person swung, and it was able to keep Pablo in still an advantageous position to grab a quick headshot. And you know, the person up top was still not able to get there in time, and he was able to back off and let his teammate deal with him. Teamwork, really.
Map points go to 8 sins. It is great teamwork actually out of the 8 sins there. Great shout. I'm just looking at this kill race, honestly, Kirk. So at this point in time, although 8 sins are being put through the paces by TOFG, I think Walker and Fox have got it in their minds as to which one of them is going to be able to get to the top of the leaderboard. And a great challenge it is right now, as both of them matching each other with 14 kills apiece, but Walker playing his life better until that moment where I immediately get cursed again from the casting booth as he pays with his life. 14 and 7 apiece now. Fox only needs kills to take the lead, but inside of the gameplay, TOFG have themselves a man advantage. Krabs here on the bomb positioning. Is Nemo going to try and do a Walker? Surely they read this, right?
Yeah, back up. Look at that. 2 of his most vital parts are slightly red. You got to heal that off. Those are the biggest ones that matter. Those go to black, and you're done for. So, especially if you've already lost Walker, you need to really conserve your life here and try to whittle down that clock as much as you can. Hiding a nose, taking a little bit of damage as shots exchange through the A site. Fox getting aggressive and Undead, I think, probably knows. You can see the barrel of his gun, and that's exactly that. He's going to go right through, try to support his teammate on the plant. Ever Smoke's in a really good spot right now, and they just get a plant off for free.
Undead has to prone down as his arm does take a little bit of damage. Nemo trying to probe and poke through the smoke, gets 1 bullet to connect onto Mass. Shots out, gets him to drop down off of the top of that headshot position. 3 members, 8 sins are relatively strong behind this point here, but Nose has retreated to an extremely defensive spot. 25. Space needs to be taken now. Hiding Sheep in the prone angle gets 1. Pablo finds Krabs. Undead finds Pablo. And 3 versus 4 versus 1 even. Sorry, TOFG have an exceptional hold on this round and move us to 8 and 6. 2 match points left for 8 sins.
Big kills from Walker and Fox. Equally impressive is Hiding and Undead with 10 each. Walker and Pablo, though, with only 7 deaths. Equally as impressive.
What I find very interesting is I sometimes take my cap off that we cast in between games just to, you know, just to allow the sides of my head a little bit of time to breathe.
Let it breathe.
That's it. And normally we put the cap on sort of subconsciously when we think this round's going to go. I mean, I know 8 sins are at 8 and 6, but I've not put the cap on yet, so I'm not convinced this is over just yet.
The rally cap.
Subconsciously, 1 apiece. Nemo for Krabs, Undead for Nemo. Second goes down as SNX wins that one out. TOFG start to move back on the offensive. 4 versus 3. Bomb is down in KFC, but they've decided they don't care. Undead's on a swing. Undead's on a swing. Undead's on a tear. 2 go down. 8 sins have 1 left. And it's all on the Blitzer girl to pull out a 1v4. Oh my word, Nose is going to get caught in a rotation. No, first is free. We talk about it every time. Might be a broken record, but it's not burnt. Consistent for nothing. Second on site as Blitz slams there to SNX. That was disgusting.
Check out that HP. It's going to force her to heal.
Yep.
However, Bomb's not planted yet, so she still has more than enough time here to really read this situation and play it as she wishes.
This is doable. I think the only limiter is the health pool right now. Is
They
how
have
quickly can
rotation
this
time.
how quickly can this next kill come off? She doesn't get the conversion. Undead's health goes to half as close. Red Hiding has better shots than Blitz when she swings out of VIP, and that closes it out. But that was a tense one. You had to think that could have been all in the hands of Blitzer girl there. She nearly, so nearly makes that work.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing is that if I'm up against this 8sins lineup and Blitzer Girl's the last one alive, I know probably exactly where she's going to come from, right? This amount of time that we've watched Blitzer and the rest of her team play, we always know that she's that one, getting information on the usual offsite. She's the one that's watching the flank. She's always ready to, come around and support her team when she needs it, or in that support role. So we can really only expect her to be coming from, escalators or jungle at that point. Where, she's kind of forced to. And the fact that one of them didn't even realize that, and they just kind of walked straight into her with the weapon down, it was surprising.
This is a difficult one because the last time TOFG tried this, lane 1 and lane 2 won their fights immediately. So TOFG are deciding to throw the bait. Lots of utility used, but no approach or gunfights ensue. Instead, the 3 members strong from 8sins have held the positions. The bench is close. Walker is doing Walker things, and TOFG sleep for a second. They do finally trade him out on the refrag as 3 members step up together to swing aggressively into bench. Fox from the right-hand side finds VIP, grabs, pins into the wall, puts him down. The E-Box challenge into Nemo is seeing no success forwards in a second. He's not going to win that fight out on E-Box. 2 versus 2. The bomb is down. There's no way TOFG make it out of this, right, Kirk? There's no way we pull to overtime.
It is a tough spot because, they're not as linked up as 8sins are currently. But Mr. Krabs could get a kill here. Blitzer Girl does have the advantage on the right shoulder, and she does pick that one up. Wasn't even a headshot. See how fast that kill was. However, SNX is very able to pre-fire here, even through that box if he needs to, with 20 seconds to defend this bomb. I think maybe getting a little bit aggressive here might not be the best idea, but, he grabs one, which is a huge one. Actually forced a 1v1, but a shot out of the sky, like... I was going to say Superman, but you can't shoot Superman out of the sky, but as if he was a superhero flying, and he just clipped the leg and made him fall down to his face as Blitzer Girl with the FF3. That small little sight does do work, even on those long-range angles sometimes, and just clipping that leg to get a huge win to stop TOFG's possible comeback on Skybridge.
I can see the headlines on the 8sins post as it drops onto the media after the first map there. Not even close. In Blitzer Girl, we trust. And they would be right. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. They would be right. 8sins managed to close out an extremely tough game from TOFG there. Phenomenal performance out of the other friendly guys. But it's 8sins, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to take just a little bit more than that if you're going to be able to close out a game against them. TOFG come this close to overtime. Even closer to being able to upset on map 1, but they're going to get a second chance at it as we go into our second map here. 8sins, however, take their first steps to reclaiming that second spot from Oil Rig. Half a job done, half a job left to do.
Yeah, so they are going to be fighting for the 2,250 euro prize that comes in at second place. That third spot, whoever goes down to it will receive 1,500. So it is quite a big jump, right? It's not 1,000 jump, but it's still a decent jump to be able to want to push for. And that's the great thing about having all these different slots being able to pick up prize pools, is that no matter what real place you're in, you can always kind of fight for something.
Yeah, absolutely. So just wondering if we could have a quick nosy at the head-to-head again in a second before we get into the second game, so we can refresh the guys at home as to how that comes up when it looks in the terms of the map picks. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that was the 8sins map pick on Skybridge. Thank you to the production in the background for bringing that one quickly back up for us. The second map today is going to be Bay 5, and this is the other friendly guys' territory, if you let the picks lead you to believe, okay? The question I've got to ask myself here now, Kirk, is does Bay 5 have that extra bit that OFG need to unlock a 1-on-1 draw?
The closer angles and tight corners, I think, might give OFG a favor there, considering how defensive they like to play. Even on the attacking side, they do like to methodically take their time before they, go for a full execute on like 8sins, which we've just seen, just sort of steamroll through the site and get plant down as quick as possible. So, I gotta say that OFG probably this map does fit to their sort of play style that we've just seen. But when it comes to these quick corners, also you gotta have fast reaction time, because 8sins are gonna be storming through those corners as fast as possible. Your reticle better be on their head, because they'll probably flick right over and kill you just as fast as you can even see them.
Another map here that we've seen that TRG being used very commonly on is this Bay 5, due to the fact that there are angles through windows, over the top of pieces of scenery due to boosts we've seen even today in different teams, including that, the one that we saw up in heaven, that spots all the way over to the counter positioning from spawn if you play an extremely defensive player that stands just outside on spawn, on any of those boxes, vaulted, mounted, or stood standing still. You get to overview from the defensive position there and make a lot of good info callouts. So the fact that we've now seen one team's approach into how to counter that info by taking that player out with a boost peak of their own shows that this Bay 5 map is again continually developing in everybody's mind when it comes to team gameplay and how they can out-meta play the strategies that each of these teams are putting together. You see the windows from heaven that go through to B connector. You can actually, if you're sat in the right place on that ramp, see all the way across top mid through to maze now from that positioning on the approach to B, which is why a lot of teams have favored Bay 5B pushes as commonly as they do the A site now, both being very easy to both attack and defend if you've got your team execution in sync.
A highlight player I have to shout out here would probably be Mr. Krabs for me going into Bay 5, because I remember back on day 3, whenever there was an execute near that A site when OFG were on defense, Mr. Krabs was holding that back alley, very strongly, where he was single-handedly stopping plants from coming out from Sicario, which was, quite a good feat to be able to accomplish that. And he was, he was setting it down, right? He was laying the law in that back alley area. And yet again, Mr. Krabs actually got an ace against Sicario, so putting him in that crucial position back on Bay 5 will be able to stop any 8sins advance, is what I could imagine. You can stop as much as you can, but I think a huge play in getting onto A site and planting is getting alley access.
Just goes to show how much support has come out for this other Friendly Guys roster since their initiation into the EU scene, from qualifiers to their first season here in Season 3. The votes and the poll right now closing in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Get your channel points in to register your vote. Are sitting relatively evenly spread. We're looking at the 55% in the favor of 8sins versus 45% for the other Friendly Guys as to who's going to take home map 2. It's a very interesting split, evenly down the middle, and rightly so, given a 9-7 victory on an 8sins map early on in the day. I mean, you could even be forgiven for arguing we might even see a slightly more heavily favored percentage for TOFG, being this their home turf. Those of us that are not voting that way are voting wisely, I think, because I don't think any map at this point in time, given how long the 8sins roster has been playing competitively, could be seen as not something they are comfortable with. Maybe not their most favored map, but I don't think they would look at any map choice and say, oh, we don't like this one. This is not going to be something we're comfortable on now.
So when I'm looking at the standings currently, if we have a look at exactly how TFG played earlier today, if you can give me a rundown on that. It was a 1-1, so TFG got put up to 1 point on the leaderboard, and TOFG are currently 2 points underneath them. So it's going to say, they had a chance to be able to try to take their place here if they won both of these games conclusively, because TFG does have a higher round differential, which is what actually separates these two teams if they were to tie in the leaderboard. So basing off that, I was going to say that it would be pretty impressive if OFG can grab like a straight 9-0 win to be able to boost the round differential here. But as I look at it now and realize that TFG did actually only get one win earlier on Fort against Decoded, that unfortunately is out of the question. So the way it stands, OFG are currently stuck in 6th place, and I don't think they can really move from here.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on to the ending result from this, given the fact that 8sins have a victory already in this one, the second side of this match is now irrelevant to the standings. Like you say, TOFG not going to be able to better their position given 8sins' performance here. Not just that, but obviously previous results earlier as well. But 8sins still need to get their second victory home to be able to retain that position over Oil Rig. So this is now purely for a victory run, shall we say, a show match or a final victory lap for the TOFG side to introduce themselves, closing out Season 3. But for 8sins, everything's still to play for. It goes down to the final game of the season yet again for this previously known EPA ITV Shuffle squad. Now 8sins as they look to continue their dominant performance in the EU scene, trying to change that third position currently to a second.
Before the transition even happened, Nose and Pablo took a little bit of damage, so I think V40's almost connected to a killing blow on each side. So we can already tell based off of not even the end of the first round that both these teams have their nade lineups ready, and they're ready to launch them.
4 strong for TOFG towards the A site. Player at the back of officers. 2 players out in the alley. Meanwhile, Parkour and the B site just watching the lurk from heaven or hell. That lurk is playing its patience extremely well as one of the 8sins members is now starting to rotate for that deep spawn position. Knowledge of the rotation to sites come in. Nemo finds one onto Undead, but the bomb and squad moves in. Walker is playing with trigger discipline. Ridiculous hitters could go dangerous. It could. Nose goes down for free. The second in the corridor. Third for Walker as he peeks. He's going to have all 3 of them for breakfast. It's not even dangerous. It's just casual gameplay. Walker displays exactly what he's known for, and that is just having a humongous brain inside of the trigger discipline.
One of the things you mentioned last game was recognizing the strats and adjusting to them, and I can probably guarantee from now on that next time TUFG try to walk into A site, they're going to check that corner.
It's a half and half, right? They showed in game 1 that TOFG are not afraid to match confidence with confidence, aggression with aggression, fight for fight. This time, 8sins play into that, let them take the dominant authority, give them space, and then after the space is given, they immediately react and swarm from the outside. They lay a trap, Kirk.
Yeah.
And the TOFG squad walks right on into it.
You've activated my trap card.
Mm-hmm.
Walker with another cheeky strategy that does work in his favor yet again, and we're excited to see it. We love these unexpected ordinances of display. Blitzer Girl peeking a little bit too hard. Undead has the right, actually they both have right shoulder there, but Undead did come up, and oh, that cheeky head peek was Walker, but Undead scooped it right clean off. Fox in the back alley, giving 8sins control over that now, and Nemo's going to push up to put a little bit of pressure on the bomb site, but Undead is ready to grab another head.
Pablo is
good information
allowed
from mid.
through mid. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Is hiding it? Yeah, okay, so this is perfect. This is what I like out of hiding. Nemo's going to find Krabs, but hiding is on this rotation. He's allowed him through mid so that they don't think he's got somebody behind him, and hiding is going to play the tempo and time here. It might be 2v3. It's going to be leveled out quickly. Undead is in a rough spot right now. They are going to pressure diffuse. Hiding needs to come in clutch. 1 second left on the clock. Job's a good one. And the 8sins squad pressure diffuse with good control of the site.
That might have given Undead a little bit of a stoppage there. We did see Fox actually shot through the wall and did connect with his thorax, putting it pretty low. So Fox, that might have made that might have made Undead a little bit less aggressive there, and that could have came up down to not stopping that bomb defusal. Is my thorax is low. If I push this, probably one shot to it's gonna die. So that recognition that he's probably in rat spot from Fox, excellent. Shooting through that wall is something that we see nearly every single time we go to Bay 5, and it works for good reason.
It's not just that, right? It's numbers advantage. It's 3 versus 2. One goes on the bomb, which makes it 2 versus 2. So long as both players are watching the angles you have knowledge of, you've only got 4 seconds you have to hold your fight for, and the bomb gets defused regardless of whether you win or lose. So smart play out of 8sins. They use the numbers to their advantage. They leverage holding their angles correctly. Pressure defuse comes through. They are 2-0 up. It is only early. And TOFG are deciding they want a similar approach, but the smoke in front of that door this time is going to delay that drastically. Krabs, go on. Okay, I've not seen this before. Interesting.
He's still in the corner. I don't think he wants to
Yeah.
boost. Oh. All right.
Just making sure it's not too predictable. He goes away from it and peeks the door a little bit to stop it happening. This is checking that deep spawn position that we saw being utilized from a different angle from the B side previously in one of our earlier matches. Wow, Nosy loses a lot of his health to Walker on the door frame.
Nose actually being left all alone, perhaps to stop these two from a rotate as they go to B. We're putting a little bit of pressure there. He's going to have to face down Walker and Blitzer all alone. Stuck in this corner, actually. Blitzer's going to catch him out. However, on the other side of the map is Pablo and Krabs grabbing a couple kills, and Blitzer does actually get the better end of that fight over on A, and now she's going to rotate through mid. However, there is a TOFG member near mid getting that information. Mr. Krabs does fall onto site. Fox putting in a lot of work this game, as well as Last, who always on that 5th gear, pushing through Undead in the mid, grabbing Blitzer for a revenge kill on his teammate near A site. Now, a full push towards B with bomb down. There's nothing we really do at this point, but, you know, try to get that kill, boost that KDA up. Walker doesn't seem to want to give it to him, though.
A smart play out of 8sins. Bombers down. They know the time's ticking away. They don't have to do anything too over eager. Undead is left with 0 options to find a way out. 8sins move themselves to 3-0 on the defending side. So good open to the half. One of TOFG got in a response. I mean, they've gone A 3 times over. You would have to think now, Kirk, that a B site approach is going to come in at some point.
Yep, you can see how they're lined up currently. That might be the case. Most likely is the case. All 5 funneling through the crates up top, bomb included. 3 to deal with, though, near B is Nemo starts the round off strong with a huge double kill. And now Krabs are going to try to go in to trade him off. And then 3rd for Nemo. His teammate's ready to back him up, though, but he wants more. He's hungry, and he's going. That's Nemo, baby. Straight from Sicario onto 8sins, and he is cooking. Oh, the 5th! The ace was denied! He wasn't able to connect! Oh, that is so unfortunate. He was hungry. He wanted it so bad. It's the very last game of the entire tournament. He wanted to prove himself even further on this new roster.
4-0. 8sins are thundering out of the gates on Bay 5 here. Not as close a start as we saw in our first map for this final match of the day. I think this is definitely more what we expected out of this kind of a matchup, and this surprisingly so on the TOFG pick. Maybe just not quite finding the footing in the same way as they had on Skybridge, but still plenty of time to turn it around. We've seen maps come back from something as crazy even as a 7-1 lead before, so anything can happen inside of the arena. Hiding as the first, Captain Walker is down. The 8sins find themselves member short in round number 5.
Everything goes quiet. However, the audio cues to the wall and B are more than likely coming out at this point. Big kill on mid for SNX to stop pressure through mid, and now all of a sudden BX keeps coming through. Nemo and Fox grab one, and just the straight up defensive skill from 8sins is just knocking down the members of TOFG one by one. They can't just run onto site like that when you have this 8sins lineup ready to tear you down at a moment's notice.
Honestly, crazy. Decimation. 2 members left alive at the end of it out of the chaos that ensued, but it was quick and it was decisive. 8sins again moved themselves further in the lead, 5-0 now. TOFG are going to have to find themselves something in response. Is it magic from the grenade from hiding? Is it a cool creative play as we see Mr. Krabs and company trying to pull off a similar positioning inside of Heaven to find a shot? Nose does hammer the head of Nemo over the top of the fuel tank.
It's a great start. You want to try to get into B uncontested this time. Wow, from where even was that from? I can't even tell. Was that through mid? Falls down the ramp. And all of a sudden it's back to even when they had a decent opportunity to get into B. However, one has been replaced. Not too much coming out. You gotta check this close right. That's where it's gonna be one. Oh, a pre-fire comes in. Perfect recognition. And Fox is just too dangerous with the spear. A double headshot in a matter of milliseconds comes out. And now TOFG are so stuck. They don't realize we can't go to A. We can't go to B. What do we do in this position? They are getting slaughtered right now. And mid is all Walkers still. What is the plan? Walkers in mid. You can't take it. Can't go to either site. Where do we go?
8sins extend the lead to 6-0. Fox on a 10-1 kill to death ratio right now. absolutely dominating the field with an outstanding performance, backed up by severe strength out of Demonas at 7-3, and Walker there also carrying his weight on the 5-2. 8 Sins, not needing to do anything too out of the ordinary other than that phenomenal closeout from Nemo with the 4K. And they find themselves confidently in the lead. Nemo gets first blood, SNX finds Fox, Pablo takes SNX out to cancel and counter the trade on Parkour. Inside of mid, both Hiding and Undead are looking to rotate and try and make something off here. Up onto the Toxic Barrels goes one of the TOFG members, tries to jump across for the Parkour positioning, but Pablo's got a better placement. Oh, Hiding. Good bait. Secondary swing, good double swing from TOFG, and they claim the ground.
That was so clean. Excellent teamwork. However, all that work has still resulted in an even body count right now. Blitzer Girl whittles it down a little more. So we're back to commonly an 8 Sins favored round. Bomb split up from the other teammate. At a moment's notice, it is possible to have a link up. However, B site is probably the execution at this point. There's really nowhere else to go. And what? I get that had to have been audio cue, and Undead realizes exactly where Walker's going to poke his head up. Big kill right now.
Absolutely vaulting that barrel inside of mid gives the same audio cue as jumping does. The sound goes up, Walker goes down. TOFG displaying they need that angle from being there before themselves. Immediately pre-fire the shot, and Walker is on the floor. Blitz from the back alley, though. The first is good. The second is all about timing, and Blitz excels at these kind of situations. Knowing she's got support from Nemo coming to the front door, she's going to wait. Krabs is going to aggressively swing, knowing he's getting pinched. Good play from both sides. Krabs covers off pressure. Going to take the bomb out the door. Blitzry swings on the timing. That's an 8 Sins victory. 7-0. One left to close out the half.
You know what? I know why Hot Sauce, his favorite player, is Blitzer Girl, right? She just knows what to do. She doesn't hesitate. She could have contested them at Van. She could have turned around and tried to get some kills, but no, she made the smart play. She continued to push through alley and kill as much time as possible, allowing for her teammate to rotate and support her. Peeking at the right time, stopping plants, killing even more time. She is an exceptional player. She's been through it all, and she's here, and there's a reason they're 7-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I giggle at people that say that anybody on the 8 Sins lineup is ever living in Walker's shadow, because you forget exactly how good the rest of this squad is whilst Walker's popping off, and Blitzer Girl is one of those reasons that is absolutely wild. TOFG get themselves a ridiculous entry, but only for a mere second as the 8 Sins fraggers fold the thoughts of fortune on the A site. Blitz goes down. Krabs has good position. The smoke is great on the back alley, though.
Yeah, this is good. And you know what? If I had to pick anyone to do this, it would be Mr. Krabs right now.
Yeah, they're going to be grateful that Blitz is not here to be able to play this one out for the 8 Sins side. Remember, Blitz and Walker are the two remaining members from that original roster that have been here the whole time, just as equally experienced as Blitzer Girl. As Pablo finds a great shot to Hiding after Fox gets taken out in the background. Pablo, last left alive in a 1v1, more health than his adversary. Mr. Krabs gets ego challenge to decimation. And the 8 Sins squad are going to close out the first half flawlessly with an 8-0 round.
So unfortunate. Mr. Krabs, I think, didn't know exactly where to position himself, and he was caught out in a bad spot. Pablo forced his way around that corner and caught him with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. 8 Sins, what an explosion of a performance here. 8-0. That is crazy. There hasn't been a lot of 9-0s in this tournament. So, you know, what a crazy one to end it on if it does happen to go that way. Side swap, though. TOFG, if I had to put them in a place where they're probably more experienced, or more comfortable, rather, would be on the defense. But at this point, the snowball's too big. It's been rolling for so long. What are you going to do?
I mean,
Maybe if there was
TOFG need to put
tripwires.
8 rounds together in a row here to even take us to overtime. This is not even a scenario now where there's a victory on the table for TOFG. They have to fight for a draw at this moment in time to push it further to then have a chance at victory. 8 consecutive rounds, 8 flawless performances back-to-back into the 8 Sins squad. They need to find 8 of their own sins, theoretically. First is going to be Fox challenging into Krabs in a 1v. Hiding finds one onto Pablo as Walker does get the refrag on back alley, but the bomb is down. Second goes Walker as Nemo finds one into Undead. 3v2, hiding to Ali. Nemo on this tanky enforcer is going to push on in. 100 rounder in tow, no reload needed from Mesa. Does find the first as Hiding goes down. 2v2.
Trying to solidify. Blitzer doesn't get away though. She was so close, and now it's a 2v1 for TUFG all of a sudden. What is gonna happen? That's Nemo. He's the one. He's the only. Is it gonna come down to this? Cracked, let me know.
The prone. He's up. He's down. He's up. Nemo gets away from Nose. Nose tries to berate him with bullets, but the jump, the swing. Nemo's got moved by Jagger. He's slick with it. Calling Blues the knife. Nose wins the knife fight to save TOFG in the depths of it. Nemo gets slightly overconfident. I respect the honor inside of the arena. Both members go for the melee, and Nose comes out on top. Unbelievably, I think both members had run out of bullets left in their weapons, and as you noticed there, Nose also had a headshot tank throughout that action. What incredible scenes inside of the arena, and the melee fight decides it to keep TOFG alive.
He was so squirmy. It was like a snake. You just couldn't hit him. It was insane. And you know what? That wasn't the first time we've seen that. I can't remember the exact time when, but I feel like we've been in that exact same situation at one point in this tournament. It was either day 2 or day 3, but we were definitely there because I remember casting it.
8sins Fox, out of ammo, running around with Ashtray Pot on the site. A similar scenario as scenes come back as Deja Vu dances inside of our final game of the day. Mr. Krabs has Fox. Walker and Nemo, though, have other ideas and want to close this out quickly. SNX for one. Walker goes down. Insta trade back as Blitzer Girl's got him covered. Bomb is down. 3v2. Again, TOFG find themselves down a person.
Yeah, TOFG, you know, sometimes they're in spots where they can come back, but it looks like this one might be the toughest one yet to be able to
Pressure
retake.
defuse. There's no way they get this off without killing somebody. And there goes one. Undead's down. Pablo finds that, and it's all over. The 8sins close out a dominant Bay 5 performance, 9-1 to finish off the Season 3 of HPL EU. And what a performance out of 8sins. Dominant, crushing, destructive, decisive, and a MVP performance from 8sins Fox with 10 kills and 7 headshots is going to close out our final game of the season. GG's and well played to TOFG. They find themselves with a great position in the standings thanks to some exceptional performances themselves, but all in all, 8sins with that second map victory retain second place, reclaim that position back where it was at the beginning of the day over Oil Rig, and will succeed in a second spot on the podium and a silver medal award to go with it. GG's and congratulations to 8sins. And honestly, Kirk, before I give it to you for some insane breakdown, which I'm looking forward to hearing about the development of all of these teams throughout Season 3, I want to sort of take a moment to highlight some incredible plays throughout the season, okay? We have had TRG madness since the update, all right? And there have been headshots hammered home from many a heavenly play, okay? Inclusive of some insane clutches that don't include that faulty, as well as miraculous defuses done both under pressure, in smoke, after challenges, insider challenges. What a phenomenal season it has been, and every team has thoroughly impressed me tenfold. I can't wait to see more. Talk to me about the breakdown, because teams have gone through changes, rosters have swapped, people have picked up coaches, picked up organizations. What are your thoughts on the season overall, Kirk?
So I kind of want to just go through a few of the teams here that really caught my eye in terms of, you know, worthy information to speak about, right? And I feel like every single team does have something to talk about at some point, but a few of them I have sort of in the back of my head. Of course, you know, the one, the only Sicario, the ones that who are currently, believe it or not, are on a 28-game win streak, right? Can you even wrap that around your head? 28 games, HPL Season 2, they did not lose. HPL Season 3, they did not lose. That's how it concludes here today. Sicario grabbed the top prize of 4,000 euros, an exceptional lineup. And in fact, the fact that they are able to trade away one of the most veteran members in Nemenas, and they're still able to perform, even though one of those core members is no longer there, with the new member goes, it's still, it's crazy that they're able to do that. It just shows that, maybe it isn't just the lineup of players. It could just be, their background, right? They're people that help them play, and their coaches, and that, all that other stuff that goes on in the background between these teams. So, of course, Goes being put on Sicario this year, it's been an unexpected surprise. And the fact that I think that he got that huge play that we saw on Bowl in a massive 4v1 scenario for him to close out a huge round for Sicario. They were able to really put a lot of faith into Goes there, and then solidify that faith, and realizing that I think we picked up the right player here. He shines on this team, and Goes has always been talented, but I think his talent is able to excel on a team like Sicario than perhaps it was formerly on EPA. So he shines there, and big shout outs to Sicario. Now, for the second team, of course, I've talked about them a lot in day number 3 and 2, Ancestral, right? They have been a team that's been around for so long. They haven't really, passed that real halfway mark on the leaderboard, but all of a sudden they come out and they smash it in this tournament. The first few days they had second place, and day 2 or day 3 they were in second place, which is insanity for a team that historically hasn't been doing super hot. But all of a sudden they come out of the gates just blazing, and they shoot themselves way up on top of the leaderboards. And even though they didn't get to hold that second place, they're still in a really high spot right now in the 4th place position, which is still a feat in its own, taking home €1,000. And the fact that they were only grabbing 5 points in HPL2, and all of a sudden start shooting up with 10 points. Huge improvement, and we love to see that. Pandaric, unfortunately, still near the bottom of the scoreboard, right? Even last HPL, I don't think they even got a single win, and it's really unfortunate. But the highlights that I have to give to them is that they have the strats down, and they have the confidence in their teammates. They push through it, and it's smooth. The way that I've seen them play on Bowl, they were able to take sight, and they're able to do it with absolute precision, no hesitation, complete faith within each other. But where I think they come to fall is that they can't grab their 1v1s. They can't get the kills that they need to, back up their strategies, because you can have the best strategies in the world, but if you can't win your gunfights, then it really isn't too much. You can't really hold on to that strategy. So it's not the worst thing to not be good at, because I think practicing your aim is probably the easiest thing to actually get into game and practice on, right? You can always just queue up, practice your aim, go to the shooting range, do whatever. I think that's probably the biggest point that they have to improve on, and it's probably the easiest that it is possible to improve on. In terms of other teams, 2FG, I mentioned that, they qualified last minute. They made their team last minute and then got into qualifiers for this, and only lost a single game, which is extremely impressive. They put pressure on teams like Sicario and 8 Sins, who have historically been so dominant, and then all of a sudden they come in here and prove their worth, and are more than welcome to throw themselves in any other tournament. I'm sure the fans would love to see it. 8 Sins, again, a lot of their core lineup was gone. All of a sudden, they're still able to perform even better than previously, even though that some of their old members are on the bench, but they're still performing and grabbing second place here, which is insane. Any other teams that you think might have a little bit of extra, highlight reels or anything that's impressed you? Correct?
Not necessarily, no, actually. I'll be honest with you. I think it's just a good time to take a quick look at the scoreboard, if we've got that one ready to go, because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm very, very keen to see what the final table standings look like. At the end of the day, after we have completed 5 full days worth of tournament action, we do see the sides settle into their final placements. All right, starting from the bottom upwards, Kirk, who have we got in 8th and 7th this time around?
So 8th and 7th, we do have Decoded and Pandaric. Pandaric usually falling around this sort of mark, unfortunately, and we do give them best wishes and hopes on, coming back next time and getting a little bit higher up there. We want to see Pandaric. They've been around for so long. We want to get them back in here and, being even better than before. Decoded in that 8th place, which is a little bit unfortunate. If I'm not mistaken, they placed around that 4th, 5th position last time we seen them. But 7th and 8th place, these are the only 2 positions that do not get to go home with any amount of prize pool.
Yeah, 7th and 8th there currently sharing a similar round difference, minus 53 apiece for both Panderic and Decoded. So, given a couple of different results on different days, that could have been either way around. But that slides us on into our second pair topping off the bottom half of the table, and that is the other friendly guys currently in that 6th position with 4 points and a round difference of minus 47. And in 5th, those friendly guys topping off the bottom of the table with 8 points and a round difference of minus 13, which, you know, arguably looking at the top 4 on the table, you could say that that, given a couple of other better games on the day for themselves as well, could have them in that top 4 spot.
Yep. It's actually crazy that we expected OFG to go up a little bit above TFG at the start. They were above them, but then all of a sudden TFG turns on the Jets and shows them, you know, we're the original friendly guys, and we're going to be taking a spot above you. Don't try to get a little too hasty with your performance here. We're the originals, you know. So maybe a little bit of friendly banter in the background there, but 3rd and 4th place, of course, going to the one and only Oil Rig, and of course Ancestral have shown up today with a massive 10 points to their names, a huge improvement over previous tournaments. -9 round differential, you know, not the worst. It could definitely be a lot worse, and with only 1 draw on the board, I think it is still pretty impressive the way that they've been able to perform here. Oil Rig, of course, one of the most legendary teams, one of the teams that was actually guaranteed a spot in this tournament due to their previous standings in HPL2. So at no doubt we can expect them in this top 3 spot with 15 points and not having a single draw at all. So that's pretty impressive.
I'd like to give an honourable note to the Ancestral lineup from this performance this season to previous ones. I've had my comments about people that decide to go a little bit past the line inside of comments in Twitch chat or on socials, where banter does not become banter and it becomes discrimination to people. Sometimes the Ancestral lineup have come culprit of some of those accusations of being a bit over the line. This time, the Ancestral squad have let their action on the pitch do the talking, and I am thoroughly impressed to see that being the renewed approach from the Ancestral squad. Everybody makes mistakes. We can't hold people accountable for those mistakes for the entirety of the rest of their life, but it is how you take yourself forward from those mistakes and what actions you take to do about it that make you the person that you continue on as. So the Ancestral lineup have absolutely earned themselves a tip of the hat from Cracked from the positive approach to their season this time around. The healthy competition has 100% shown a better performance from them. All right, and I hope that they can redouble their efforts when they come back next season around, because this has been the best form of Ancestral we've seen, and they have looked thoroughly scary this season, not only in their performance today, where one of the Titans could easily have been felled, but across their entire performance. There's a lot of 0-2 matches there that do not tell the tale of how close those matches were for Ancestral. So I'm excited to see what they have more on the horizon. There have been multiple improvements out of individual performances from the likes of Guys Strask, Banas, Selfish, Yezmas, Yahave, and I know they've even got a sub on the bench that's fresh to the lineup in Osh and GG. I can only hope that they continue this positivity and better approach going forward. That being said, we've yapped about the rest of the table. It's time to crown the Titans at the top. We have 8 Sins currently sitting in that second place position after a phenomenal victory in our last match of the day there versus OFG. They currently sit 16 points and a 41 positive round differential, actually just less than that of Oil Rig at 57, but more points at the end of it, only being topped by the Titans themselves. Okay, Sicario taking home that first place spot with 21 points on the end of day 5 and a 77 positive round differential, as Mr. Bepic quoted earlier on this afternoon. So that, ladies and gentlemen, finishes your final standings. Number 1, Sicario. Second, 8 Sins, and your third place podium finishes in Oil Rig. But congratulations and GG to everybody who took part.
So one thing I did have written down, I want to see if it was possible for them to do, but Sicario, 77 round differential. HPL2, the round differential was 79. So 2 round wins away from tying up their previous, performance there. So I was kind of hoping that maybe a record-breaking sort of analogy might come out, but unfortunately they weren't able to break that. But I had no problem at all, right? We'll gladly take the undisputed champion award yet again with 28 straight wins on the board. Sicario, are more than welcome to come back here anytime, as I'm sure they will be firmly gifted an invitation wrapped in gold-plated paper, if you will, straight to the hands of Sicario. Say, welcome back. You've deserved it more than anybody else.
I mean, you can't take anything away from it. You cannot argue against an undefeated performance, all right? You look at the standings, it's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and I mean, do you want to take a wild guess at the final one? 2-0 maybe?
You know what? Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know,
2-0, you're right. You hit the nail on the
okay,
head. Yeah, you would have got it. Gambling is 100% the strong suit. I mean, if you're on Sicario's side, you might as well just throw money at the lottery at this point in time, because with that kind of flawless success, who knows? Anything could happen. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to round up our day, all right? As always, it has been an absolute pleasure to entertain you from the casting booth, from myself, from Hot Sauce, from Kirk on the Lurk, from Mr. Bepic, from Blue ESQ. All 5 of us have enjoyed every single second of being able to entertain you folks with this amazing action. And in addition to that, we have to say thank you from our casting desk to those players that took part, because without you guys making those awesome, incredible plays, we'd have nothing to talk about. We'd be sitting here yapping like mimes, okay? Because there'd be no audible coming out of our throats. That being said, there's also more to be said in the background, because without a pitch to play on, the players wouldn't have anywhere to do all this amazing action. So that being said, Hunt Premier partnered up with Battlestate Games, and all of the amazing magic that goes into the background of the production of Hunt Premier absolutely deserves the tip of the hat, and a job well done to some, again, top tier performance. Like we said, flagship leading performance when it comes to competitive arena gameplay and production on screen. And then last but not least, thank you to everybody who has taken the time to come and join us. All right, we have been your casters. You have been the epic chat that's always been here, and we're going to look forward to catching you for that EU elimination tournament very soon.